You're going to have Nvidia as always in play, maybe Intel on some weakness, but Snowflake, it's not exactly fallen apart here. And if he's done selling the stake, kind of pulling this up and looking at the 120 area, what's more like 121. Like if it holds on to this, I wonder if you can't catch a little bit of a relief rally at the old over-under level. If it holds this support, which is tested and bounced 3 times, then it's good. If it loses it, it's got a gigantic gap to fill underneath that 120 level. So the support's more like the 121, but if this loses 120 today, all bets would be off for Snow, as Mr. Buffett doesn't seem to want to be in it anymore.
Look, we talked about this on the Market Recap show. It's actually, and I've said this for a very long time, and obviously this is just more proof of it. The stock market is a rigged business that you can't win unless you're playing with big money or you have time in market. Ulta Beauty did nothing at all for their business. Nothing. They had a horrible report. It was horrible. But somebody comes in and buys it, so then it goes up 11%. You know, it's like, why, Warren Buffett, just buy something else and just get it, put it on your 13F, then maybe get out of it today and make your 11 or 12%. You know, why don't you do the same thing, Bill Ackman, with Nike, right? I mean, it's just like nothing's changing. Starbucks at least makes sense. They get a new CEO, stock goes up. Whether or not that goes up too much, I think it did. But at least it's some sort of change of business. You know, these are flailing companies where all of a sudden the rich guys just go in there, buy the bottom, make sure to tell everybody about it, right? And then as it pops up, we have no idea if they've sold or not. It's just like day trading. This is why 98% of the people that sit in these seats fail, is because it's rigged. You can't win. You can't win. You know, but you got to be patient. You got to be there. It's great to have stocks like Nike. It's great to have stocks like Ulta Beauty. And it's really great to be in some of these names. So congratulations. I mean, I wish I was in this. You know, we've been in a lot of these names. I like ELF. We've talked about ELF again, but they're unfortunate that, you know, some huge billionaire investor, trillionaire might as well, however much cash this guy has on the sidelines, you know, he can come in tomorrow and announce that, hey, I bought ELF as well. And then all of a sudden, nothing that ELF has done, and this stock would be back to 170. So, you know, this is what happens. I think you gotta follow the smart money, and that's what they call it. And unfortunately, the rest of us are sitting here like dumb money, hence the movie. So congratulations. I think it's great. This is how the rich keep on getting richer, and yet we anoint them these amazing, amazing investors. So congratulations to having a crap ton of cash.
I was just hearing, guys, there's a couple of calls going on right now. Home Depot is moving around here. I just saw it pop up in front of me. It's a nice move back to 360, yesterday's high. But I'm not actually seeing anything on this, but a little bit of volume coming back into Home Depot. I mean, we touched on it yesterday. Retailers, as you mentioned, you know, Walmart, nice look today, taking out the highs here, 74.50. I'll double check on that one, but I mean, retail in general, pretty good week here.
Yeah, Walmart was a good look here, Brendo. Really impressed with how they did. Sales grew in their regular stores 4.2% year over year. Sam's Club grew even more aggressively, 5.2%, and their e-commerce, both nationally and internationally, just blew it out of the water. Double-digit growth there, 21% for the U.S. growth for international e-commerce, 22% for national revenue as a whole company, 5% year over year. So it's a beat everywhere.
Yeah, CFO speaking right now for Walmart. The call though started 8 a.m. this morning, guys.
Yeah, I mean, Walmart's one of those places where they can pass on cost hikes to the consumers and do well. When you have the economy in a downturn, everyone's going to turn to them, and they do well. They've been expanding, obviously, their business. Groceries has done fantastic for them. So it's been great for a while with Walmart, and it's just blue sky setup right now. It's above its 52-week high. You're making fresh tops here, so you don't have any levels to go over with for Walmart, unless you want to just talk about like 75 even. So, you know, when I look at Walmart today, it's like the previous high was 71.33. So if it wants to back down into that one, that'll be a dip buy. But I just feel like the trend is going to be your friend. Walmart has been a fantastic trend to the upside. Daily chart, weekly chart, all looking absolutely fantastic. That's it today. This is it on a weekly. It broke the high, dips back into previous resistance is the way I like to go with things like this, or just try to follow the trend. That's what I put on my note. It's already trending up. The first support was at 72.5. It happens to be VWAP. That doesn't necessarily matter to me. But if you pull back into this or pull back into one of these zones, we're going to like it.
I mean, I guess
Mine's actually pretty fresh. Thanks, Randy. Yeah. I got two. So Sean got me one and then Adara got me one. So I got like a double hit and it's still hot. So I'm still good.
I'll take one. How's it going, Randy? Thank you for all the love in the chat. You know, I mean, this is what we're doing here is entertaining, hopefully giving you some opinions and telling you the way we feel and not trying to hold back anything. So that's what that was. I don't even know what we were talking about. So with that note, let's go back to the desk.
Just reading a note here on Amazon, also pretty good start. 175 right now for Amazon, up 2.8%. Amazon's going to start testing Prime air drone delivery service in the UK. Yeah, that's happening. We were just saying, I mean, I live in a building. Could they drop it right on my balcony so I don't even have to go downstairs? That'd be
Just
great.
imagine it, Brendo. Every building's got a little drop-off port on the roof,
great.
right? You go up, you get your package in a matter of minutes. I'd be good with it, no problem.
I mean, the whole market running here, guys, but Amazon on an absolute tear so far here.
I want to address right here. Thank you so much, Kyle Burdett. Sean saying quite the quiet part out loud. Won't hear those kind of truths on CNBC. Probably not. So that's what it is. You got to figure out who's paying the bills, right? Okay, so right now, Amazon, huge move up to 175 today. I am, again, this was, we sat here when Amazon was getting crushed, and we bought Amazon into this dip. We talked about this. We added shares in our swing account and our long-term account. Amazon really working off the bottom. I don't know if there's a Mag 7 name that I want to buy better on dips. We already bought our Google. I don't like Apple as much. I don't like Microsoft as much. I really, really like Amazon. That's all we ever talk about is sort of the battle that Amazon's had. They're up near $200. We had a huge sell-off from there. We know that Jeff Bezos was emptying some of his clip out there as well. And then it fell back in, right? I mean, there was worries of recession. There was worries about a weak consumer. We saw many names come to the downside. We just talked about that, Elf and Ulta Beauty and all those names. So, I mean, at the end of the day, it's a nice push down into 160, 170. And now you're getting that relief rally a little bit here. And this is what I'm just waiting for the Googles and some of those other names to get back off the shelf again, even like an Intel, you know, where you're down so far. At some point, you have to understand that nothing's really changed with the business. If anything, it's getting better. So I still like Amazon. I'm not going to sell any of this, at least until we get back to the 50-period moving average, which is 185. I really like this 190 level as a possible, thank you so much, Randy, as a possible resistance area right there for 190-ish on Amazon. So for me, it's a long today. I actually didn't write down anything on Amazon because I was focusing on Walmart, but I think a pullback into VWAP always makes sense to me. So that's something that we'll look for at 173.50. Appreciate the super chat. Kyle Burdett.
Yeah, first stock we pulled up when we opened the show with today was Amazon because it had the strongest reaction. It was already up, and then when we got that number, the jobs number, it was obviously a big move to the upside. Amazon was one of those names for me where on the weekly chart, it got to the 50 on the weekly and breached it heavily. But so it is what it is. Like a few weeks ago, it was not like a Black Monday buy or anything like that for myself because it had already pulled back into that support level where, you know, my long term, that's where I wanted to grab it. So it's really just going back to even for anyone that bought it on the weekly at that level. Do you get all the way back up to 188? I think that's a big, big level for Amazon. If it gets up there, it's kind of like head and shoulders, previous highs, all that good stuff. It spent a long time. If I pop this to, let's go to like a monthly. Like it spent a long time with this as a chop zone on the way up when you look at it in a monthly chart. And that was right in here in that high 70s into 180. So I think if you had trouble in here, it would make a little bit of sense. That said, you know, today it's a strong stock. My initial look was, and again, when you write these or you make a note in the morning and the stock decides to go another % or two, previous high was simply 172.33, looking dip back into that. So finding the trend early would be the way to go. It's just, it might have to pull back rather heavily for any kind of a dip buy. Don't think I'd be buying it at 175 at 9:30, that's for sure.
Lots of upgrades and downgrades to talk about today, starting with Deutsche Bank upgrading Robinhood here and raising its price target to 24. Robinhood also announced its July operating numbers too, which were pretty well received yesterday after the close. So good look for HOOD. Dutch Bros here up 3%, getting this upgrade from UBS. Progressive being upgraded by Goldman Sachs, and Morgan Stanley upgrading Nucor. Downgrades, quite an interesting one to start off this list. It's Snowflake with this downgrade from Wells Fargo. They're down almost 4%. In addition to that selling we have revealed through these filings, we also have Snowflake's earnings after the close on Wednesday. So keep an eye on this one. We have Kellanova getting downgraded by RBC Capital Markets after Mars announced its acquisition of the company. We have LVS with Las Vegas Sands getting downgraded by Argus. And last but not least, Wells Fargo downgrading M&T Bank, guys.
Curious downgrade when the company gets, I guess if you have like anybody that had like a really high price target on Kellogg's, they're right, Kellanova. Anyone that had a big price target on that has to adjust it because now you know exactly what it's going to be worth. Robinhood's at least interesting here. I mean, a lot of things are breaking out, so you like things that are moving into new price territories, but Robinhood did eventually break that 19. Like yesterday, again, I wasn't here yesterday, but it failed this break at 19. Which sets you with an obvious high and consolidation break from 19. That gives you a really easy level to play off of if we go dip by hunting. But you know, Amazon on the list today, Nvidia on the list today, Intel for bad reasons, not necessarily good ones, and then you throw in Nike as well, looking pretty good. Walmart, so it's going to be hard to work Robinhood into any trades. But that 19 looks pretty good. Yesterday's highs now up 4% for Hood.
Look, what's on your official watch list today is an exact idea for Robinhood. $18.75 down to $19. We're going to be buying those dips. We nailed Robinhood the last couple times we traded it. It was a fantastic stock. And I like the stock. You know, bring it back into $19. Again, when we're writing this thing, you know, we're down here at 19.15, 19.20, so it's a little easier to say get long at 19. But now dips into VWAP. That's where VWAP was at the time, 19. Now you're up a little bit higher than that, 19.10-ish, probably around open. Yesterday's close was 18.75. So I just think in and around this area, if we do get a dip down, I mean, again, wrote this all before this. So yeah, we really like Robinhood. It's on the stick. You know, we only have a couple ideas. Go over to @TraderTV Sean immediately to go find this out. We have Palantir, Walmart, Google, Robinhood, and some Starbucks love as well for that there today. So yeah, I really like Robinhood. It was the number one idea for me on those upgrades and downgrades. So we will be looking today. I mean, I like Walmart, but Robinhood, again, a top 3 trade idea for me here today.
With no interest rates. Just be aware, we were just talking about the JPY. The Japanese yen moving here again. This was that move into last Monday that caused that just absolute mess in the market. We're right back up again after this. I mean, it appears to be just on this data at 8:30 this morning that we got in the US, but huge pop here for the dollar yen back to the upside once again. So we're right at 149, 150. Absolute monster level is 150 for the yen if you zoom out on a higher time frame. So moving around is the Japanese yen this morning once again. Let's get a look at the overall market here.
Yeah, 54.77, guys. That's where we closed out yesterday on the ES September contract. We're above 5,500 already in the pre-market. So let's use 5,500 as a possible level of support. If we do retrace, 5,550 as our forward resistance.
If you haven't done so yet, make sure you jump down to the description of this video. There's a link there for the watch list. All you have to do is hit that link and then enter your email address. We send you everything you need to know for free every single day. In the pre-market, just head down below, in the description, you'll find that link. We didn't even talk about this morning in the first 30 minutes, but JD and Baba moving in opposite directions this morning. Although Alibaba with a nice little bounce underway here so far, still down 2+% after a miss for their earnings.
Yeah, they continue to suffer from their traditional business. So, for example, their Taobao and Tmall which are their online shopping locally there in China, facing a bit of a slowdown. They were able to make that up a little bit vis-a-vis their cloud segment, which is growing quite aggressively, 32% year over year in terms of cloud. And they're also performing better in their overseas online shopping segment, Brendo, with AliExpress.
Yeah, here's JD.com heading back towards day highs right now, guys, up 2.7. Sorry, my mistake, 4.8%. The short float is 2.7 for JD.com.
Game, essentially.
No, I think hole-in-one is more rare.
We just found out Patrick just walked by and told us that one of our good friends who traded with us back in the day and his good friend as well. That wasn't George? Oh, it was Joe. I thought you said George. Oh, okay. It was one of the traders. One of the traders on the floor got a hole-in-one. So we're trying to figure out, like, in terms of rareness, like, that's bigger than a perfect game in bowling, right? Like, I'm not a big...
Bowling, I don't know.
I'm not a big... I don't know. Is it? I don't know.
I think it's harder to get a hole-in-one, yeah.
Yeah, that's impressive. Obviously,
because no matter what your skill level, like there's such an aspect of fluke to
True.
it. I mean, it's like a whole, like you're talking about like getting a ball, into something like smaller than this.
Yeah, which is nice.
I mean, it was. I know the course they play is probably, 90 C's sub 100 yards.
100 yards,
but still doesn't matter.
It's
still even to hit it in
impressive.
20 yards. Well, whatever. But anyways, at the end of the day, I feel like it's one of the most rare things you can do.
Yeah.
Especially for like just casually going out and golfing. I mean, it's not like we're professionals around here, but that is amazing, man. I mean, most people in their life, as you asked, won't ever do that.
I'm happy if I get par.
Par. I mean, par would be great.
Par is unbelievable in my opinion.
I mean,
but
don't get me
just
wrong. The dude
that's
probably
me.
still shot like,
Better than me.
What? He did. Okay, so he's a golfer then.
Oh,
so
he's good.
He almost shot par. So so he's a golfer there. So okay.
Bob ain't shooting par. That's for damn
Yeah,
sure.
I mean, I really like Alibaba. They're only down 1.7%. I feel like that's fine. They missed basically everywhere. We just sort of talked about that right there. I know you guys are looking at JD as well, but I'll look over these numbers again today for Alibaba. But not great on the top and the bottom line. But the thing is that, it was a drop down, as I was just reading it right now, 29% year over year on their net income. So that's a drop. So that's not great. Making less money over there. The company also reported quarterly sales of $33.47 billion, was just missed by a couple $100 million. So, of course, by missing by a couple $100 million, you should probably lose a couple billion in market cap. So there it goes, all the way down there to the downside. Revenues increasing. I like to see more about what their cloud is up to for Alibaba. But we know retail is strong. We've already got that proof. So for me, if Amazon's trying to rip up today, Walmart's trying to go up, these names are going up. I think Alibaba deserves to go up. So, I'm obviously a shareholder down there and much lower than where we are now. But let's just wait to find out what happens with Alibaba. I like the stock. I wish it was going the other way, and I think it deserves to do that. So down here at 76 to me is a buy for Alibaba. We'll look at it, though. Last thing I want to do on such a strong day is buy weak names. So let's just wait to see if Alibaba can turn into a strong one, and that would happen first of a test of VWAP and then a bounce back higher. So for me, we'd be patient today with Alibaba, similar to my Palantir thoughts.
I feel like Baba, it's right at a big level, so it could always just hold 78 here and look a heck of a lot better than trying to find the support levels. But if it holds above 78 and starts trending, there's room to get back to that 81. It's hilarious because, well, it's not hilarious. I had written down 81.50 for a trend breakout on a post earnings if it could have gotten there. Now the only play is going to be going into 81.50 if it can hold this 78. JD's a little stronger, obviously, as you can see. A bit of a breakout. Volume, good. I mean, JD's chart, I don't want to call it. Yeah, you know what? There's not like the 15-minute chart looks pretty good on JD, but it's trying to make a bottom here that it's pretty difficult to do unless you take out and get above like both these major moving averages. The 200 periods at 26.90, which is pennies from where we are now. The 50 periods at like 27 change. So basically, if you just break out the quarter, or better yet, the 27.50, you're getting both of these major moving averages here on JD. So Baba needs it to hold 78 at the open. JD needs to get above that $27.50 level, and then I think it has a chance. So neither one of them is setting up exactly at these prices, but it's worth keeping an eye on because I like when stocks recover off a bottom and then get back above that major moving average. You can get a bit of a trend reversal because JD's it's not been a good one for a while. You get back to that major moving average and break it out, things can get exciting again.
All right, ugly day yesterday for Intel, trying to bounce right now with the overall market back to 2020 here. SoftBank, long story short, SoftBank going to shelve, I guess, plans to develop a AI-specific chip with Intel. So we were trying to get above this level from yesterday, currently that 2020 area, but no luck yet.
I guess we should have known something was afoot yesterday when Intel sold the remaining ARM shares. So here's what happened. Negotiations between Intel and SoftBank to co-develop a chip to compete with Nvidia fell through. SoftBank pointing the finger at Intel. They're blaming them, saying that they can't meet the volume and the speed requirements they agreed to. So instead now they're going to go and talk to Taiwan Semi, which is obviously Intel's biggest competitor. Taiwan Semi has 66% of the advanced chips world market, Brendo. So
yeah.
6% for Intel.
Yeah, as we said yesterday, a little bit weaker than the rest, but trying to hold up here, guys, for Intel today.
Yeah, I mean, it's up what the market's up because the market bounced, but there's at least two places to look here for Intel that shouldn't be, like, they're not exactly rocket science. Go back a week and a half, and you've got the same upper band, which is about $20.65. You get up there, that's one fade zone. Then you have here, I kind of wrote down 2020 on my note, but if you look just a little bit closer to it, it's like 20 and a quarter or so. Afternoon resistance, there was resistance off this level several times here in the last week and a half. So those are the two places to look for shorts. Right at the open, it could do a pop and fade off that quarter. If the market continues super strong and it breaks away from 30, wait around. That's a good 1.5% move till you get to that high, almost 2% from here to here on Intel. So if it gets up there to 2065 or so, got to wait for it to get to that. But I am looking for this one for a pop and fade. And when the market's strong, let it come to you. But until it breaks out that bottoming channel, you can generally short the resistance levels on a stock like this. So just let it get there.
All right, so we don't have Nvidia on there, so let's just go back over to the well again. You know, a big, huge stock. Yesterday, we were trading this early, and we lost on it early, but then late, it was great. Like, I could not have imagined this $5 move to the downside. So remember, we got hit there. We were hit pretty bad, but not that bad. We talked about Palantir, and we'll do that again in a couple seconds as well. But, you know, what a great base that was formed between 9:30 and 10:30. I mean, down into here, this 14 to 15. Yesterday, we wrote down Nvidia 115. Today, I didn't write down any levels. I'm glad we did that yesterday because that was the saving grace for this battle back in Nvidia. And then we even had some, you know, look at that move into the close. 117, we had this move. If you don't remember, we got $1 right there at the end of the day on those imbalances with a big buy imbalance. As you can see, there's the print there about 10 million shares or 18 million shares actually, right there at the close. Nvidia will do 400 million shares, so don't worry too much about that. But you can see it's an outsized buy, and then this boom busts the stock higher. So right now you're breaking through yesterday's level. Right now, this is that 120. I mean, it's 116.50. Sorry, 119.50 up to the upside right now. Any pullbacks into VWAP is basically a must buy for Nvidia. If you did that yesterday. Well, you probably wouldn't have done it. It happened within the first minute. That would not have worked. As you can see, it just boom. And finally, the break of VWAP back up is maybe what you wanted, and then a hold all afternoon. So for me now, because we're still a little ways away, and now we said that we had to drop down to $5 unexpected out of nowhere. That could happen again. So I would say I'm not going to buy this early dip at 118. But if we could get into here and then start to barcode a little bit, this for me is the trade. You know, we talked about that rant that we had, real talk. We talked about real trading. Now I'm going to put on some shares at some point here today for Nvidia, and it's going to be at some of these key levels. So we're going to wait to see if 118 holds. If not, then we're going to have to let this one settle down into 117. So for right now, I mean, I like the stock. I like Nvidia, and it's the only one in the chip space that I'll be looking at early.
All right, let's go on to Nike here. Sharif and I just talking about some of the other things. We talked about it earlier if you were with us in the first 30 minutes. Bill Ackman, Pershing Square, picking up a ton of Nike. He also bought a ton of Chipotle and not Starbucks.
He does. So. He did a lot of buying and selling, Brendo.
Yeah.
Let's talk about what he did. 0.2% now he holds of all the Nike's outstanding shares. He increased his stake in Brookfield as well, about 0.3% of all outstanding shares. He's been in Nike before, as I mentioned at the top of the show. 2017, he made about $100 million there. He hasn't disclosed his intentions about whether he wants to become an activist and try to get a position on the board or not. And he also cut his Google stake aggressively from 20% down to 8.5% now in the portfolio.
Yeah, those are the two big ones, as you mentioned. Brookfield to the tune of 6.85 million shares, 3.04 of Nike. But yeah, upping a stake in Chipotle, reducing holdings across the board in Google, Alphabet, Hilton, and restaurant brands.
Well, 2 days ago, Nike was like, there's a lot of things that were flying around the last couple of days. Let's be real. So you can pick your poison as to what was running and what wasn't running. But when something makes a pretty obvious technical break, it's usually where you want to be. Example, that Palantir at 30 was just a huge level. If you go back to a daily or a weekly, Nike at $75.50, right? So when it broke that level, it was a couple of sessions ago. And unfortunately, the next breakout, which is so very clearly here at that 79, you're gapping through it. So there's no play to take like a 79 or an 80 break because, as I said, you're gapping through it on that news. It was perfectly set up for a 79 or 80 break. But now that you're above it, I still think you can be trend back in. Just be careful if it tries to fill in the gap. Like if you lose pre-market support, 80 and 79 are the spots for me. So I don't want to be looking for this on any kind of a dip and then trying to, let's get here and hold it into pick a level 81. No, 80 and 79 are the big spots where I'd expect to find some support because those were big levels previously of resistance. So trend up, looks okay here. Walmart might be a better trend long. We'll see if that ends up being true. You got to pick a horse. But if you lose that pre-market support level, it's a wait for me back down into 80 or the 79. Whichever one of those two wants to bounce. It's holding VWAP for now. And as I said, Amazon and Walmart, in terms of retail names today, just like a little bit better the way they're trading.
All right, so I didn't write down Nike at all on here. It's funny that we have Nike on here, but we don't have Walmart. I feel like Walmart today, obviously with earnings and in the retail space, we'll talk about Amazon and all that, but Nike being up that 5% again, a good recovery story. I've liked it for a while, but it's been nasty. There's been a lot of traders that have bought this a lot higher, obviously, than where it is right now. No problem averaging in down here to $90, $94, and then all of a sudden you get that earnings call, and it was horrible back into the downside and basically washed out a lot of traders, I feel like. And now you're getting that bump up, falsely or not, on Bill Ackman. Someone in the chat is just like, yeah, Bill Ackman just a couple weeks ago said hell is coming or something, and then is now disclosing that he's long. But there it is. Nice move to the upside there, $82, $83. Yeah, look, I like that bottom, 70, 72. I don't know if restructuring, just a position here. We'll see what can get going. As Sharif's mentioned before, when you get activist involvement, especially like a Bill Ackman, you can create great shareholder value by hopefully unlocking some of the issues and then dealing with them as they get addressed. Whether or not there's a board seat coming or not, I don't know what the situation is with that. The one stock I wanted to get to, which is going to be, again, if you check out the sticky note, it's going to be the number one name on there for me today. I was just actually replying to JC Peretz right now, traveling around looking at Tim Hortons. Right there, 69 for Walmart. So this should be the trade of the day, I would think. But again, it's easy to write down 69 when we're down here at 72. And the reason why we wrote that down was that was sort of yesterday's close. But we also mentioned that we want to buy dips into VWAP. Well, hey, that's already worked once right there. Let's see if it works again off open. If we get any dips into $72, $73, that's generally what we look to trade. And again, name dropping again, but Brian Shannon, when there's a gap, fade it back to VWAP. So gap, VWAP, there's your little rhyme, and it's made a lot of sense to me every time we've traded with that strategy. So Walmart again, look, this has been a big one. We said there was one name we wanted to buy on dips as well in the retail space. We bought the Amazon. The only other name would be Walmart. I do like Costco as well. Let me just check in on Costco. I actually haven't looked at that yet. My father was looking to get some Costco, and me and him had talked about that. We talked about it live on the show, if you remember. And Costco, yeah, boom. again, dynamite off these levels. So retail's strong. I guess we're not too worried about anything. And remember, in a cutting Fed, I mean, it's pushing rates lower. Should be good for the consumer. Should be better, hopefully release some pressure on mortgage rates, hopefully release some pressure on car notes or whatever that lending happens to be for the average American, Canadian, North American consumer. So I would say that, hey, downside moves for rates should mean upside moves for some of these retail names, and Walmart definitely the beneficiary of that.
Here's the yen move I was talking about earlier. Continuing, just took out the highs once again, pulling back a little bit, but this is a 60-minute chart, so a huge move to the upside here, dollar yen. I want to mention Hood on a higher time frame as well, because this slow grind higher continues for Robinhood, up another 4% here this morning on an upgrade from, who was it, Deutsche Bank? Mm-hmm. Yeah, Deutsche Bank with the upgrade today for Hood.
Yeah, Brian Bedell, the analyst there, increasing the rating to a buy, bumping the price target from 21 to 24. He likes the entire sector in general. He likes the brokerage sector, so it's not just Robinhood. But here's what he likes about Robinhood. Solid growth in transaction revenue. We saw that with options in both crypto last time when they reported effective cost control there and diversification of the business, Breno, not just focusing exclusively now on crypto.
JC was actually just emailing me. He might actually be here right now, so I'll run out to the front. $20, big level, guys, if you zoom out here on Hood.
Under the hood? Yeah, 20, you get to 20, I think there's going to be a big crowded trade there at 20. You have to get there first. Just want to quickly point out, if we reclaim 60,000 on Bitcoin, anything adjacent to it, you're going to like for some longs, but you have been fading off a little bit on that. So I think we did mention Robinhood. It's a host of names that are breaking out and dips into previous highs. Like I said, I like Amazon for that. I like Walmart for that. As far as Hood goes, if it wants to pull back and bounce off the 19, I think you can take a shot at this one. And it looks just as good on the weekly chart here. If you pull up the weekly, a close back, it's so close, but a close above essentially 19, if it can hold these highs, that's your 200 period moving average. It closes a week out here holding on to this. You would have reclaimed in 2 weeks the 50, then the 200, and making a bit of a temporary bottom to retest back up to 25. So 20 is a nice round number. I'd almost wager 25 is a bigger resistance for Robinhood in a longer time frame, but that's kind of obvious because it's the high from about a month ago. So if we can hold on to that 19, I like the continuation here in Robinhood. And if we can hold on to this on the week, that looks even better come Monday for a move from 20 into that 25 level on Hood.
All right. Yeah, look, this is not today's sticky note. That was yesterday's sticky note. All right. So hold on a second. That was from Lava Girl. There it is right here. Today's sticky note, Robinhood, 1875 to 19 longs, right? We had been going long on Robinhood. I remember the last time I think it was on the sticky note was down at 1585 or something like that. What a great move it's been here for the sticky note and Robinhood. I mean, I like the stock. Nice upgrade. Assets under management going higher. Yeah. Pull back in. I'm already bidding 19s. Pull back into VWAP, we'll take that. So we're bidding down here. And then we're bidding at yesterday's close as well, 1875. I don't know, upgrades and downgrades can go either way. 4% seems to be a lot, but we are trying to get above 20. So we like that stock right there. Again, trying to make that move. Also balancing itself off near this 17 area again, coming into play. So we'll have to wait to see if you do get a dip down into that. I don't think so. Since that sort of mess of a day, a couple weeks or week and a half ago, you've now got basically 6 or 7 straight up days. I like Robinhood. I think this is one of the better performing sort of small cap names that you can maybe get your hands on right now. That does have an opportunity to appreciate right back there up into past highs. I mean, if you get a move back to $25, then right there looking at about a 25% move in Robinhood. So I definitely like the name and I like the stock. It's Robinhood and it's a buy. It's one of your top 3 ideas here today. Trader TV Sean on X.
Quietly here, Cisco taking out the highs, bit of a pullback right now to $49, but huge move. No downtick whatsoever after the close yesterday. It was just straight higher on better than expected results here for CSCO.
Yeah, they did. They beat on the top and bottom line, Brendo. EPS coming in higher than expected. Revenue beating expectations as well. But get this, revenue dropped 10% year over year. So we'll have to keep an eye on that. And they're also predicting more revenue decline in the coming quarters. They announced more cuts. 7% of their global workforce, sadly, going to lose their job. That's after already laying off 5% earlier this year. That's going to save about $1 billion. They still, though, Brendo, declining sales in 3 consecutive quarters. So even though they beat analyst estimate, the business still trouble.
Quietly, as I mentioned here, if that's possible, a quiet 8% on the morning for Cisco today.
It's possible because I would use the exact same term, quietly up that much. It's probably, a lot of days you'll have something over 5% to the upside after an earnings play, and it's going to be near the top of most people's trading lists. This hasn't done 1 million shares yet. It's done 500,000 shares in the pre-market. What's hilarious about it is I remember last week, it was middle of the week last week, I think, when Obi sat down next to me in the morning. He's like, oh my goodness, Cisco could break down and look really nasty going into earnings, and you had the reverse. It ends up holding that massive level. So it looked to all the world last week like this was going to be a big breakdown here on Cisco. You're gapping above previous resistance. Yeah, you got to hold on to this pretty clearly at the open. That's going to be a tough job. So this is about 48.5, and then you've got the 50 period as well, sitting right around there. If it had better volume, I think I'd slap this one on the interesting dip buy list. If we lose ourselves at the open, I've marked off 47 to come back to. If this loses that support that you saw on the daily, 47 looks pretty interesting for Cisco. We got other big cap tech that's going to be on the mind, though. I don't think probably didn't mention Apple. If we go dipping, Apple's got the obvious 220 level. And that 220 where we filled in the gap from breaking out here, very clean. It only took 3 days to get to that 220, and then it held as support, not just 2 days ago, but also yesterday holding that as support. I like the close, which is about 221.70, call it the half, and 220 for dip buys. I'm just trying continuation in Apple. It hasn't always been like the biggest percentage mover, but regardless of what the market seems to be doing, it usually has the easier support levels and the solid trend to the upside. Even when the market gets a bit weak, it's holding its support levels there on AAPL. So I do like that. Cisco, we'll see. If something drastic happens and we lose that 48.5, I do like 47, but that's one heck of a gap fill that's probably would, even if it gets down there, it's not going to be till like 10 or 10:30 or maybe in the middle of the day or something on Cisco.
So the other, Cisco, Cisco's a good stock there. Nice little move. We talked about that in the the aftermarket show yesterday with Adara and I. Good little report, fun to trade that name. For me, Google today, this is going to be, again, it's on today's sticky note. I like the 158. Again, it looked better when it was at 160 more likely. But just looking at what happened yesterday, look, there's this huge move down, right? I don't know. This could have been the main catalyst for that drop down in the NASDAQ early as people were a little worried about DOJ, but it looks a lot like Nvidia, right? Where you had this base and then the rip. But the thing is that not both stocks are alike because Google basically gave it all back up again before starting to go again into the close. So I remember looking back at this name at 3 o'clock, or maybe it was 3:30. It was too late anyways by the time. I was like, what? I didn't even realize that had happened. That started going, basically there's the time right there at 3:30. So huge move back up there to the upside for Google and now trying to hold out. So let's see if 160 will work as a dip buy opportunity. I wrote down 158 as like, let's go time. I mean, if you can get anywhere back into anything like this, 158, 50, 159, then we're going to be long on Google. I guarantee you that. So down into here, that's going to be a name that I like. And actually, I like it so much, I'm going to put the bid right now for Google. I don't know if we're going to get there, of course, 158.50. Let's put on some shares down there and just bid in and around this range for some Google. So for me, the big tech trade today, obviously Apple was the trade of the day yesterday. P&L number one probably for the month on the show just for that one trade, and it happened early. And thankfully we had it down here at 220. We had this bid yesterday, this bottom all the way back up to the top there, $2 straight up. So that was a huge dip buy opportunity there for Apple. and then it ripped into the afternoon before I wasn't here for this, and then the close was huge. So Apple still working, and definitely like the stock. A couple minutes until the imbalances come out. But yeah, Apple and Google for me over there, guys. Two stocks I like.
Before we go back to the desk, I'll give you one more because we haven't talked about any EV names this morning. So I feel like this is every now and then we don't get to Tesla. You know, it didn't necessarily have a particular catalyst, but let's be real, Tesla moves and does volume every single day, so it's going to be worth it. Over under 204 for me, and 204 kind of obvious level resistance broke out when I was here on. Today's Thursday, so Tuesday. Broke out off the 204 level on Tuesday, continuation, and then yesterday, big dump at the open, only to find immediate resistance back at the 204 level. So holds above, it's good. If we lose the opening range underneath 204, I feel like this is a short back into 199, 200 on Tesla. But though I don't want to be, I can say over under, hey, the opening range does this, I want to find trends one direction or the other, don't want to fight. If it's above, all that kind of stuff. I'm only looking until a trend changes for places to short Rivian, because Rivian failed $15, then it failed $14. It's working its way down to $13. Okay, obviously the imbalances probably just came out on Rivian, so it was at $13.30. I was about to tell you fade into $13.40. I'm assuming a sell imbalance just hit on Rivian because it just dropped about 3%, so we'll have to find some new levels. I don't actually see. Did that even come
drop
out?
3%?
Yeah, there it is. 3.5 million to sell on Rivian. Again, this just it just happened. We were talking about Tesla. I brought up that Rivian's been a short, and then 3.5 sell imbalance. So shorting off of 13.40 is going to be a different story now that it's Rivian being Rivian. It was up very slightly, and now it's down 2 points already. So. A bit of a bounce here happening. Have to let this one settle down after that sell imbalance. Go figure.
I should feel pretty good about getting out of that Rivian now, in and around, some of them out around that 1850 mark now. Is that piece of you-know-what? I actually said a joke. I was hanging out with some people, obviously, during baseball and hockey and all that, and they were talking about EV cars, EV names and cars. And I said, guess how much Rivian makes per car that they sell? You know, and everyone's like, oh, it can't be that much, blah, blah, blah. I said, yeah, how about minus $328,000 for every car that Rivian sells? So you want to invest into that business, that's great. I think that's not a great business, and glad to have gotten out of that one. And, you know, wow. I know Brendan got out of that too in and around this 14 or so. I don't know what the price is, but I got to clean the hands on that stock right now as well. All right, so Nvidia did have a little small buy imbalance. Google not much. Here are the imbalances right here. Just one more time as we have 3 minutes to go. Rivian with a sell, Cisco with a sell. In case you guys are looking at that. Right there, not affecting the stock with Neil just looking at that 48.50. Nike with the buy 200,000. I mean, again, we talked about what was happening there with Bill Ackman. Whether or not he still has the shares or not, Nike definitely getting some action today. I definitely like that stock here. Siri, strange one for me. Again, I don't know if Warren just needs to get some more love into this, but it's not fooling anybody with this as it goes all the way to the upside. Then money comes in and sells this immediately. I believe Siri is a short today. Mara there, again, we love this $15 level, just going over some names here. We've talked about this over and over again, how much we liked it down here. There is a short float. It is a Bitcoin-related play, obviously. So I feel like this could be just one of those buys here that's a great swing trade opportunity, especially if you believe that Bitcoin's going the other way right now. Palantir yesterday, my whole day was basically that first trade of the break of $31. That did not work. We wind up losing 30 cents. That was well documented and well talked about, as real trading doesn't get any more real than that. But right now, we'll wait. We have Palantir on here to be as patient as possible into some of these levels. So this time today, let's wait for a dip in Palantir. You saw the move that it had yesterday. I mean, the whole market went down before basing. We were able to get the trade right there long back in, but we had already got rinsed on this first break of 31. But if you're not here to make money, please exit stage left. And sometimes when you're not here to make money, you got to take some risk. And when you take risk and it's wrong, then you will lose. But that's fine because we actually came back and put on some huge trades after that. So have confidence in what you're doing. Some of the trades will not work out. Other than that, not much else on there. There was an Nvidia bid that I had seen early that now has been paired away. So that name just floats around here, 19, right? So 119. Again, dips into 118, I think can be looked at for Nvidia, but I do not want to jump the proverbial gun on this one here today because we saw what happened yesterday, and that really started the day off a little sour. Intel, and remember I said as well, we were looking at a couple different names, and I said it was Robinhood, and I related that to possibly Intel as well. I mean, at some point, you're going to get off this level here, right? $20.70. You're going to get off that. Once you do, then I think you break higher. So I'd look for a 21 break on Intel. With only 45 seconds left, you can find a lot of these ideas on the sticky note with exact levels and trades that I'll be taking.
We're going to this. We got about 30 seconds to go. For those that were just asking what happened on Rivian, at 9:25, a 3.6 million sell imbalance came in on Rivian. That tanked the stock to the downside. With about 20 seconds in here, VWAP is a number, but it's also previous highs in the afternoon on Nvidia. That will look like it might be a first look. Walmart, we do like for a dip buy, as well as we are going to drop the countdown on this Thursday. Walmart up 8.5 points. Can it even get to VWAP at this point? Let's drop it in 4, 3, 2, 1. Ring it, Adara. Ye old healthy ring of the bell. So initially, a little bit of a pullback happening in Nvidia. Not a big one. Rivian's at least attempting to get back into the upside. So it is trying to bounce in here. I did like the short off 13.4. The imbalance hit, and now all of a sudden, have to let this one settle down. It's at that $13 level for the over-under. Apple is dipping pretty decently right back into 223. Let's see if it can test that 222 level. But Apple, bit of a dip here at the open along with Nvidia.
All right, we're going to see about Google trying to go through here 161.30s, try to take out that day's high again. We talked about this name not being one of the ones that has gone ripping yet. So we'll wait to see if we do get that fill. We'll just give it back to somewhere around, I mean, not even VWAP, probably the 50-period moving average. A little too early to take on huge amounts of risk here, but we'll try it one more time here with Google if it does take out sort of that pre-market high of 161.30. I could see it kind of hitting it, then fading back out. So we're going to give it to 160.80. If we break lower than that, then we will get out. So now we are in Google 160 there. We'll get out of a little bit here if it does fall back in, but there's Google. It's your first trade of the day for me, and it's a long, trying to break through that top. So yesterday we lost on a breakout. It looks like it might happen here again, but we've learned our lesson, so let's be a little more patient here with it. But 20 more cents and we're out. We're not letting this one destroy us early. Google, a little bit of a take there on that break. Breaks have not been working for me, and it looks like it's going to happen one more time here again. So 161.30, early try on Google there as the market's, there it goes, going to drip out now, as the market tries to go upside here early.
Yeah, the market's trying to take out this top. Well, remember, okay, not everything was strong at the lows, and breaking them was Rivian. It just broke VWAP, got to the previous pre-market support, and came back in under VWAP. So going to go short underneath, give it to that previous level upside here. Just remember, that was a big sell imbalance, and if it does wick the bottom, that would be a pretty big hold. Do not need this getting all the way to 1340 where we originally wanted it short, and then in the same trade. So I'll be out if it breaks here, looking for another short if it does get up toward that high. Apple, did we get? Nope, did not get filled on the dip. Looks like it did get, right into what is VWAP is where Apple got to, no fill. It's pulling back in here again. So Apple pulling right back in for a potential dip buy. Didn't get it the first time through. We'll see if we can grab it the second. Nvidia is getting close to 117, so got to keep our eyeballs on that one as well. But Apple starting to pull back. Got to 225.
Yeah, same thing here. We got out of 75% of our Google trade, and it's dropping in as well. So there's some moves happening for sure. Even Walmart. So I think, like, we're getting caught up again in the same trades. We're taking stuff probably a little bit too early and unnecessarily.
Walmart's a VWAP
right now. That's what I'm saying. So Walmart drips down into VWAP again, which has been a level that I said that we should kind of try here if we did get it. But again, a little bit sort of shell-shocked here by some of these trades, but Walmart coming back in. We could trade this maybe off of 73, probably worth a shot here. Walmart coming back into this level. Let's punch a little bit of shares. There goes Google. So Google does wind up breaking through that 160.50. So we will end that trade and just slap a fail on, again, an early break. Not as much damage done this time as Palantir, but early break there on Google going the other way. Walmart falling in as well here. So that stock not participating as well. But there goes Google, of course, all the way back up now. As we see, there's the drop off there at 160.50 at the 200 period. Maybe be a little more patient down there, my guy, as well. All right, Walmart, we're long Walmart now, 25s.
Yeah, Walmart just, well, you already just said it, just came into VWAP. Apple as well pulling right back into VWAP, so you're getting a couple of dips. I'm going to get to Rivian because that did take out that top. I am waiting for the highs. I want highs here on Rivian. If it comes all the way back, I'd rather let it go a couple of points to the upside and then catch it. I'm just going to get an offer out there in front of 1340. If it breaks that out, fair enough. I did not grab Walmart as I was on the other level too, as that's now bouncing off VWAP in $73.
Huge move.
Even, it looks like, on WMT.
Yeah, huge absolute move there on Walmart, man. We'll just do again, like, you know, we just got to stick with what we're supposed to be doing. If we just held on to that Google, we'd be nicely in the money right now. But here goes Walmart, 30, 40, 50 cents in the money. And again, another trade that we had talked about, right? Buying off VWAP. It's your number one trade idea here today. And let's just see if we can make it happen back there to the upside. So a couple dip buys there on Walmart and some nice outs in the 60s and now into the 70s. Let's get another piece here. Why not? And then we'll wait to see if we get an 80 and see if we can really start to fly here on Walmart. Google definitely messed that one up as it's still going higher right now. But my whole day rate here is on Walmart, but we've already lost on Google. So was that a call for Adara?
I think so.
All right, Adara.
Be aware here, John Deere, this was another earnings name from this morning, DE. Not a ton of volume on this, but certainly getting a bit of a volume spike, up almost 6% now and at highs of days. Reported earnings per share and sales beats this morning. So DE pushing higher, guys.
Oh man, what a good day again, if not for that first trade. Okay, so right now Walmart, man, stick with the poison that you've been drinking. I mean, we've been sitting here hitting these VWAPs, hitting these levels, giving the big trades. There it is, Walmart right now, 90-cent winner right there for Walmart as we try to get higher and higher and higher. So far so good here. Let's just keep on holding out hope that maybe we can get back into some Google. My Robinhood has not filled yet. That's still here at 1950s or so. Yeah, 1940s. Dip down in. It's too bad because you know where we're bidding on Robinhood? 1910. You know where it got to? 1914. So we'll see if that one wants to come in again here as Google's still holding out to see what it wants to do. Maybe 160.40 for a dip buy opportunity. Let's see if this market really wants to go. We've got Walmart good.
Yeah, Walmart looking fantastic. Great grab. I was on a different level, too. It was so quick off that 73. You had to be lightning fast on it. So good look there. Careful, Sharif. Alibaba just went up a little bit off that 78 level. So trend higher, 81.5. You've got room to 81.5. As long as it's underneath that reasonably, I still like the continuation long. I thought this was a settle down trade. Instead, it's right off the open that we broke out at 78. So let's just see if it can consolidate here, maybe give you some kind of a dip buy. Rivian, we were just able to get it off of the highs. Wow, came right into the highs, 13.4, pulled right back into the quarters. Now you're pressing the highs again. So I'm just going to back off, not sit on the offer when it's trending that much. We took some out. We're pretty happy with it. Apple ran 23s, then held 23s, and looking for it to creep back above VWAP, going to sit at the half for the first leg out there. This is looking weak, even though the market's taking out those highs. And the thing that's going, as I look over, is Nvidia. So Nvidia did not get to 117. Instead, it might just be breaking out the top before getting into any of the two support levels. So if can't get the dip buy in Nvidia and it breaks out the top, it's just going to take the break. It's a double top up here. I thought we'd get a dip into previous support. Let's just break out the highs. It's 1960, essentially.
There it is. We have $1 there on Walmart as it goes back above $74, and we get that fill. Look at that fill right there. 74.15s on Wally's World. All right, so wow. We talked about wanting to buy Alibaba, and I was like, This is a monster. I really like this name. I was even going over the numbers. I was like, yeah, that makes sense. They missed by $200 or $300 million, and they're doing 34 billion worth of sales, and that name was down 2%. Yeah, right. Look at this thing starting to go right back up to the upside now, breaking through that 78 level, which was a level that we had mentioned, but we don't have the long, but that's still a great one for anybody that is in that name. One more shot here on Google. We bought some, then we got some out right there, but that was only for like 15 cents. Now it drips down in. Watch out for 160. Pretty clean level down there. If it breaks it, then we'll be out. We'll try this one more time to the downside on Google. But hey, look, this name has not been strong. We know they have the DOJ issues, obviously, as we've talked about that on the show.
Yep.
And now we'll have to see and sort of sit here with our tail between our legs a little bit, as we did like. Okay, now we're back. Okay, now we're going back up. Okay, now we're going back up to the upside. We got a nice little long now on this name, as we did buy those 160s, as we mentioned that. So let's take advantage of it at least. And sometimes if you're, there we go. If you're in a name that has not been performing the same way, we talked about this yesterday, scalp out. If you can, and get out at a decent level, you can still make. It's like yesterday on Tesla when we went short, even though it ripped up, and we still put that in our pocket. This is a big trade right here, right now on Google, waiting for that 160 and being patient. One more out coming for me on Starbucks, but so far so good. Walmart monster. Google, we're trying to get back in the pocket with this one. What's up, A?
Chinese ADR is very strong this morning. Alibaba, which initially gapped down there on its report, now up almost 2% here. JD also with a bit of mixed earnings. They're up about 5%. PDD up about 2%. So all these Chinese ADRs related names are certainly on watch as they push higher, guys.
As we mentioned, the first leg's already gone here on Alibaba. So 80 broke out. We thought 78, maybe like a consolidation play, but I'm looking for the dip back in here before 81.5 goes. 81.5 was a double top on the 15-minute. So if it breaks that, still looking for a break. Just didn't think it would happen at like 9:45 in the morning, but that's what happens when the stock is strong. So pull back into 80 and we like it. Tesla is having a moment right now. So Tesla, way gone from the 204 level. Forget about it. There was no dip into 204 at the open. It just went straight to 210. So I'm not chasing all the way up here. Look at the resistance at the 210 level. I think it's likely to do some kind of a dip that we have to be patient with. So not going to be dipping into that one. We have to let that one calm down. No breakout on Nvidia. It's still hanging out off the top. So it looks like it's about to retest either VWAP or maybe those lows at the 117. Bit of a charge to the upside without the break of the high. Might give for a nice consolidation entry here on NVDA. But wow, Alibaba absolutely flying. We're going to look to join it if it gives us a chance in front of 80.
Yeah, we like Alibaba there. We sort of...
so fast it moved. Well, it's crazy.
Yeah. I mean, that's the thing. You can, honestly, if you're there, you can get any of these stocks.
Oh, yeah.
You just got to be there. It's like you mentioned Walmart, and I was like, what? And I went right over there and just punched the long. And that's been obviously the biggest stock here today. So nice move there for Walmart. We finally, be patient with it. And we wrote down actually on our sticky note as well to be patient. It's so funny that I wasn't really patient at all as we got into Google pretty much in the first minute. But here we go. Palantir now back above 31. So just dripped into 30.90. We were waiting for 30.75. It comes back up into 31.30 again. This has been definitely a tricky name. We've talked about this over and over again. It just doesn't want to go early, but then it does have a chance to go late, I've noticed. So, let's just let it barcode a little bit down here. If we're able to get something, then that would be good. The market's trying to teeter a little bit lower right now, so we'll have to see. Maybe we do get something in and around this 30.75 area for Palantir. So let's just see if there's Google. If there is a dip down in for this. We did take one little reload there on Google, but we took advantage of that move to the upside. So this last reload obviously will be giving something back, but we took it out initially on that move higher, reloaded it right now. And we actually mentioned that. Remember, we said like when a stock's not performing the way that you're expecting it to, there we go, now we'll drop out, then the best thing to do would be to scalp it out as it's starting to go up. So that was a 160.13 fill, and these fills are in the 50s and 60s. Then right now we just did lose back that 20 cents again. So looks like we should have flipped over to the short right there for Google because it's getting punished back down. We had written down 158. So I think at this time, probably more patient is required. more patience is required to wait for Google. So we tried that long. We'll go 1 for 2 today. Google loser, Walmart winner.
Yeah, patience is definitely the thing this morning. Again, well, you had no patience with some of the early breakouts, great, but I was being patient with Baba, thinking we'd get a good trade on it. It never happened. But here comes Apple, already broke this low, then it tried to hold on. It bounced off of 220-280. Okay, we'll take it off that level. If it takes out the bottom again, we'll get out. It's starting to consolidate. Needed to have it probably on this backside the third time through a little bit cleaner off of this low. So it's rounding out the bottom, but on the way down, it can always be a tricky one. I don't mind getting out, but sometimes if you just wait it out till it's like, oh, well, if you're in early, you're stopping out here, wait for a couple of times where it's run those stops and then get in when you're going for the dip buy. Sometimes that's what patience means. Allow other people to get out a couple of times before you get in, but it's easier said than done, as you saw a couple of times in there for myself on Apple. Here comes, all right, don't need to just be sitting there on Alibaba's. It's starting to pull back for the first time here. Looking for a bounce off the 80 level, just because it was 80 overnight. It was 80 round number, all that kind of good stuff. So looking for some support to come in here before it gets to 81.5. 81.5 is a pretty good level in its own right on Alibaba. And I'd like to be in a long before it gets to that double top and just be stuck taking only a breakout trade. I do want to get into it if we can. The $0.50 is the first spot that we'll try to take some out or in front of on Apple as we're going to the desk with ADR.
One penny stock and sometimes meme runner on watch here, Mlnn. This is Mlnn Automotive, up basically at highs of day here, up about 16%. They announced their Q3 results on Monday, doing $65,000 in Q3 revenue. But they also have a short float here of just over 28%, lots of social media attention. So potential day 3 earnings move here with this Mlnn. Beware of this one, guys.
We've averaged into the only winner today, Walmart, right here, as again drops into VWAP. We take it again. We just get some out at 55 there. It was only 20 cents. We're trying to give it 20 cents to break lower. There's a lot of volume happening right now on Walmart, so I don't really know what's up with that. I mean, obviously we know it's earnings, but and I don't mean my chart is dripping down here. That's my TQQ chart you might have just saw there. Yeah, so dripping down in for this play there on Walmart. If it breaks 73, we'll get out of there for sure. I can't keep looking at Google because it's just dancing around these levels. And right now, I'm just getting like more FOMO that why did we punch out of it when we really didn't need to do that? But we did it anyways. It broke 160. I feel like that's the right thing to do when your levels break and they do not hold. The other name that we wanted to look at, of course, was Amazon. That's not doing anything right here today. So AMZN just hanging around. AMZN would be the right ticker right there. So there it goes. Was looking for a high break. Doesn't seem like it wants to do it. So right now I'm a little bit like just complacent with this market. I'd like to find a trade, but right now there's nothing really hitting. Palantir did break out again to the high side a little bit off that 31, so right back into VWAP again. And I don't mean breaking out, but I guess breaking off from that bottom there, 31, 30, 90. I mean, there's definitely something there with Palantir, but it's not super strong. And then the other name that we'd like to get longer on would be Alibaba, but it's going to have to cut. It's at day's high right now as the market
it actually broke the day's high.
Tesla,
very
people are
briefly.
saying as well.
So Tesla's flying. So before it gets to 81.50, I'm like, look, I want to be long the stock before it gets to 81.50. So Baba took out the local top. There was no dip into 80, so it just broke, essentially 81, just broke on the way to 81.5. Well, I am long it, just barely above that on the break. Going to give it just underneath this is about 80.80, so just underneath 80.80 on the way to 81.5. So 81.5, I can show you guys. There's $81.5 on Alibaba, as I said. Want to be long into it without having to rely on taking a breakout trade. So 81 just broke. The scalps them out in front of 81.5. Apple, as I said, patience is always easier said than done. It's now holding above VWAP for the first time. It just got to that 223 half, I should say. So we took some out there. If it gets to 224, similar thing. Look for the VWAP to start holding and then holding above yesterday's high. Like it's a price area yesterday's high. Sometimes you let it round off that bottom and now you're catching the bounce. It's about 60 cents in the money. We're looking for that bounce into 224 next on Apple. But Baba's in new position. Still nothing doing in Nvidia, but patience. Nvidia is consolidating, looking for a top break here on Nvidia into $120. Holding VWAP nicely. This is just a limit order if it breaks out the top. Obviously, I'm not bidding above the actual price, but it looks like it's going to make that run here to the highs as we speak.
All right, so yesterday, I don't know if it was yesterday or the day before, I think it was the day before, we were on Tesla and we were battling the long, and then we flipped over into the short. Well, shout out to Brittany, but we did it again right now as we're now short Google. Now 20 cents in the money on the short. We just took a piece out right now here at 80s. We're short 95s. We flipped over into the short. I was just like, you know what? I'm tired of looking at all these charts and trying to look for longs when potentially there are no longs right now. So let's just go for something short. Whether or not this works, I don't know. We're now 30 cents in the money. Hopefully it can drip down just a little bit more for us. And especially if this market does go, we already have identified this as a weak name. So 159, that's 159.10, something like that. I'm just going to drop a bid down into that level. If we can get it, great. If not, I do want to average into the short. Maybe up here to 160.50, something like that. We'll have JC Peretz coming through soon. We'll be talking all about technicals, and we'll talk to him about some levels and what he uses maybe as indicators here. So, but for me, we are on this 200 period moving average at 160.50 right now for a drip on Google, and it is working like a charm right now as that starts to go to the downside. All right, Walmart, we did reload. We were able to get something out again on the reload there. So we bought some 31s, out 45s, out 55 again. But here comes Walmart right back in, which is fine. We are short the Google, but we're going to go long Walmart right now. So here comes Walmart dripping in. I thought I had a bid a little bit lower than this, right? Okay, we just got filled there. So now we have the last bit of our shares on Walmart as we take those 11s. Now let's see if we can hold out for a little bit higher of a play, man. It had some problems in the 30s, so we'll definitely understand that as here it comes in. We're not going to hold it too much past a drip down through 73. So, oh man, catching the falling knife again here today on some of these names as the market's going upside. So that's kind of the puzzling aspect right now. I thought we had a strong name here in Walmart, but again, trading names off earnings.
It can go, it's hit or miss, right?
Yeah,
especially when it's gapped.
Yeah, exactly. So here we go with Walmart. There, people are getting flushed out a little bit there at 73. Would like to see a little bit of a hold, but we're getting close to getting flattened out on this one. So let's see if Walmart can make its move back up to the upside right now.
So there's a look. I'll get to Alibaba in a quick little second. It got to that 81.5 zone, but before that happened, you had Nvidia break out that high at 119.60. So it just took it out a couple of seconds ago into 120. Want to scalp to the even dollar level. If it breaks 120, we'll play that by ear. But Alibaba, super strong move off to 78, consolidates, breaks 81s. And now you're just flying through that double top for the last few sessions. So on the week, double top is now cleared out. I think we have room to 82. But use this previous high maybe as a bit of a support level. If this can pull back down into 81.5, that would provide with a decent spot to look for a reload position here on Alibaba. That is absolutely fine. I can only imagine if you're not looking at Baba, let's say you looked at JD, maybe that one's going just as well. So good luck for anyone that's long the Chinese ADRs. At least I would assume they're going with Alibaba right now. So getting close to that 120 level. Yes. Sellers at 90s. All right, let's just pop down in there and offer some 86s on the way up. So Nvidia now starting to go to the upside. Baba already running. And this market looking to take some fresh highs. And NASDAQ can't be stopped. Adara?
This part of the show brought to you by Benzinga Pro. Tired of being late to the trade, always playing catch up in the market, missing out on the big moves because you're too slow to the news? Benzinga Pro is your unfair advantage. Get breaking news alerts up to 30 minutes before everyone else. Pinpoint exactly why stocks are moving and join a thriving community of traders who share their strategies in real time. Ready to see how Benzinga Pro can transform your trading? Visit benzinga.com/pro and get a free 14-day trial. Also worth noting here, we do have comments from Fed's Mlnn, who began talking at 9:10 this morning, saying just coming out now here that apparently models are indicating that interest rates are going to likely be higher going forward than they were at the pre-pandemic levels. So apparently some models suggesting higher interest rates on a whole, according to Fed's Mlnn, guys.
Thank you very much there, Adara. So one name we haven't talked about yet is the market, again, making some fresh highs. We'll see if 120 breaks or we get a dip back into 119.5 on Nvidia. Apple's holding the 223 half zone. Baba holding the $0.50 as well. but it was Amazon that was so super. Okay, now it's breaking out Amazon. Yeah, VWAP holding on Amazon instead of looking at key levels like 173 or like 170. Sometimes, VWAP is just great and the trend up is big. It's not even giving you any kind of a dip to buy into on Amazon. So let it fly, Nvidia. You're through the 120 level once. Actually, check that.
Has it gone?
That's a bad wick.
Yeah,
No.
I'm trying to break it. So
No, it's not. That's my bad.
Here
It's
it
breaking it right now. It's still on the offer at 120. Sometimes you get like a wick on the chart and it never really happened, but you haven't broken the 120 level just yet. So good point there. 99s, it did test. There's about 1 million or so shares on the offer.
It's good.
It doesn't really matter at this point, but there is a stacked offer that it's chewing its way through to the upside. So the market wants highs. Nvidia, being strong, wants them as well. I knew I forgot to look at something this morning, and that was going to be ARM, but with Nvidia at the 120 level, eyeballs will be on that.
Yeah, it looks like it is going to break immediately, and then it just bounces again off of that level. So let's wait to see here what happens with Nvidia. I'm going to go long on that. I mean, as far as an out, 119.50. Do you want to hold this 50 cents against you? I don't know, but here we go, coming back in just a little bit. Pulling back is Nvidia off that 120. The market's super green right now, up 1.6%. So yeah, still wants to go, and that's nice to hear for sure for anybody that is playing this market to the long side. We're back into Walmart. It did break down. We are still green on Walmart, but it did break. So we did buy the dip there. On that, we were able to get something out at 24.25 when it first did not break 73. But then it came back in and we got out at 72.90 on that break. And now we're back in again, just trying to give this a little bit of love because the NASDAQ's ripping. But I can see that right now there's obviously, a changing of the guard as we trade NASDAQ names long and some of these value names short right now as here it comes. Okay, so one last try on this. If it breaks it out, and we will be out of that one. Our Google, again, we just took a short. Yep, yeah, that's right, purple. So there's the short there. 160 for Google on the short. We'll see if that can work out again as we are still underneath. Look, market ripping. We definitely understand that right now as well. So let's go. We are now into Nvidia. There's the break through 120, but not much else after that as we stop almost on a dime. We are long at 120.09. So yeah, it sucks when you're taking this share size and you get slipped. Sometimes that will happen to you if you trade bigger shares, so they can't fill you until a bigger spot. So, all right, here we go. It's Nvidia trying to go through. We took out one little small piece there, I think at 15s or something. Yeah, 15s exactly. Nice little drip down back in now for Walmart, for Nvidia. Let's see where it goes now, just hovering around that 120 spot.
Yeah, it's still trying to hold it out. It did make its way back in underneath, and they bought it right back up into the level. So that's looking pretty good on that break, at least temporarily. Anything can happen. We still have Apple, which is bouncing again off VWAP. It looks like it's tracking toward that 225 again. 225, that's a big reversal at 225. So I think if it gets back up there, yeah, I want to take it out in front of 225. Apple is the kind of stock it's not like Nvidia. If they put up a big number at 225, it can just hold that and then you'll consolidate for like an hour on Apple. So I want to respect that as well. Nvidia, I'm trying to get out above a quarter break. So if it breaks these quarters, try to take some out there on the reload on that name. Alibaba still holding 81.5, and Amazon, we liked Amazon for strength. Finding a way into the Amazon long is going to be tricky. VWAP is $1.50 to $2 from where we are now. The high break in the morning would give you 175 half. So the market looking all kinds of green this morning. Just some missed opportunities. Late to Alibaba, not even in Walmart because it just didn't give any kind of a gap fill. Super strong there. Mara breaking out apparently as well. Where's Bitcoin? Is Bitcoin at 60,000?
Bitcoin's at 59.4 right now, but we
get 60,000. It's over.
Yeah, let's go. 60,000 would be nice. All right, let's get to the high side here on Nvidia. We're waiting at 120.20s again, so hopefully that will fill. I just put something again at 15 just in case. I don't want. You know what? What are we doing at 15s? We're at 18s already. So let's see if we can go. We just missed that fill. Last fill went to 15, which is why I was like, let's go there. But it's still early in the day. I don't want to necessarily give this one up and get out of everything now because I'm a little bit nervous on where we're going from here on Nvidia, which I am nervous. I feel like it should be going up a little bit more than we are right now for sure on that break. It hasn't done anything since breaking this 120. It did fall in immediately, and that kind of always happens when you get a false break, and traders will figure out if there are dip buyers or not, and it looks like there was here on Nvidia, but there's not enough buy pressure to push this through. Like, it's not going that meme craze kind of thing that I've sort of anointed here with Nvidia. You can really see when that happens, they just start taking out the ask. And right now, that's not what's happening. It can go meme the other way. There it goes. It can go meme the other way as well, where it just starts to tumble down on you again. But all right, let's go. I'm waiting now for a little bit higher into the 50s as Nvidia starting to break higher and higher, and hopefully that higher and higher means into those 50s, into a couple pennies higher than this. Here we go. It's a nice little rock and roll opportunity now for Nvidia, trying to get back upside right now. It will be your biggest trade of the day, because Walmart, we had lost out on that one earlier on. Google looks like it wants to go again right up there to the upside. So although we're long Nvidia and short Google, that's not going to work out here, it doesn't look like early on. Google catching that bid that we thought was going to happen, but it's happening against us right now as we hit that short. Google's starting to go back up to the upside. Look at Nvidia fly.
Market is absolutely flying at this point. So we're going to get to 2 points here pretty quickly. 19.5 on the NASDAQ, whatever the heck it is on the ES. I have the NASDAQ chart up, so I don't know. Baba just retagged the highs. So that's 81.80. It dipped right back into that previous 81.50 zone. We reloaded it. I understand that I got to zoom this chart in because Baba made a big move. The Tesla chart kind of looks the same way. You got to zoom in because the moves were so big early. You just had to join it late. So we had 81s before. Now we grabbed some at the 80 half and working our way into 82. Is that Apple is very close to the 225 zone. And as Sean already mentioned, Nvidia pressing for 121 even. So the longs ain't wrong just yet. And before we go to happening now, I just want to acknowledge to everybody, Tesla's up 5%, not ignoring it on purpose. The trading plan happened to be in some other names today. So there's nothing, we're not ignoring Tesla. Tesla up 5%, strong trend to the upside. It's pulling back off 212 currently. VWAP sits at 210. That will look like as good as any, but a very good, strong upward trend in just about everything. Let's go to Adara for happening now.
Whoa, man, Google is
getting some numbers coming through here at 10 a.m. Business inventories month over month coming in line with the consensus estimate here, 0.3%, slightly above the forecast of 0.1%. We also got here business inventories on a month over month basis. That was the business inventories, 0.3%. We had the NAHB Housing Market Index here coming slightly below estimates, 39 versus the forecast here of 43. Just waiting as well here on these retail inventories ex auto for the month of June. But again, just to clarify, in line, business inventories month over month, slightly lower than expected for the NAHB Housing Index. We have the S&P 500 here, up on the day, up more than 1%. NASDAQ slightly stronger, up almost 2%. Lots of earnings being digested here from a lot of different retail spaces. We have Walmart, John Deere, and some of these Chinese ADRs. Also on watch here is Cisco, up almost 10%, finding some nice support here as it continues higher. Slightly weaker than expected fiscal 2025 EPS expectations, but they did beat across the board for fiscal Q4 2024. We also have here Snowflake actually recovering really nicely, down about 3% at one point in the pre-market. Berkshire Hathaway exited its position entirely and also received a downgrade from Wells Fargo, but Snowflake actually up just slightly on the day, guys.
I turned it on, I'm like, yeah, it probably bounced off that 121 clean. Nope, it never even got close to $121. So again, thinking it was going to do that on the Buffett leaves, bounce off support. It doesn't even try to bounce off support levels. Sometimes the best support levels are the ones that it can't even get to. So Snowflake looking fantastic. You'll note that I'm trailed out of Apple here. So Apple just got up to that 224.5. The number came out. I slapped a trail when the economic numbers dropped, and then got out of this one for the buck. But we did take the hit early on the dip buy. VWAP looks like a bit of a thing here for Apple if we can hold on in any kind of secondary dip. 225 looks like a potential breakout level for Apple. Alibaba and Nvidia still going, so we still have those ones long as Nvidia seems like it wants that 121 level, so that one's looking still fantastic to the upside. And Amazon still holding 176. Super strong one, Amazon. If we're going to preach patience, I'm not chasing Amazon up here. So going to look for it to consolidate. We're at 19.5 on the NASDAQ. This could be a spot where if we pull back in, there's a chance to get into some things that we might have missed here. Snowflake's probably a no because it's at 128 and I liked 121. But certainly Amazon into VWAP 175 would fit the bill.
All right, yeah, big trade alert obviously on Nvidia here as we're long and strong. This name up near 121. So we are still starting to go upside right now on Nvidia. So let's spin it right now. It is a good one, no problem, Fabian, as we go. So Nvidia 50 cents in. Look, man, we have definitely messed up our opinions here on Google because now Google's trying to fade back in just a little bit. I like the short. We talked about what names we're trying to pick on if there was going to be some kind of a short in. We take on Google today. Market up 1.8%. But look what Google's doing. It's flat on the day. So we just took a big short rate up here, man. 161. Let's see if that one wants to work. Google, Amazon, Nvidia there. Walmart, actually. You're still on the SPY chart there, Fabian, but that is okay as we'll continue to watch out for the spiders and continue to go. Maybe.
Well, I mean, we're at those highs, so it's worth mentioning. We are kind of pulling back a little bit as you see that chart up there. 19.5. Yeah, just go to Sean's screen, but 19.5 is holding on the NASDAQ, so you're seeing a bit of a press here at the top.
My screen. Okay, here we go. Thanks. Fabian's by himself today, trying to help out. Our guest that is now in the building, we have JC Peretz here, so we are very, very excited to have him on board with us here live in person.
Here we go.
Now today. All right, here we go. Google's trying to make that move back down into the downside. So let's spin a little bit of this. Right now, let's put some money on the board now with Google coming back in. Finally, Google making that move in. But it's sort of at the sacrifice now of Nvidia. So as Nvidia pulls back in, as does Google. So yeah, so far so good. It's glad we took some out there on Nvidia on that upside. Let's take a little bit more out here as now the market, Neil,
Here's a turn.
is starting to finally fall in.
All right,
so
where's
yes,
Intel?
sir, Google now a big trade alert to the downside.
Yeah, the first thing I thought, when we confirm we're pulling back, I'm like, where is Intel? Oh, not at the spot. It
never
got to yesterday's high, so that would have been perfect, but it could take out that 20 quarter level, and then that would come back into play. That was weird. Yeah, so looking at it here, it's still holding barely above that 20 and a quarter. If we can fade it, great off the highs, but if we break this, I want to look for some shorts. Nvidia, we had reloaded that one at the 220, started at 119.5. That's where the stop's underneath. It's underneath that break, the initial breakout level for me, not the 120. So still can catch a bit of a bid if it wants to. Apple, we're fortunate enough to get out because it turned on the economic number, the 10 o'clock numbers, but that's still holding pretty well to the upside on Apple. Alibaba might not care as much about what's going on with the NASDAQ in the New York. It's still at the highs of the day. Hasn't broken 82 yet, but the churn is still to the upside on Alibaba. Chinese ADRs don't always have to follow the U.S. markets to a T, holding the trend to the upside with the market. But I like the fact that it's not dipping with some of these other names. And if you're still watching Tesla, no pullback into VWAP or 210. Super strong Tesla. It can't even get to VWAP at this point yet.
All right, here we go here.
Here we go.
I hear our guest talking about risk on. I think he's 100% right today. As we are up now 1.6%, and it's starting to go, man. I mean, everything. We even have crypto at 59.5. Bitcoin trying to go upside right now. Look at Walmart. We're trying to battle back with Walmart. So let's see, instead of flushing down, let's see if this market can get back there to the upside right now as Walmart starting to go one more time. All right, we did average back into Nvidia. Oh man, let's see what's happening with Nvidia now. We just took another bid at 120. Let's put an offer, see if we could just take a small 20 cents on like 10% of it, and then hold it back up for that upside in and around 120.50. Those are our best outs. It did get a little bit higher than those levels, that's for sure. But as we lose some money on Nvidia, we making money now, baby, on Google. Look at this drop down. We actually loaded it up there. You know, we talk about this all the time. If you're going to trade, you might as well trade. You might as well go risk on if there's an opportunity that you like. So we did that to the short side right now with Google. That was a monster there. We have, hey, look, our first take was at VWAP. Our second take was right into this area. giving it to 161. It's nice to see this breaking down just a little bit there, as we'll take advantage in the low 160s. We also take advantage of a dip buy opportunity on Nvidia here as well. And then Walmart, Neil, is the only other one that we're holding. So we have 3 stocks today. We'll go 2 for 3, but Nvidia, big time potential coming through. And then Walmart, we did lose on a piece of Walmart there, but it has made its way back to the upside. This early dip buy opportunity was the best there for Walmart. Since now, it hasn't really been reacting that well.
I haven't got myself into Walmart at any point. Walmart and the retail, man. I didn't get into Walmart. I didn't get into Amazon. I think that's a big miss, not getting into Amazon. So another dip just came in. I got trailed out of Alibaba, and immediately I'm like, man, I want to get back into this stock. So I got the trail out into 81.4. It still hasn't broken 82, but you're still holding right at that previous high, the $81.50 level. So it's still holding that one. We'll see if we can get back into it. We still have Nvidia off the 120 as the market's trying to pull back. I did say I'm looking for this setup reversal here in Intel. It's at VWAP, not really holding under VWAP or testing the high. It's either hold under VWAP and give me that short, or break into that top and give me the short in front of 2060. Whichever one wants to happen next here on Intel, I'm perfectly fine with. Just got to be patient, just got to wait for it. Nothing doing just yet. Tesla, no 210. Nvidia still not wanting to go all the way back into VWAP here. We started it at 119.6 on the break. Added at the 120, so you'll see like instead of giving an average price, it's just the last shares in or the 120, so that's what we have currently, 120.02. But I'm looking for VWAP here on Nvidia. If we get down in there and bounce, I'm going to like that one for a reload back into the upside on NVDA. And I said I forgot to look at ARM for the chip names. You know, it's not like it's ARM, Nvidia, does it really matter? You could have had either one of these breaks, I suppose, 130 to 132. Nvidia broke out as well. ARM holding on to VWAP. But we're in Nvidia, so I don't think I'll be double dipping. Very, very similar setups if you happen to be looking at it. Let's get on up to the desk because we have our guest today locked and loaded and ready to go. Very excited here with Brendan and Mr. Perez.
Flew all the way from New York, guys, just to see us. I kid. Up for an event. But JC Perez, good to see you. It's great to have you in-house. Welcome to Toronto. First,
this is amazing, by the way. The studio is fantastic.
It's cool, right?
You guys, this is sick.
Yeah, it's kind of cozy in here for an early morning. JC Perez, if anyone's not familiar, is the founder and chief strategist of All Star Charts, technical research platform for the financial industry. So we're talking technicals today. And man, oh man, did what happened last week not give us a lot to talk about from a technical standpoint. You and I were just kind of discussing, where this stands, and I'm referring to what happened with the yen and the dollar last week. Give us your take here on the fallout, if that's maybe too strong of a word for equities.
Yeah, I think it's important for equities traders to just be aware of what's happening around the world. Like there are certain things that impact stocks, like the Forex markets and the bond market are way bigger than the stock market. So, those are really what are dictating things. And it's not so much like, higher yen is bad for stocks, are good for stocks, or higher bond prices are good or bad for stocks. It's more the rate of change.
Yeah.
And when you get such a dramatic move in something like the Japanese yen and the bond market, treasury bond market in the United States, simultaneously, it's like the stock market has a heart attack.
Yeah.
There's a $130 trillion bond market, $4 quadrillion Forex markets. The stock market in the United States is $50 trillion. I mean, it's a drop in the bucket compared to those others. So it's going to get bullied around. It's going to get knocked around.
Yeah. We came in here on Monday morning last week and saw VIX at 60.
Yeah.
Which was the first time since COVID, essentially, that February, March time of COVID. From a volatility standpoint, such an historic move didn't seem to translate into individual stocks as much as the overall market. We had the huge move initially in the market, but individual stocks under the hood didn't seem as affected.
Absolutely. You didn't really see you didn't see at all an expansion in stocks making new lows, right? You would think with a VIX of 65, like stocks would be blowing out, breaking support, the new lows list would be expanding. Nothing. Yeah. 1 month lows, 3 month lows, 6 month lows, the 52-week low list was non-existent, right? Like there was nothing. And then also the VIX 65 is like a Fugazi move, it was like in the 30s is really what it was. When you look at VIX futures, which actually gets traded, It was in the 30s, not at 65.
Right.
Mathematically, when the VIX mathematics is very complicated, right? So you've got all these like out of the money options with wide bid-ask spreads that, aren't even being traded that impact the price of the VIX, right? But those aren't traded. The futures market was in the 30s. And when you look at what the stock market was doing, it felt like a VIX in the 30s, right? Down 2-3%. Oil was flat. Copper was down a little bit. It wasn't a VIX 65 like, how, where I grew up, right? Back in the day where you would get, massive moves higher in the stock market, massive moves lower, overnight, just thousands of moves in the Dow, thousands of points in the Dow back and forth. That's VIX 65. That wasn't what we were getting.
Wasn't the case.
It was just very calm, normal, and VIX in the 30s, now that makes more sense. And I think that's what it was.
And we saw that, and you and I were just saying, by the afternoon, even on Monday, it seemed like, everyone kind of shrugged their shoulders and said, okay, as you were, and everything got bought back up. Into Tuesday and Wednesday even, it was, the storm had passed almost. Is there an area specifically in the market itself, maybe not being touched on? Everyone's so focused on tech, everyone's so focused on AI specifically in the big Mag 7. Is there an area in the market that we should be looking at as relatively strong?
Yeah, I would look at like the industrial stocks, like these like machinery companies from the Midwest, engineering and construction. Look at the trucking companies and the railroads, and just like the logistics companies within the transportation index. Like these are stocks that like, people think are like boring because it's not like the AI and the chips and they're going to change the world. Like they don't have to change the world. They could just print money with their tow trucking company in Illinois. Like who gives, right? Like they don't have to revolutionize the world. They could just like raise their dividend every year and just crush it and print money and then line go up. What's wrong with that?
Yeah.
And these are really important companies in the United States. You got the Dow Jones Industrial Average and you got the Dow Jones Transportation Average, which has not been making new highs. Dow Industrials made new all-time highs to close the month of July, right? So coming into August, you've got new all-time highs for several months now in the Dow Industrials. You're not seeing the Dow Transports. I think you're not seeing it yet, right? Is it like, big divergence? Or is it that we just haven't gotten that confirmation from transports yet? And I think it's that.
Yeah.
Because when you look outside of industrials, the S&P industrials and those construction, engineering, the Honeywells and the Caterpillars and the General Electric.
Yeah.
Are we allowed to still call it General Electric?
Of course.
I think I'm always going to call it, like, are you ever going to call it GE Aerospace? Like what?
Or healthcare, GHC.
It's General Electric. I don't know what to tell you. I don't know that I'm ever going to get over that.
So much attention, so much focus gets put onto these 7 stocks in the overall market. I guess from a technical standpoint, what do we need to know from the Mag 7?
Well, just understand that it's not evenly distributed in like the mass media of what is important to bring to their consumers and what is going to get their consumers to watch, right? So as investors, it's important to understand that what the media is giving you is not the whole, complete information. It's one portion that they know you think is really sexy, and they're going to keep giving it to you, so you keep coming back. Right. That doesn't. There's nothing wrong with that. That's just the goal there. For investors, we have to understand that is just one small aspect of it. Granted, huge companies, right? So small might be a little disingenuous. But nevertheless, like it's one segment, it's one part, it's one country.
Yeah.
It's one group of tech stocks. Look at other countries that don't have tech exposure. For example, look at Europe, look at the United Kingdom, look at Canada, right? Like these are just completely different economies and different. There's no Mag 7 in Canada.
There's a Mag 1.
Yeah.
Shopify.
Yeah, there you go.
Maybe.
It's a great mag.
Yeah.
But then you have Imperial Oil that is breaking out of a huge base and make new all-time highs. Hello.
Yeah.
The United States has ExxonMobil. They just closed the month of July at a new all-time high. So you got energy stocks participating as well. And a lot of countries around the world that don't have technology, they have energy. Also, those industrials. In the United States, it's like 7% of the S&P 500 is industrials, something like that. Like 0% of the NASDAQ's industrials. In Europe, it's a huge component. France is like 27% industrials, and Denmark is like 23% industrials. Canada has a lot more industrial exposure than the United States, particularly relative when you consider the lack of technology exposure in Canada. And other countries, the United Kingdom is 0% technology. Zero. Like they don't even have the Shopify.
I want to get your take on a few other areas of the market. I know Neil and Sean want to jump in on this conversation as well. So we'll get a couple of conversations here, or a couple of questions here from the guys.
Hey, JC, how's it going? I saw your tweet there about Tim Hortons. Did you get a chance to go in there? My personal opinion, JC, is you're probably disappointed. I think an aficionado like you, it's very, very basic coffee. Did you get a chance to sip on our national brand?
I have to say, as bougie as I am with my wine and maybe, the food and the sushi, with coffee, I don't really care that much. For me, it was more the novelty, oh, here I am at Tim Hortons Day, right. I get the right?
Oh, do we do that a lot, by the way? Do we say, now that you're up here, do you see that we have a little bit of an accent? We'd say a boot, apparently.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Okay, all right.
I don't know what you're talking about, man.
Yeah.
I have a lot of Canadian friends, and from Toronto, and London and all that stuff.
Here we go.
Yeah, so I love it. I love Canada. Canada's great. What a great place.
I just
appreciate that.
Look, we definitely appreciate it. We always talk about the curse of our tech companies out here. You mentioned we're not exposed to tech. Here, we had Nortel, which was one of the big ones, and when it was number one, it died. We had RIM, BlackBerry, whatever you call it. When it was number one, it died.
Way to blow that one.
Well, we screwed the crap out of that one as well.
You had it in your palm of your hand. Totally blew it.
Oh, I like that. I like that. It wasn't the palm of your hand.
The Ryan Leaf of Canadian technology right there.
Hey, Ryan, here's I have a thing about this.
Okay.
I have a thing about this, JC.
We want to talk about fantasy sports?
Nobody drafts themselves number one. Ryan Leaf did not draft himself at the top of the draft at number two. Doesn't really matter.
It was San Diego, wasn't it?
Yeah, exactly. If a bust is a bust because someone else made a bad call.
DeMarcus Russell, is that better?
Yeah, that's better. DeMarcus Russell.
What a disaster.
We're not that bad, but I love your point about the industrials, man. I love Caterpillar. I was just saying to Sean, as you were mentioning that, I can't believe we forgot to look at the bounce on John Deere this morning. Good reaction to their earnings plays. Can you talk maybe a little specifically about those two? Which do you like one better than the other?
I like the one the Caterpillar's doing a hell of a lot better than Deere. So I don't argue with the market. Like the market chose Caterpillar. I didn't choose Caterpillar. I don't care whether it's Caterpillar or Deere. It doesn't matter to me. But it happens to be Caterpillar. I would take a look at Honeywell. General Electric has obviously been a big one. And then look at the transportation stocks. Like within the industrial complex, like these truckers and railroads and the logistics companies. I mean, there's a lot there. There's a lot of opportunities. And whether you trade these stocks or not, understanding, how they historically move with the S&P 500. Let's remember that of all the S&P sectors, the one that has the highest positive correlation with the S&P 500 isn't tech or financials, it's industrials. So if industrials are a leader, and by the way, within small caps, industrials have been a leader this entire time until recently, when the Russell 2000 got going. But before that, it was like, oh, small caps aren't working. Yeah, maybe your small caps aren't working, but the small cap industrial index just keeps making new highs every day. So I don't know what you're looking at. And so within small caps, there are areas working and not working. The Russell 2000 is like 200 banks and like 250 biotechs. Like it's insane. Yeah. So if you're wondering whether the Russell 2000 is going to go up or not, maybe you should look at what the banks and the biotechs are doing. Because if they're not doing well, that Russell 2000 ain't going higher. But what does that have to do with small cap industrials, right? So I think it's important to break down, these indexes and understand that the weightings mean something. And there's a lot more going on than what you might just see at the index level.
What hasn't gone yet? Maybe that's a better question. What should we be looking at that you think maybe still has a chance that hasn't gone yet?
Well, financials, for example, have been a big leader. The money center banks, the capital market stocks like CBOE and, the NASDAQ itself and ICE and all those have been working. Yeah. Capital markets, Raymond James, Jefferies, Goldman Sachs, these companies have been working. Berkshire Hathaway, speaking of financials and industrials. So those areas have been working. But when you go down the cap scale to small cap financials like regional banks, you haven't quite seen that, obviously, right? So that's kind of like the one piece of financials that hasn't been working that I think would be really interesting. If you think that in the back half of the year, small caps are going to lead, the Russell 2000 is going to be a leader, you need those banks working, right? So I think that's a big one. Other areas, I would keep an eye on real estate. Real estate's been getting going, making new 52-week highs over the last few weeks. Even despite some volatility in the equities market, real estate continued higher. Yeah. I was promised that real estate was going to collapse the market, and oh my God, and real estate and the Canada real estate bubble, and Toronto,
commercial
all that stuff, and New York and all that stuff. I don't know I don't know about all that. I see real estate making new 52-week highs. And if any of that was true, would these real estate stocks be making new 52-week highs? Like, I don't think so, right?
One of the best aspects of the way that you approach the market is that you strip away all of that excess noise and just look at what the actual chart is telling you. Anybody wants to follow you, anybody wants more information, where should they go?
Yeah, just go to allstarcharts.com. We've got a great show in the mornings at 8:30 on stockmarkettv.com. Check us out. Myself, Spencer Israel, Steve Straza. We have a good time. So All-Star Charts on Twitter. I'm easy to find.
Yeah, go check them out on Twitter, guys. It's great to have you here. Thank you. JC Perret's up for an event here in Toronto. Appreciate you stopping by.
Happy to. This is some operation. This is great.
I still want to talk more to JC there. I want to ask about.
What
do you got?
You haven't left yet.
I know. But what I want to go with actually. All right, you mind, JC, asking one more question? All right, from one small cap stock to another, let's talk Amazon. So Amazon, I know you and Josh talk about this. I know it's a name that he likes a little bit here. With Prime memberships expansion right now, cloud commerce getting bigger and bigger, AWS really big. For me, I think this is, and we'll talk about Mag 7, we can throw that name around. I really like Amazon in this spot. We did have a problem up here. If you come over to the daily chart at 200 right here, JC, and we know that Bezos was selling a little bit of that. Look at this dip down into the 200 period. Oops, there goes the chart. Generally speaking, on a daily chart, I like 200 period for support. Right there, 200 simple. What are your thoughts on Amazon right now? I think it can climb back up to that $200 level. It's a name that a lot of our viewers are looking at.
Yeah, zoom out and, look at Amazon relative to those former highs from late 21, early 22. That's the key. A lot of the leaders are already above those prior cycle highs. Amazon is not. That's why it's not a leader. So that's what I would be looking at. That's what I would be focused on, kind of like that big base. If we're not above that, then there's trouble still up there, right? There's still dead bodies hanging up there. There's an overwhelming amount of supply relative to demand at those levels, right? There are more sellers than buyers. People are like, well, JC, for every buyer, there's a seller. Yeah, thanks. But there aren't an equivalent amount of buyers and sellers at every price, you see. Right. And at those prices, there are more sellers than buyers. So until the demand is able to absorb all that overhead supply, prices cannot move on. And if the market has proven anything to us, is that demand has yet to absorb all of that overhead supply, right? We can literally see it. That's what that is. So, go to Google, go to Meta, go to Microsoft, go to Nvidia. They all exceeded those prior cycles highs and took off. Amazon hasn't done that. So,
all right. So we'll follow the leader, right? When it breaks that, then we'll get going. I think a great example of that here, JC, if you come over here, Walmart, almost exactly what you're saying. Look at this. Talk about leadership, taking out highs. There has that reverse split, gets back into $60, and now taking off today on a great report. All right. I've heard you before. You've talked a lot about football, fantasy football, and whatnot. Give us a team that you like this year that may be flying under the radar a little bit. Neil's a Bills fan. I'm a Packers fan. Choose one of those if you want. Anything you're looking at right now, or maybe who is the Ryan Leaf of this year's draft as well?
Well, I am a Dolphin fan, diehard, grew up in Miami, and they look great. I mean, it is the most fun offense to watch. Like, even if I wasn't a Dolphin fan, like, I would be like, wow, this is a really fun offense to watch. Yeah. But the fact that it's the Dolphins, like, oh my God, I'm like a kid in a candy store. And Miami Hurricanes also look great. So I am very excited for football season. Miami Hurricanes, Miami Dolphins. The Super Bowl is in New Orleans. I think that the Super Bowl should be in New Orleans every year. That is a fact. The weather's perfect. And the unique aspect of New Orleans is that where the game is, where the hotels are, and where you party are all in the same place. Yes. Right? Yes. It's not like in Miami where it's far as hell, or in New York where like you have to go to a different state. Like everything is in one place. It's very convenient. It should be in New Orleans every year.
So Neil and I are friends for 35 years, and we actually had a bachelor party, one of our friends there in New Orleans. So I agree with that. And the one thing that you need when you go to New Orleans, you need to go to some of the dollar clubs. You need to get into the club right now, because right here, we have Nvidia, $1 in the money. Nvidia is ripping up today, JC. Some of these semis continue to work as well. And you want to talk about the transports. I always thought the SMH was something that led, especially in the last few years. Right now, the SMH not leading at all. Nice downside move. You see any recovery happening here, either in SMH, SOXL, things like that? What's your opinion as we head into Nvidia earnings on the 28th? two Wednesdays from yesterday?
Yeah, I mean, it's a couple of things there. It's a bull market. Stocks go up a lot in bull markets. Like, you can go back and look at all the other bull markets, you'll see stocks go up like all the time. It's like a thing. As far as semis outperforming, go back to the 2002, 03 to 07 bull market. Technology was an afterthought. Semis, were an afterthought. There were other leaders. Utilities were a leader in that cycle. So, you don't. I would be cautious overthinking that. But when you go to every bull market ever, technology is a leader in almost all of them. So, yes, semis leading, semis doing well is consistent with a bull market. They have been. They can't just always outperform and always go up. Right. They need to correct. They need to digest. Even this cycle, you've seen it. Granted, a lot of these stocks ripped. And they've ripped before, and they'll rip again. And they're going to go through consolidations. But yeah, Nvidia going up, semis going up, technology bouncing off lows within a bull market. Like, all of those things make sense.
Perfect.
That's fantastic. Just one more here for you,
Shoot.
JC. I know some of the viewers are interested in this. So, this year, obviously the Bills and Miami are going to meet twice. My question isn't necessarily about football, but when the Bills run over Miami and I'm enjoying a steak dinner, is there a red that you could recommend that I celebrate with in particular? That would be my question. Just any recommendation. I know you're a big wine guy.
Yeah, when your boy throws 4 picks in the game, then you're gonna need that wine, my friend.
Dang.
You're gonna need it. With a steak, I mean, what are we drinking? Are you one of these filet mignon guys, or do you eat a real steak like a ribeye?
No, rib steak, baby.
I'm just asking.
Come on, bone in, bone in
ribeye. All right, so I have a little more respect for you. Listen, you're gonna get more acid with that fat from that bone-in ribeye. So, I've been on this like left bank Bordeaux kick with my ribeyes, where like if I venture away from that and I go like Italian or God forbid California or something, I regret it. I regret it every time. So I've like tried. It's like a personal thing to stop doing that. Just go left bank Bordeaux. You can go Medoc. You could go go with like a Medoc. You easily get
Appreciate
Saint Julien.
I do appreciate it. And for the record, in our fantasy league, I have both Tyreek Hill and Jalen Waddle at the wide receiver position on my team.
Well, you're not dumb, right?
Wow.
I mean, they're beast. They're beastly. What am I supposed to say? They're good. They're fast.
And that Buffalo defense can't stop them. They're going to be putting up 500 yards a game, so that's going to really help your team right there.
Okay, we'll see. When Dalton Kincaid is running ram shot down the seam, we'll see what happens.
Well, we'll have to have JC back on Monday or the following Monday, and we'll do that. Thank you, JC Perret from All Star Charts. Thank you for staying late with us, and we definitely appreciate that. Safe travels, my guy, on your way back. Thank you for coming in. There it is. There it is. So,
but Doc, I know what a lot of people were asking about, wine picks in there.
Yeah, of course.
I had to make sure we do that. Just a heads up, you're going to see me every now and then in and out of Kellanova.
Look at it.
Or Kellogg's, as I like to call it. There, gets getting bought 1 for 1. It's like $83.50. Apple's at $225. Nvidia just got to $121 and wicked the top. I trailed out of it when the 121 wicked out. I did jump out when it broke the initial support. I got out of the original long, jumped back in when it held the 120. It just got to 121 even. I'm now out of it. I still haven't shorted Intel. I feel like, being patient when the market is this strong has been good. It hasn't broken the highs. It hasn't held underneath VWAP. It's 2.5%, but still looking at that. And then Amazon bouncing off VWAP was the only new position that got put on for me is Amazon at VWAP in that 175. Let's get over to this one just to give you an idea. It bounced off 175, got to 175 half. We'll look to reload this out in front of VWAP.
Okay, so we just had JC on there, obviously, but let's hit some sirens up right now. Google's an absolute monster for us today. We're short Google. Google's 70 cents in the money. That's a big one for us. Nvidia, $1 in the money as well. Look, we short the weak names. I actually take something from JC on this. Why do I have to sit here and try to outthink the market? If Google's going to be weak, I'm going to short Google. If Nvidia is going to be strong, I'm going to go long. We're going to find the right spots to get involved, and that's exactly what we've been doing. And meanwhile, we just made a lot of money back during that interview just by doing that. Nvidia is now $1 plus in the money, and there we go, man. I mean, great guests, great trading. It's all on the board again right now. hit those ones in the chat if you like our friend JC there. So thank you so much for coming through one more time. So yeah, look at Nvidia near the highs of the day, and it doesn't get any better than this. Look at these dip buys. Once, twice, thrice, right there to the upside now as we go. So that's real trading. That's Nvidia. Thank you so much for watching. We have 30 more minutes until we go to the midday show, where we'll have Sharif and we'll have ADR. Sharif, remind me what you guys are talking about today.
We're talking about earnings.
It is earnings plays. We'll talk about earnings plays. We've had a couple big ones recently, including today's trade with Walmart. And while we were on Wally's World, that's another positive stock for us. Why? Because we bought these dips into 70. Look, we got stopped out. We talked about that. We rebought it on the 200 period take. Nice move up there, 45 cents there. Now we hold 20% of it and see if we can't cash out the rest just a little bit higher than that right now. 70 cents in the money on Google, $1.20 in the money on NVDA. This is what we're doing, guys. It's another day here and another couple bucks in this market.
Yeah, great morning as this market just continues to go higher. So stay green, baby. Just stay green. I don't think there's any risk that it's going to go red today. But we want this trend to continue. Buy the dips on strong stocks if we can grab them. As I said, Amazon was the new one for me. If we get any kind of a pullback on Nvidia, I don't mind rejoining the trend. If it's VWAP, if it's 120, doesn't really matter. It curled at 120.5. That ended up being a right spot to get out and look for re-entry. I think 121 doing the same thing. I know we're ignoring a few names in here, but hey, at the end of the day, you got to stick to what you're looking at in your plan. Tesla 215 up 7% now. Tesla absolutely churning to the upside. There isn't a red candle on the 15-minute chart for Tesla today. And the first thing, look, you can't trade the trade in the past. At these heights, 220 seems like it's incoming before any reasonable dip buy in a previous high. So if we get VWAP, maybe look for some dips on trend. But if we get to the 220 level on Tesla, I didn't even mention that this morning. We're at 204. I thought there was almost no chance that we get there first. But that's what it looks like is happening here over on Tesla. 7% to the upside. This is absolutely flying. So shout out to anyone that was on that one early for the break. I was looking dips into 204. As you can see, all it did is immediately hold 205 and off to the races here for TSLA.
All right. Just looking around to see, I mean, we've got these huge trades on, and I don't really think we need to get rid of them, to be honest with you. I mean, we can average back into Nvidia if it does hit. Let's just check out what else is happening right now. We did not buy that Palantir dip, which was a huge mistake. I mean, we were sitting at 30.75. That's what we wrote down. It went as low as 30.90, and now creating this nice, did I just get filled on something? Oh yeah, there's Walmart again. Nice little move there at the 50 period. So yeah, man, it's going to be a good day for us here today. Nvidia, Walmart, 2 for 3 there, with Google being the L on the day. Even though Google right now is in a 50-cent winner, you know, we got hit here trying to go long. Only when we started making money was when we flipped over into the short again. There for Google. So that's going to be sort of a back and forth little play there. What goes up must come down. We said that. You know, we talked about this market being rigged. JC sort of hinted a little bit at that as well. And the thing about it is, you know, this 82.60 with Nike, there it goes up on what was, you know, a buy. And then obviously Bill Ackman goes in there and sells to everybody at 82.50, capturing his percentage. And now it drops back into 81 again. So watch out there for Nike trying to find a base. The other name here, Starbucks. Let's have a quick look at Starbucks here. Again, falls into that 93 area. I'm waiting for 92. That was the area from yesterday that we liked long, and we nailed that one as we talked about. Did I just get filled on? What did I just get filled on there now? Oh, we got the Nvidia, Sharif, high of the day. And so what is now $1.50 in the money goes Nvidia. So again, you know, yesterday we talked about the trade that we got hit on as that made its way all the way back down. Kind of the same thing here today as we wait for give us something, right? It gave you everything you needed and more down here at 119.75. That's that reload area. And that's, I mean, it speaks for itself, right? Here's $1.50 straight to the upside. So if you're trading and you're trading like this, either you trade options, this is how you do it. I think you could definitely follow, if you're trading options, follow some of these ideas that I've been giving, because they're, you can see that they're a little bit of a bigger time frame for winners on this one, and a little bit more juice to some of these names. Now $1.50 in the money as we go for that one. So look, man, we'll keep it very, very simple. We'll trade 3 names today. We'll go 2 for 3. Walmart, tricky, but positive. It did fall down. This was the best trade there. We lost on it once there, got it back. Now we're almost there. We had 20%, now we have 10. We talked about that again. Nvidia, really the easy trade, and it's just a monster. So we don't have to talk too much more about that. We took a lot of shares breaking through 120, and then we even took more on the average down. So you got to believe in your trades, and when that happens, special things can happen.
Yeah, special things in this market, although we did just, for the umpteenth time, tag this resistance on the future and a little bit of a turn back. So for myself, Amazon just tagged 176, could come into VWAP. Just want to keep it as clean as possible. You're on trend, just go with the trend. If it bends, then I don't mind getting out of it. Want to stay green this morning. Chasing the late move up at the highs can be dangerous, and one thing I always consider is, what is the stock that I'm in doing relative to the market? And Amazon, there's your trend since the open, that it's trying to hold the higher lows and higher highs. Well, the market's testing the highs and it's testing the bottom of the trend line. That's a pretty big test. If you hold on to it and the market breaks out highs, great. If the market pulls back from 19.5 and we lose this trend, whether or not you'd reverse and go short, at least getting out, to me, has got to be an option on a stock like this. That's how I always like to work the trades, like a simple plan, but also not fighting things. Be willing to stop it out if it loses. Be willing to stop it out if it violates. Be willing to get back in if it makes sense to you. So Apple just wicked 225. Don't want to chase highs. I said I wasn't taking an Apple break. I thought it might have some trouble chewing through initially. So it sat there for a while. Now the buyers are starting to win out. Something JC's mentioned. Yeah, you got buyers and sellers at every single level, but they're not always at equilibrium. At times, you will get that where there's a bit of a war happening or a battle happening between buyers and sellers, and it hasn't resolved itself at 225. If the sellers win, VWAP 224, that's where I'd be looking for Apple on a pullback. If the buyers win, we have no issues getting 225 out and about above here on Apple. So just going to let this one play out at this level. Be patient. Try to take it station to station. The next trade, we'll see if we get another buck on this one. Doesn't have to happen right away. You can always look for that patient opportunity next. Appreciate it. And again, one of the things that we talked about in a lot last week as well, and I said this line was, if you can't explain the trade that you're going to make, then you're not making a trade. Like you're just throwing stuff out there hoping. But if you can't articulate, this is what I'm trading, this is where I'm getting in, this is where I'm wrong, this is where my out is going to be, like all those types of things, if none of that actually exists, then you have to ask yourself, like, how can you ever develop a plan if you don't have one going into the trade? So speaking of the plan, I can want to short Intel on a short setup, but last I checked, it's not really retesting the highs of resistance that I want. It's not failing underneath that level here at 20 and a quarter, and the market's screaming higher. So I can want to be shorted or want to be shorted under here, but neither one of those two things is happening yet. I say yet because if it does, then I'm going to pounce on this. As long as it's underneath this level, I want to look for the setup. But either the test of the top, which we missed as we were going long everything, or a test underneath here at 20.25. We're all over those ones if we can. So market certainly going to the high side as we speak. Going to hang on to Amazon for these highs of the day. If we get that reload, like I said, looking pretty good. There's C battles in the chat. Disney. I'll cop to not looking at Disney today. I'll also cop to not paying enough attention to Nike today as well. But Disney absolutely screaming back into this 88 level for Disney. This is doing a fantastic breakout. Watch out, 89, big resistance level when it had that reversal back on the 7th. So just watch out for that 89 level, but a big breakout here on Disney as well. So many good longs today. Hope we were able to catch them. Let's go to ADR for Sector Watch.
Lots of strength across the board here, as can be expected given those moves up in the S&P 500 and the NASDAQ, notably tech here. Very few weak names in the electronic technology sector. Technology services, with the exception of Google, a little bit muted. Other than that, very, very strong across the board here as well. Finance with some strength, producer manufacturing, consumer services, commercial services, consumer durables, of course, led by Tesla, but not the only strong name in this sector. Retail trade, Walmart bringing up this group here, Amazon, Costco, Target, all very strong. In terms of the more muted or weaker sectors, consumer non-durables, with the noted exception of Nike on news of that Bill Ackman Pershing Square position, is generally a little bit weaker. Utilities red here as well, as is communications, but generally we have a lot of strength across the board here, guys.
So much strength out there, and as mentioned, you could have gone all over the place. Walmart, however, it did get to 75. It's still up 6.5%. Like, there's nothing bad about it. Finally making a higher low per se. It's tempting to make a higher low, I should say. So it made its bottom, held here. You're still kind of trending down, but it's making a higher low off this 73 level. So this looks like it's trying to join the party with the market at somewhat of a resistance level. It is worth mentioning. And another name which we haven't talked about at all was Meta. Meta's got a steep, steep breakout. The trouble with Meta, that daily chart, the trouble with Meta, like a lot of other names, is, let me just pull up a weekly chart so you guys can see this. My dailies have had or taken a bit of a vacation there. Yeah, this triple top on the weekly or daily, doesn't matter the time frame you want to look at. You're running into some heavy previous resistance on Meta when you get to $540. I'm asking myself, do I want to ring some of the register from last Monday when everything was dipping? Because you're getting into that zone at 540. I might slap an offer in my personal account after 11 o'clock here on Meta. Very, very close to that 5.4.
Volta's like, my man, we got to be long Nvidia. Look at Nvidia go right now. I mean, now we're $2, Neil, 1 and 2 now in the money on Nvidia. Not only that, we are also $1 in the money on Google right now. So again, simple trading. There's really nothing. It's short the weak names. We tried Google long early. I mean, we talked. This again is why we'll be red on Google despite still holding this short. Same story as Palantir yesterday. So at one point we'll learn. But there it goes, man. 161.30. We thought that we were going to break that high. I was like, Google's the one name that needs to get going again, and I thought that was worth the shot, honestly. I mean, we had a little bit of a break there, back down, falling back in. So when you're looking at this, it does look like, hey, that probably was a short. I mean, it's easy to see now, but it's not about that. It's about having the ability to flip your position, because we were long, and instead of being stubborn about it, sure, we don't have great ins. Like that first short right there is bad. But again, probably a starter position. We talked about starting with 10 to 15%, then up to VWAP, probably another 30 or 40%. And then we talked about 161. So when that came through there, that was a good short back in right there. Google your big trade there on the short. And then we can always say this, but Nvidia is going to be huge. It's the number one P&L stock for me. And probably, I think it's probably for you as well, as Nvidia just keeps on trekking to the high.
Unless you had Tesla, that's the one.
Yeah, no, I'm just talking about P&L right now.
I'm just in general sense for almost every trader, I think, on the floor here, I would guess.
No.
The top two, usually the top two volume names as a day trader on a regular day are Nvidia and Tesla. And both of them are screaming to the upside today. But I mean, I don't. Again, I'm not going to sit here and say I don't know. I haven't looked. That's all. Very, very quickly. There's a lot of questions about Rivian. I just want to quickly address this one. So I would look. It's okay to be wrong. It's not okay to stay wrong. And this is one of those things. Like, I like the breakdown on Rivian. So the plan was, and I said it, if we shorted into VWAP, previous high, previous support is my out. So there's the stop clean exactly where I want it to be. And then we short it off of this high here, takes them out at 25, it breaks the top, get out. Because now you go all the way into $14, and that could be like a day ruiner. Now, obviously, crystal ball short at 14, but again, plan of action was shorted on the weakness. And a lot of things can happen at that open, but as long as you have a plan of attack, know where you're going to get out of the stock, I think it's always going to be important to do that. So you're screaming to the upside on Rivian. There was that sell imbalance early in the day. If it breaks 14, it's got a decent enough short float that maybe this is another one of those temporary bottoms on RIVN. We'll see what happens if it can hold that 14.
Okay, so I'll just give you guys an update because I do have the numbers right here. It's all Nvidia today. We don't even, as far as Tesla, it looks like Neil's going to be right. Everybody completely missed that. We don't have one, I don't think we have one fill on Tesla.
It wasn't in play. There was no news or anything.
That's what I'm saying. We don't have one fill on Tesla, I don't think, on the floor today. So, but it's been a pretty good day for the floor. Yeah, the floor will be red, but you know, we'll see. Hopefully it can come up. You know, me being red is going to be, you know, as I go, really, the floor most of the time. We'll wait to see here what happens with that Nvidia, though, as that's still going back up to the upside. We already took a piece out right there on that high side. We're still waiting for Google to make that move back down. So hopefully that will happen here for Google as we make a move back in right now on that stock. So that little break there, we're red, but not red huge. So it's been a pretty flat day overall. I think we could speak for most on that one. Let's check out CMG. I just saw that in the chat because you know what? That is a good point. Let's have a look at CMG. I mean, we talked about Starbucks and Nike sort of to death the last couple of days. CMG, a nice rebound for sure. We do have that split. Our charts don't show it right there. Wondering if that $50 is just a magical spot right there, right? 50 definitely means something to a lot of traders as you get to even dollar levels, especially off of a split and things like that. Nice move back up there to the upside. Remember, it wasn't completely the end of the world for Chipotle. I mean, what they had was I think it was their CFO or something like that stepped in there to take over the reins immediately. And I feel like they might have known that something was up there with Brian Nichols.
Yeah, better for Starbucks than bad for CMG.
Yeah, definitely. Still really bad for CMG. But yeah, Starbucks, I mean, as soon as we tweeted that out that day, Starbucks was at 86 or 87 when I saw the note. And boom, I was like, there we go. This is exactly what we're talking about. We're probably going to get some out. I want to let this settle down for a couple days to see. And there it is, Neil. If you are a trader, you've been on, and we talked about this today, you've been on Nvidia. It is the #1 stock on this floor. It has been huge. It's been huge the last month and a half. And we even said this, man. I kind of like, sometimes you need a crystal ball or an 8-ball, sometimes you don't. When you know your style of trading and you know what you can do, we had talked about Nvidia. I said, as soon as Nvidia splits, it will be my #1 stock. And that's pretty much what it's been. We've sort of merged over into the TQs, into the NASDAQ a bit lately, and that's been fantastic. But Nvidia, I mean, there it is, another $2 winner for you right there on board, as I just saw you there with Apple.
No, you know what? I was taking once the buyers were above 225, I said I was going to go long once the buyers won 225, and then the moment it dipped into 225, the NASDAQ lost 19.5. Like, the NASDAQ was breaking the highs, and then the moment it dipped back into 225, I'm like, oh, we're losing 19.5. That's not a condition. I said I do not want to be buying up at the tops if the NASDAQ was losing the high. So I'm going to be a little bit more patient. It's 1050. So I think you go from trades that you're in and out of them sometimes a little bit faster, or taking really, really quick setups. It's like, oh, I'll get into this like 3 times in like 3 minutes. And you go into a moment where you want to be a little bit more patient with the trade for it to set up. So that's the reason for it. The NASDAQ was essentially doing this fail above 19.5. I caught the bid. I was able to get like 4 or 5 cents out of it because I got out right away on the initial bounce. But yeah, I just didn't like that. That was kind of against the plan, and it turns out to be working in the moment, but that was the read that I had just now with Apple. So we'll see where it settles down. If it gets all the way to VWAP, I think that's more of a no-brainer than anything else. It's 1050, which means we're supposed to go to the desk. We've got money talks.
DXY here, coming into some interesting levels on the daily chart. We wick into this previous resistance level here around 103.20s. Still coming back lower, up on the day, but definitely not at the highs of day. Closing, or I guess opening here around that 102.60 area that we've seen some candles closing recently. So this could be an interesting level for the DXY going forward. We did get some economic data today. Retail sales on a month-over-month basis for July, much higher than expected, up 1% versus estimates of a positive 0.4% print. Meanwhile, we have initial jobless claims lower than estimates here, 227,000 versus estimates of 236,000. Core retail sales on a month-over-month basis were also higher than the estimated print here, 0.4% versus estimates of 0.1%. but below the prior print of 0.5%. We also did have some comments from Fed's Mlnn coming through this morning. Amongst other things, Fed Mlnn actually mentioning market volatility that we had last week, saying that this kind of volatility happens all the time, but it only really matters to policymakers if it actually impacts financial conditions. So really interesting note there coming from Fed's Mlnn. More Fed comments on the horizon later today at 1:10, we'll get comments from Fed's Harker. Tomorrow, also some economic data to watch out for. We'll get some building permits and housing starts at 8:30 and the Michigan consumer sentiment at 10 a.m.
All right, thank you, ADR. From money talks to, what really matters. And it's what's for lunch. And the funny thing about what's for lunch today, oh my God. And a shout out to my wife, who last night I was at a playoff meeting for baseball, so it was really great. She hooked up dinner, as she does every night pretty much. And we were looking through some recipes, and she's like, oh, what do you think about like this Korean chicken sort of recipe there? And she baked it all up. And one of the key ingredients was broccolini. And today's lunch, again, sponsored by not only chicken, but we have orange hoisin chicken with steamed rice. Do we have steamed rice? Yeah, we had rice last night, actually, as well. And roasted peppers and broccolini. So there you go. Basically what I had for dinner last night is for lunch today. So that should be a good one, as many of the traders behind us get ready to rock and roll. We actually today had a nice little cup of fruit salad to start the day. And man, that was tasty as well. Yeah, I don't know if it gave us these trades or not, but it definitely gave us enough energy to do the show, make the trades. Nvidia going to be the big winner, as we said here today, for the floor, for myself. And for Neil. These are our three, the number one name again here today. And I feel like it's going to be kind of like broken record until we find out other names. And again, it doesn't matter. I can literally, yesterday, Neil, we took $1.80 or $1.60 or whatever it was on Shopify. Why? Because $74 right now for Shopify. Let's go. A big trade. Yesterday, we had bought this name at $70 right there and had it to the upside. So it doesn't, I'll put on bangers for you and for myself every day. It's a matter of having them set up. Sometimes they go against you. Sometimes you'll lose on your trades. But at the end of the day, just see the trades that we're putting on. Take the shares that you want on these trades and trade them accordingly. It's Walmart right now, a positive stock. It's Nvidia. That's a big one. And then Google right now, as it tries to get lower, we are 80 cents in the money on Google on that short. I'm just going to wait to see if it falls down. I mean, the NASDAQ's up 2%. We are light. We only have 10% left of Nvidia, but there's no stopping this name. Now, 122, Neil, everybody was talking about dip buying some of these names. Like Nvidia there, and I wasn't even here, missed the best week in the last couple years of trading last week. But Nvidia down there, you could have had this name in and around $100, $103, $104 before Armageddon. And I mean, that's where I was starting to dip buy some of this. I bought some at 109, bought some again at 103.50, 104.50.
Those 90s didn't last long.
And boom, yeah, that's what I mean. Like, unless you were really sitting there. There it goes. Huge move up for Nvidia. The strong just stay stronger every single day. And I think that's the one important thing that hopefully you can learn from my trading is stay with the momentum names. Be consistent, and then just put up these numbers and trust in what you're doing every single day. And it's definitely been working out. And today is no different.
Yeah, today definitely no different. I can tell you underneath $100 on that Monday, unless you had a market on open order or you were just sitting on the bid. That initial move, it was like straight. It gobbled everything up until you get to $100 is essentially what happened on Nvidia. It's really difficult, and I can attest to this on Apple. Apple was exactly the same thing. Well, maybe not exactly the same. Nvidia probably a little bit more violent, but Apple gobbled it up and all the way into like 208. Like I actually tried to get a 200 breakout on Apple. It was the only stock. I'm like, okay, we're down here. Let's try to get one breakout trade this morning. If it breaks 200, Apple felt like the safest place to be. I thought it could be chaos that morning. I'm like, okay, what's one name if you take a breakout? It should at least be reasonable with liquidity. My answer, it just came back down into Apple. Could not get that break. It did not stop for like $7. It was just clean to the upside. What happened after is what happened after. Just very quick, we only have like 3 minutes to go here. So,
Wow.
A, fantastic morning. B, what's next? If we pull back into VWAP, look for some strong stocks. Apple's getting close at 224. Amazon kind of stalled out that trend line that I drew, and for some reason still isn't there, but that's kind of like, there. It's kind of like this. Loosely. So I had a trail in on that trend. It's not pulling into VWAP yet, but that's 175. So Apple, Amazon, both looking for some trends back into into VWAP, let's just say. And I'm still not yet short Intel, but if this breaks VWAP and holds underneath, market's losing highs, Intel could be losing somewhat adjacent to its lows, let's just say. So I am still looking for either a breakdown of 225 or consolidation short underneath VWAP. Those are what's next. And yeah, apologies for not. We haven't talked any crypto today. No 60,000 break, so boo, first of all, Bitcoin. I felt like if this market rally had coincided with a 60,000 break on Bitcoin, so many things look good. Mara could have broken out this top, which you can see hasn't happened. But Mara doesn't always need that to go. So if we do break higher on BTC, Mara looks fantastic for a consolidation breakout trade. But until that happens, you just got to wait. The thing about a breakout trade is you can put the order and you can wait for it, but if we never take out that high, then I don't make the trade. That simple.
And yeah, simple does it. That's the best way to trade. Okay, so here's Google. We are sitting here at 80s to get that fill. It just dropped into 75 and bounced off that. I was waiting for lower. But it's been the low of the day right here. So we take that from the highs to the lows. We should probably think about getting another piece out. Still have a decent spot on for that one. So we'll wait to see if Google will fill us down here. I'm bidding 85s. Hold on, just got a text there. I'm bidding 83s actually on Google. Maybe we'll switch it up, but there it is. Nice little bounce up. I think the market could turn on itself a little bit here. We are starting to bounce back down. We just hit off 19.5. This market was dead for a couple minutes there, down near 19,000. Now finally starting to breathe some life back into it with big trades today, obviously on Amazon, as that's up 3.5%. Still waiting for Google to go up. I don't know if that's ever going to happen, but that's a nice one there for Amazon. We didn't look at all. And this is how I trade. We already mentioned, I told you earlier, the only name that I'll be looking at chip-wise will be Nvidia today. And it's a good thing that we did that because, as I mentioned to you, it's a monster. AMD has been a monster too. AMD bouncing off VWAP. What a great trade that's been. This might have even been better. Can't trade it all, but we will trade them. AMD on radar now. Great opportunities right there. The best asset that Intel ever had was its ARM shares, and they sold them. So that's bad for Intel and fine for ARM, as ARM right now starting to go back up to the upside, 128 and change, 130 coming through for ARM. That dip by opportunity down at 100. That name got hit down. Again, if you think like what goes up, by the way, there's Google right there. Let's spin it. That's another $1 for you on Google as we just get that fill as the market try to turn down. ARM goes from 190 top. If you held that ARM, which probably many did, obviously, it happened too quick, 190 all the way down to, let's just say, forget about 98. We don't want to say this got chopped in half because, A, that bottom is hard to get. But even if you talk about 110, losing $80 almost in a straight line there for ARM kind of shows you exactly what can happen if there is some negative sentiment into some of these positive areas.
That thing is so expensive.
Exactly, that's what I'm saying.
So
some of these bump ups here and
Yeah.
some of these names, even Nike and Starbucks and all that, there's just so much positivity that if there's a negative story that comes through, you're going to see all these bears come in and pile on right now because it's so up on some of these kind of, and it's great to see JC there using words that we talk about all the time, a fugaze there when he's talking about the market.
A lot of that
like that, and that's exactly what I always say too. This market is exactly that. It's a fugaze. And we had a rant earlier. Glad to have that discussion there with JC as well. So what a great day. Thank you, Bears vs. Bulls, and everybody in the chat.
It's 11. We know it's been fun, but we're going to be back here at 2 o'clock, of course, and then the aftermarket. Oh, by the way, the aftermarket show. Danielle's feeling better. She's going to be back on it, so she's over.
She was traveling.
She was ill. No, she got sick when she got back. So she was,
I thought she was traveling.
She was in Vegas for a show, and then she got ill when she came back, but she's feeling great. She'll be back on the aftermarket show tonight. But let's head on over to the midday. We've got Sharif. We've got Adara. Get your learn on, everybody.
What is up, beautiful people? Welcome to How to Trade, formerly known as the Midday Show. That is your girl, Adara, and I'm Sharif. And we got Blue Chew in the chat, and he's dancing up a storm. He wants to take in a Blue Chew. Shout out to him. We got Adara, we got myself, of course, and we got Easy Trader weaseling his way into the chat. What's up, Easy Trader? Shout out to everybody over there. Rivian Millionaire, hola to you as well. Jonathan R, Mr. Jonathan, 2 Jonathans back to back. Jay Haas, the Pawns, the Fawns. We got Pillsbury, we got Yannick, CompuCare, Fugazi Bear. Talking about Fugazi. Rock Doc, Cesar, Sandoval. We got Tobes T, as well as Juan Padilla and Easy Medea. TH Odyssey Fights. TB Fighting. Alaric B, Fiddleback, Day Trader Cut. What's up, my man? Pay Day Trader. I love that name. Turamba Bar. I hope I didn't butcher your name. Probably did. Oliver. We got Bot Ricks, the Piper, Stephanie's Journey. She's got some sort of thing going on there. Herring, Marcelo D'Amico. We got Henrik Smooth and Mr. Ian. Good morning to everybody and good morning to Adara.
Good morning. How are you this fine day?
Cannot complain. It's Thursday. I have tomorrow off, so I have a long weekend. Everything good there. Getting ready for the weekend. How's everything with you?
I'm good. I'm awake. I was telling Sharif, I woke up at 1:30 after an accidental nap, like 1:30 a.m. I've never felt this alert in my life. Like I was like, this is how people feel every morning. I loved it. And then I was like, this is not feasible. So then I undid all of that by sleeping again. But long story short, the tower trade rules are in full effect. I still want to be trading, but I want to make trades that make sense because honestly, I know that I'm going to have to cross my T's, dot my I's, and triple check every setup. I just know that's the kind of state I'm at, and you have to preserve the mental. If the mental is half awake, you have to be aware of that so you make trades that are smart. So that being said, I did take 2 SPY scalps earlier today. We had JC Peretz on. I'm usually not at the side of the desk because I was watching. I wasn't really going to take anything, but some scalp set up. So I had this nice little long scalp I was pretty proud of here, basically to resistance here on the S&P 500. Short scalp I lost on a little bit there. I liked the idea of that 550 breakdown. Or 549 breakdown did not materialize. All good, baby. Time to get going again. Scalper J saying I'm the bomb. You're the bomb. Scalper J, everyone's the bomb here. Also, if there's any tickers you want to get involved here, I was going to press my stream deck, but apparently I haven't turned it on. Let us know in the chat. Thank you, Sharif.
Yeah, absolutely. We should probably let everyone know while they come in hot and fresh from the first stream. The new afternoon segment relies on our viewers. We don't have a top 5 unless you guys vote. So get into the chat right now. If there's something that you saw Neil trading, if there's something that you saw the Katina Man trading today and you want to know a little bit more about it, bully your friends, persuade your friends to vote your way in the chat. Exclamation point, space, or exclamation point, join, space, $, and the ticker of your choice. Every day at around 2 to 2:30, we'll be covering those. So the top 5 make it on. So get into the chat and persuade your friends to vote your way. So let's have a look here. I've been trading Apple both north and south on this one. There was obvious resistance, Fabian, at 225. When we got up there, we kept zigging and zagging. I was showing Adara the kind of lottage that was there preventing the move up. We had about 2,000 some odd lots. I guess not the biggest size in the world for Apple. So I waited until this one cleared, rejected. Then I took the dip off 225, was able to print on that. Then I took it short. Once it gave way at that basically 224.80 level, I was a little late to the party, but there was all sorts of defending here when we were working our way into 225. There was a lot of interaction between Apple and 224.80. So I said, look for the bottom break. It wasn't exactly your prototypical flat bottom break, but it manifested nonetheless. Little late to the party, getting into the 60s there. Was able to ride this one down into the 40s for a nice winner. It's still heading down. I'm all eyes and ears at the volume weighted average price, which on my chart is at that quarter to a fifth of a dollar. So we're basically there right now on Apple. It's up 1%. Let's see if it holds up here. If it doesn't, I'm looking to the whole dollar level, 224. But there's lots more to talk about in terms of moving names, small cap gappers, as well as these Mag 7 names. They're all doing something, whether up or down. Adara, anything you want to mention before we start the lesson du jour?
Yeah, I'm seeing this beautiful little stuff happening on Walmart. I was going to say range. It's not really a range, but like maybe it is. Look at this base here of 73.10s, top of 73.30s. I love the idea of shorting this because we're below view up. Because look at this topping tail candle we're getting in right now. I'm going to look at some multi-time. Oh, okay, this is such a short of the multi-time frames. I'm definitely going to take this short. I'm going to risk it into that 73.30s. I'm going to try to get involved here. If we can get 73.11s, we'll start building this position. I've talked about this quite a lot over the last few days. I've been trying to get more size, trying to take trades that are larger and hold things for longer, unless they are my intentional scalps. Let's see what happens here. I want to see what we get here on the Walmart because I'd like to go shopping for a short. So we'll see if to the window, to the Walmart, we're able to get this little short here.
So-
That's the only thing I'm really looking at. Ulta Beauty, I had one level and it's way far gone. I liked it at 364 because of that support in the pre-market. We chopped and turned around it. Then look how beautifully we break up above it at VWAP. That's not going to come into play. But if we bounce off 364 or even this like 365 level here where we had some of these wicks, I'd potentially be interested. But right now, I'm interested in the fill in Walmart. I'm almost definitely not getting.
All right, I just want to mention TX Trader was asking what's going on with TPST Tempest. So here's the headline. Tempest Therapeutic shares are trading higher after the company announced feedback from its end of phase 2 meeting with the FDA for Amezolapat, whatever, in combination with this one and this one. I'm not going to bother reading them to treat first line unresectable, okay, metastatic hepatocellular carcinoma. Wow, that's intense. All right, well, that's why I'm not in the medical field, Katina, man. And we're going to just go on to technical analysis now. All right, let's get right down to it. We're talking about, hey, man, I gave it a try, Katina, man. All right, we're talking about earnings again. Last day today of earnings as I'm off tomorrow. It's going to be Obi's lesson tomorrow. We'll see what he has in store for you guys. But I'll finish this off by talking about the earnings calendar and the effect seasonality has on earnings. So let's get right to it. Timing is everything in the world of investing. Obviously, the adage of buy low, sell high is more than just a cliche. Understanding the nuance of earnings, of the earnings calendar and the seasonal market trends can significantly enhance your investment strategy. By aligning your portfolio with these cyclical patterns, you can potentially increase your chance of outperformance. So let's get right to it. So the earnings calendar sounds like it's an easy enough concept to understand. We're just going to get a bit more nuanced. So the earnings calendar essentially is a schedule of when these publicly traded companies are expected to release their financial results. It's a crucial tool, though, for investors and traders alike because you know what is reporting when. So the importance, obviously, here can't be understated. By understanding the earnings calendar, investors can anticipate periods of increased market volatility, which is good for intraday trading, of course. And you can also identify potential trading opportunities and manage risk effectively. If you know it's going to be a more volatile period, you can take sound risk management skills in order to kind of just make sure you're around to trade tomorrow. So how do we use this? Like, what's the operation here? First and foremost, we want to identify these earnings dense periods. What do I mean by that? So they don't actually have to be the most amount of companies reporting in one day. But if you're interested in a specific sector, you may want to see, the first week of earnings where all the banks come into play. If you're into regional banks, smaller banks, they seem to have a concentrated window from which they report. So keep that in mind. Pinpoint weeks or months with a high concentration of earnings release within the specific sector that you're looking for. These periods often exhibit increased market volatility for that specific sector. Why? Because when one bank reports, it may have a sympathy effect on another bank. So they may all be moving, maybe not as much, but there is movement there. And you should also be analyzing the historical performance of these earnings. For example, you want to examine how the market has reacted to the earnings releases in the previous years. You're looking for things like patterns in terms of market returns, the volatility that ensued thereafter, and the sector performance relative to the company that you're looking at. You should be also on the lookout for identifying these earnings gaps are important as well. Periods with minimal earnings releases can offer opportunities for the traders who like those lower volatile periods. So once you're out of that, crazy every day there's 10, 20 companies reporting and the volatility that ensues, you can look for these earnings gaps. And I'm not talking about price action gaps. I'm talking about actually calendar time where there is no earnings. And you should also be on the lookout with earnings overlapping with economic indicators. Like today, we got retail sales. We got the jobs number last week or the week, whatever, before. We had non-farm payrolls, which absolutely moved the market. So, there was companies that released on the Friday when we got that NFP. Obviously, I think Palantir was one of those, wasn't it?
It released on Monday.
Monday, so it was Black Friday. Yeah, I was trying to make the correlation between economic connect. Anyway, so if you have a weak number that day, but a good earnings release, it could have the effect of subduing the exuberance that could take place on that name, or the other way around. If it was a weak earnings release and we got a strong number, you could be on the lookout for a possible move up, even though the earnings don't warrant it. So you need to be on the lookout for overlap with earnings with these economic indicators, because they can fundamentally change the picture, okay? Seasonality, very important as well. I'm a big believer in this. I see it every year. I've been trading for 4 years. I've been seeing summer weakness and fall weakness come into, late fall, early winter strength. That's happened basically 4 years in a row now. So the concept here is quite simple. You're looking here for earnings seasonality, though. So earnings seasonality refers to the tendency of certain stocks or sectors to outperform or underperform during specific periods of the year. These patterns can be influenced by various factors, like including economic cycles, consumer behavior, and industry-specific events. Let me give you some examples. Retail, obviously, we always look at retail around, Christmas time or the holiday season. Typically experiences strong sales during that November to December periods, essentially after what do they call it? Black Friday? Black Friday. And essentially weaker performance for retail during the summer months when people stop spending on goods and spend more on experiences. So you need to be aware of these cyclicalities with respect to certain sectors. Technology as well, important here. It often exhibits higher volatility during earnings season due to the fast-paced nature of the industry. And energy, right? Prices can fluctuate significantly based on factors like geopolitical events, weather conditions, and economic growth. Obviously, those are not seasonally related, but, for example, a cold winter will definitely shoot up the price on nat gas, right? Or the opposite. So keep that in mind. In addition to earnings, we'll talk about the factors that affect seasonality. So things like the economic cycles, right? Recessions, expansions can also impact different sectors in varying ways. For example, cyclical stocks tend to outperform during economic expansions, whereas the non-cyclicals tend to do a lot better during contractions, your utilities and whatever else as being considered non-cyclical these days. So you got to keep that in mind. Consumer spending patterns as well can influence cyclicality. Shifts in consumer behavior due to holidays, the weather, economic conditions. This can all affect retail, travel, and consumer goods, and industry-specific factors, right? Such as product launches. We saw that with Apple earlier this year, dropping the Vision Pro wasn't really a mover. But Nvidia possibly with their Blackwell coming out and their double Blackwell, the GB, that could be really market moving here as it promises some good increase in compute. Funny enough, though, can you believe the actual training of the models didn't actually get cut in half? So it's interesting. You can actually train more information, but the time seems to be the same, which I didn't feel like was a huge leap forward with this GB thing. But I digress. I just wanted to talk about that. So that's essentially what we're looking for there. And then last but not least, you want to identify seasonal trends, right? Like historical data analysis. You can examine the long-term price charts and performance metrics to identify recurring patterns around that seasonality as well. Of course, around earnings time and the correlation analysis. You can analyze the relationship between stock prices and seasonal factors like we mentioned already, weather indicators, consumer spending, etc. Last but not least, obviously, there's the quant side to this, the statistical approach. You can employ statistical methods to identify significant seasonal patterns. I think that's what JC does on some of his all-star charts. They show this kind of thing, this technical analysis, more quant statistical observation to the market. So I think that has obviously some benefit for swing traders and even day traders alike. ADR.
Yeah. Thank you so much there for going over that lesson, Sharif. And I think, again, earnings season's not over, guys. We have one of the most exciting earnings days coming up. And I was hyping it in the market recap yesterday. I was hyping it to Sharif yesterday as well. Crowdstrike, Nvidia, CRM, Affirm, all going to be on the same night, guys. Wednesday, August 28th. So there's certainly still some earnings excitement on the horizon. Speaking of excitement, I am long Apple, and I want to talk about why I like this.
Same thing.
Because, pardon?
I was about to do the same thing.
Thank you.
Nice.
Yeah, like I like it because we're bouncing off VWAP. Look at all of these bottoming tail candles. Now, obviously, we're not at highs here. We had all this chop and turn earlier. We did make a little bit of a swoop to the downside, and we're kind of having a bit of a beef with the 90 MA right now, which is also a little bit previous resistance at 224.60. However, I liked it, though, because my initial instinct on this would be to go short, and then I was like, ADR, we're above VWAP. We're bouncing off VWAP. Don't take the short. See what it does above VWAP here. If we break below 30s, I'll get out. That's where I started the position. And then I added a little bit here and 224.60s when we held that area, because that was an area of resistance. I said, if we hold above this, I'll add. I did. I'm going to be getting out half of this position if we get to 224.80s. This is a huge level of previous support that I'm like, if that becomes resistance, I don't want any of that smoke. But hopefully both Sharif and I can be cooking with Tim cooking over here on the A to the A to the P to the L. I am not going to be adding any more in this until if I get some out here at that 224.75. So let's see what happens over here. Low-key kind of scared these markets are going to turn around to the downside as day trader. There's certainly been a lot of fun little hoopla going on in these markets on the midday. That's for sure, the midday reversal. That is a fact. But, we'll have to wait and see if it manifests today. Other names I'm looking at right now, I don't know if I mentioned this. I never got my fill in Walmart, by the way. Kind of came back to my levels. I still think that's going to break down, but kind of focused on Apple. So Walmart is, my side chart. It's not, we're just looking. Palantir, though, I loved this 31.15 level earlier. Pre-market resistance. We come up, we bounce beautifully. Now look where we're wicking and rejecting into. I like Palantir as a short. I would be comfortable risking into 31.20s. Obviously, not a ton of risk here, but I want to wait and see. Between Palantir and Walmart, I would generally feel better about Walmart, but these bottoming tails in Walmart have me a little scared. So I would like to see Walmart retest this 73.20 area, which was an area we had a little bit of chop and churn. Then this violent rejection before we quit. I would need to see that rejection before I get into a short, before I push my cart back into the Walmart. How are you doing?
Good. I took some profits on Apple. I'm looking at adding at 30s to defend the level with the ultimate out through the break of 20. Did you know that today exactly is my 2-year anniversary on the show? Like literally to the day, August 15th,
so cool.
2022, but it was a Monday. And so because of this year, it would have been a Wednesday, but we had the leap year, so we kicked it down the road. I was looking on Monday. I'm like, should I announce it on Monday or should I say it on the actual day, man? It's been 2 quick years. When are you 1 year?
My 1 year is August 30th.
So you know exactly what day, right before Halloween?
Yeah, August 30th. Oh,
August,
on this show.
August 30th.
First time on this show, it was mid-September, but I started August 30th.
Yeah, nice. Okay, cool. Yeah, I just like little dates like that.
I love little things like that, yeah.
So keeping an eye, I like this analysis by ADR. I like it a lot. Top bottoming tail candles into the volume weighted average price. Market remaining above 19.5. So I'm looking to dance with this one. We've already been trading it today positively, so we'll look to extract possibly a little bit more. It's whiffling, it's waffling at the volume weighted average price. Most notably, though, the lows are a little bit higher. I'd like to get a bit of a better average. Personally, but we'll see exactly and we won't get upset. Thank you, guys. I really do appreciate that. Happy anniversary, bro, says Scalper J. Easy Trader, I appreciate it. Cesar Sandoval, my man, yes. Roger, thank you. Bonkzilla as well. And even ADR is saying it. Thank you. Daryl Finch, Zion, my man. Pillsbury, thank you to everybody. And Jimmy J, thank you, guys. It's been the quickest 2 years, I think, literally of my life, though, because this job has a way of making things just go way, way too quick. And I always say that shout out to Fabian. I say to the Katina man, I say to ADR, I complain to Brendo all the time when he listens. So it's a good time there. Still in Apple, so I'm gonna leave that. But I didn't bring in my side charts today to talk about the small cap gappers du jour. What I just want to do for a second is look to put in my stop on Apple. So we're going to put it at 224. We're going to put it at 18. So we'll give it a bit more room there. and it'll be around that. Okay, so there we go. Now we can bring in the set side chart and rest easy because Apple went against me yesterday when I didn't know, so I don't want that to happen again. Tempest, TPST looks awfully good. It did break VWAP though on the way down. It did dance with that 2 1/5, 218 HOD. Comes back in, double bottom off this 182. Not really a whole lot of respect for VWAP here because it did breach it for more than 10 minutes, but right back above it now. I'm hesitant to want to base anything off 190 because it hasn't basically been respecting that area of resistance or support, pardon me. I'll have to look at the book to see where the big boy buyers are picking it up, but there does seem to be some support in the 180s. And obviously there is resistance here at $2. We broke above it before. We were about there 20 minutes, but couldn't really stay there for more than that. Down we go again. So Tempest, definitely on watch. Good look there. Let me just give you the deets on Tempest real quick. $48 million market cap, 75 and 3/4. We have the read. It's 75 and 3/4 million shares. I'll just give you the float, 22 million share float. So not the biggest, not the smallest. Sorry, there.
Yeah, no worries. It's okay. This part of the show is brought to you by Benzinga Pro. If you want to hear about all these small caps and the news they're doing, got to check out Benzinga Pro. If you feel lost in the noise in the market, then you need Benzinga Pro because Benzinga Pro cuts through the clutter and gives you the insights you need to make smarter, faster trades. From real-time news to unusual options activity, we'll show you exactly what's moving the market and why. Don't miss out on your chance to trade like a pro. Visit benzinga.com/pro to start your free trial today. Congrats to get on your 1 year and sorry to get the analysis there,
Yeah. So here we go. Apple breaking 40s, still not printing me at that 30 penny level. I've already put my my stop in place, my beak wetter in place. We're gonna have to keep an eye on this one because I don't want what happened yesterday to happen again. And if in case you weren't here yesterday, I did the lesson and it went against me $1 not knowing I was in the position. So that ain't gonna happen today. So we're gonna keep tabs on it. Now, the other small cap capper that we're looking at, who remembers this one? I love saying this one, Adara. Astis is back. Oh baby, ASTS, a cool, a gnarly, a decent 35% in the clear, 23 million shares traded today. This is a big boy company. It's about $7.5 billion in market cap. It's been moving up quite aggressively on the day, 120 million float. Let's find out what the short float is, ASTS. It's large. Okay, so this is good. 21.5%, Katina Man, on Astis. Nvidia short float or Nvidia price action? Oh, it's only up to 122. Katina Man, how many dollars now? $3 in the money. The Katina Man's printing up a storm on that side of the desk. Shout out to him. So we'll keep an eye on Astis here. It's doing big boy stuff. Closed out a little bit below $21 yesterday, and today we're knocking on the door of 28.5, up to 28 1/3 right now. It's been an absolute love affair with a 10 on the 5. There's been one time since we printed that 9:30 a.m. bell that we actually touched the 10 exponential on the 5. Let's see the respect on the 1. Is there any respect on the 1? There is respect on the 1. Adair, there's respect for the 10 and the 20 on the 1, but I don't really use moving averages off the 1. So we're going to try to base something off the 10. If it doesn't come in, it doesn't come in. That's a look there. VERI also moving nicely. EBS up. I'm keeping an eye on Dell. And I was keeping an eye on PACB because this one had a huge seller at 151, but it looks like it's come and gone here, Adair.
Yeah, I'm still in Apple. I'm going to be taking out a third of the position at 224.60s, which was not initially the plan. Sometimes you have to change the plan. I just do not love. I've watched this. Look at how many times we nudge our little head up into 224.60s and then we can't do it. So it's like, I don't want to leave the position. That is not going to be the vibe. But if Apple's going to be not the dead one, but the sleepy one over in this area, then I'm going to have to honor that by taking out some next time we nudge our little nose and push that Apple cart towards 224.60s. I will still be saving pieces for dreams, but if we get below 224.30s, there will be no dreams, only nightmares, and bye-bye to Apple. Also, Ulta Beauty, I am looking at still. I did mention some Ulta I had my eyes on. I believe I mentioned this. And I love what we did here at 367. We had that bottoming tail candle. I was like, oh, dope, long. Now we're chilling around 366s. Like I said, if we get to 364s, that's really where my area is going to come in. But watching what we did in the book and the chart around that 367 was interesting to me as well. So still have thoughts on Alta. One of my favorite styles of names to trade are these like kind of spreadier, more expensive names. I'm Lily. So I do find that, I don't know why, but I feel like that's a style that I'm pretty comfortable with. So we'll have to see how that goes. Speaking of which, Home Depot earnings day 3. Ooh. I looked at this chart yesterday and was like, man, I did not give it any respect. Okay, slight. Okay, this could be a flat top break potentially, but we're down on the. Oh no, we're up on the day. We're just not near highs. That 360.50 top here, right, with these higher lows. I don't mind that. We've definitely tried to break above into that 360.70s area. I wasn't trying to look at the daily. I was trying to look at yesterday's 5-minute. So yesterday, look at this beautiful higher lows attempt to push it to 359.50. We couldn't. So that 359.50, as such, as I said, this 359.50, 360.50 level is something I really like. Apple trying to make another bottoming tail candle. Hey, Apple, we'd care about those more if they were being paired with topping tail candles. You know what the best pairing is? Oh, your ticker with the big with that desk. Exclamation point, join, space, $sign, that ticker. Let us know what you want to look at so we can let you know what you want to look at. Yeah, sorry guys, like I said, I overslept a little bit today. I should have stayed awake at 1:30 a.m., words that no other human would be saying. But I've never, I was like, this is what people feel like every day when they wake up. Like, oh my gosh, I never wake up alert, so that was huge. But you know what, you battle through every single day. Sometimes people deal with short bias or long bias. I deal with tired bias. You just gotta still trade trades that make sense to you. And this Apple might not make sense if it breaks below 224.30, but right now, I'm not displeased. How are you doing?
I agree with that. So I'm packing my patience with this trade. Forex AU. Ask Sharif, Federa, echoing Chandler, Misers, GME pushing towards high day, RSI showing major strength on the 15, 30, and 1 hour, 2 hour, and 4 hour. Could bust some moves. Let's have a look at what Forex AU is talking about there with Guma. Let's load up GME. All right, here we go. So first thing he said to look at was the 15. So let's have a look at the 15 and see what's up. All right, so he says RSI showing major strength. So the RSI is in oversold territory on the 15th. It's putting in, if I could zoom in here, well, hard to tell if it's putting in lower highs because we're putting in higher highs in the price action, hence why I'm looking for price action. RSI divergence, the moving average convergence divergence, very much the MACD line above the signal line, and their space between them is wide, showing you, interest at that point. Let's flip to the 30. What am I seeing on the 30? I'm seeing RSI in the same territory. MACD looks very bullish, but we could be cresting out here on the MACD. I don't know. Let me look at the 5 because I need to get a better view here. So it's a decent look. Forex AU, my only concern is the volume. The volume on it is a little light on the day, 1.5 million shares. I'm not saying that that's bad. I personally like this dip into VWAP, 22 1/3. I'm going to have to look at my Apple trade now over here because it's now broken down below 30. So the end of the trade comes through the break of 20, and here comes the break in, so we're going to get out there. We'll take a little bit of a hit on that last piece. That's all good. Here comes 224 on Apple. Not sure exactly what happened to these markets, but let's see exactly if we get a bounce at these levels on AAPL. Let's try the whole dollar bounce there. We'll see if we can get, here comes the whole dollar. Do we bounce at these levels or do we get a flat bottom break? Looks like there's aggressive selling right now on AAPL, doing zig and zag here, a little bit below, a little bit above 224. I should allow this to resolve before I get in, unless it's going to zoom up here. Yep, a lot more weakness coming in, so I'm looking to see what the next area of possible support is for AAPL, and it seems to be around 223.75, and that's a double top that we put in the pre-market. We put it in around 850 and 855, so that's the next level. If we give way at 224, we're going to have to wait. We already dropped below VWAP, and it's shown you its propensity to respect VWAP, hence this long area of consolidation over here before we flat bottom broke. So all eyes and ears, don't want to jump in too quickly, knowing full well that the market is feeling a bit of a curl down now. We're zigging and zagging at 19.5. I'm seeing some red candles come in on Meta. I'm seeing it as well on Nvidia. We'll have to wait and see if we can get that continuity to the downside, but this could be the beginning of a possible move down here on the future. We've been very strong, 2% on the NQ Adara, so about time we give way. And Apple now breaking down below 224. Here comes that 70 penny level I was talking about. We'll have to see if it stops off there, not really many other areas of support and resistance to look at. Let's zoom out a little bit because I think I'm looking at a tighter time frame over here. What's this level? So this is 223. So that's well away still. This is the level I was talking about in the pre-market, this area of 223.75 or thereabouts. Not going to take anything resting off that though, Adara. It's got to prove itself to me. What are you looking at?
Yeah, I took a short of Apple there at the 224 breakdown because one level that I liked that I was using as the stop for initially when I started my Apple position. By the way, I got out of the long, put this in the chat, 224.30s. That to me, like as Sharif was saying, that was like the really clear support area for Apple. That was where I started the position. So I was like, if we're below that, you know, especially when I had it, I was like, I don't want any of that smoke. My initial stop level, though, for Apple was around VWAP there, that 224.15s. So because I already had a support area that I liked, I'm now going to use that as resistance for the long, or no, this one, the purple one, the short. So if we stay below 224.15, I'm staying in the short. If we don't, I'm getting out. I want to shout out Sharif there with that 223.70 level. I agree. I'll be taking out half the position should we get there. I think I set this sort of like 74s. So let's see what gets cracking here in the Apple. I don't want to see us bounce off 224s. If we bounce off 224s, things get a little bit spicy and dicey, not in like a fun caramel apple spice way, and more just kind of like a, I don't like it.
I don't think you like that.
Yeah, like I'd be making this face. But let's see what happens here in the appled one, the dead one. So this is, yeah, that's the look. I think this will probably go to 224.15s here. SPY, you guys know I love these shorting the pops on SPY, and I was trying to take, so I had initially two really solid SPY shorts, and then I tried to like get involved anytime the SPY moved. What I realized is my best trades in the SPY are going to be kind of these whole dollar breakouts. If I don't see a whole dollar breakout or breakdown, I'm not even going to try to trade the SPY. That's going to be the vibe there. You got to learn stuff. That is the weirdest word of truism ever. But you have to have confidence and confidence. You only get those things from trying new things and from getting involved. So I like that look. Also, I mentioned Ulta and how I was like, oh, I kind of like that 367. Initially, I kind of liked Ulta 367 as a potential long because we were holding it so beautifully. But now we get this bottoming tail candle, and I'm like, Adara, you honestly have kind of a beautiful level for a stop built in at that 368. Why? Because look what we kept looking into. Look at this little support area earlier. We have these candles. I like that look. Shout out to Willis Addison, $2 super chat. Hospital trading, making money, Amat, Nvidia. Good look to you there. Hopefully all is good in the hospital. Nvidia, nice move upside here. I guess you're in that dollar plus club with Sean dancing up a storm. AMAT, Amat. Oh, I just changed my Apple side chart to Amat, which is not what I tried to do. Let's put Amat on my real chart, and Apple, you go back to your home now. But AMAT, nice little look here. That is for sure on AMAT. Nice little uptrend. They report tonight, so we'll have to see what kind of material Applied Materials is made of when we get that here report. Apple looks like a nice pullback. Incoming says displaying waves. We'll see how that goes. But I see you're involved in the stock, pioneered by the man behind us there, Mr. BPI. You're trying to get into a marathon over here.
I know. Look. You know, I don't like to step on any toes. And Mara is the exclusive property of BPI. We all know who that is. That's big Patty Ice. In case you've seen that handsome Italian gentleman behind me, that's who he is right there. So he's always trading up a storm on Mara. And I looked at him this morning. I was like, Patty, I saw, $15, $16 support resistance or support level, pardon me, on the daily on our friend Mara. Allow me to show you over here. And of course, we're just we're looking at levels that may or may not hold. So here's the look real quick. So on Mara, here's the deal. We go back all the way to January, where $15 is an absolute area of support. We revisit that area again in April. We visit it again in May. We visited it last Monday, and you saw we dipped aggressively. We got into 13.5, but look where that closing print is. All the way dang up at 17. So 15 has been an interesting level for me, no matter what. Now, that's obviously, I'm not talking intraday. I'm just talking about, I could be persuaded here to get in on the swing account with a 15, 16 entry and a stop at 14, right? So I'd have to risk $1 or $2 depending on where I got in, with the idea that I'd be wetting my beak at 19s initially because there's such a long area of resistance at 19s and then some at 20s. So we'll see exactly here, but Mara obviously has been beat up. Lately, we'll see if there is a possible trade to be had. Intraday, I'm 3 pennies out of the money. I'm basically looking for a 16 hold here. 60 doesn't hold. It's not going to interest me. I'm giving it a couple of pennies, but yeah, that's the look there. So MARA and obviously crypto always in play, it seems like, as of late, whether to the upside or the downside. I want to shout out ADR for holding on to that Apple short. It looks like it's continuing to break down, as you can see over here.
Right.
Yeah, between 224, it's making lower lows and lower highs. So I'm all eyes and ears at that 270. Hope she prints up a storm on that. We'll keep tabs on that. Separately here, something's afoot with Google. So Google's been, it's been a tough little while here for Google. And I anticipate some more headwinds. Again, it's just my opinion. But it did a nice little double bottom there, 159 3/4. You can make the arguments for the 2/3 if you look at the wicks as opposed to the closing prints. But here we are breaking through basically the yesterday closing print at 160 1/3. So I want to see exactly where we find an area of resistance over here. So I was looking at this area because we were wicking in initially into that 160 3/4, 160.75. Obviously, with this candle being the outlier at 10 a.m., we got economic numbers at that time. That's, I'm assuming, why. So we'll see. If Google starts curling back down, absolutely be persuaded to get in on this bad boy over here. So GOOGL, obviously up 0.16, but very kind of weakish on the day when as compared to some other names. Let's look at Tesla here real quick because Tesla's been an absolute monster. 6% on no news. I mean, I still don't see news. Let me just double check that super quick. There was this headline out of Delaware that this didn't make any sense to me over here. So look at this. Delaware court upholds $267 million in lawyer fees for a judgment that was around $1 billion. So they gave, basically, in this country, contingency lawyers can't take more than 1/3 of the winnings. So this jives with that. If you got $1 billion, this is less than 1/3. I don't know what it is in Delaware. Anyway, this should be bad for Apple. Not good because it upheld the fees. Yeah, sorry, Tesla. Thank you, Adair. This upheld the fees. So $1 billion settlement, they're getting $267 million of that. So if that's the case, then the lawyers that sued Tesla and won will get their fee. I don't know why this is bullish for Tesla. It doesn't make sense to me, but how often does the market make sense? A lot. So we'll keep tabs on that. Still in Mara. Looks like it might hold 16 here. What's your look?
Yeah, I added into this one, AAPL, because we were at that 224. We were really nicely below 224, so I added a little bit there. I'm okay with that. I said my area I leave was going to be 224.15, right? We brushed into 224.15. We're like, oh, and then we can't hold it. I was like, nice, okay? Gave me a little bit more, confidence, a little bit more conviction, especially, I think, a good word to use in light of that Dell story.
Got it.
Oh, okay. Well, I like a peak letter, so that was cool, but
Probably take that one too, because
you should get the peak letter button. Yeah,
I keep telling you.
I have the code. Yeah, but so AAPL, I'm gonna take out 1/3 of this position, just given that I added and everything. If it gets to 223.85, that's the level I know we can reach. But my big white whale, my Ahab level, my Moby Dick level on this, the level is going to be 223.70s. Should we be able to get there? We'll find out if we're able to get there. But right now, we seem like we're just kind of chilling out and hanging out. Nike's up 9.73% this week. Please check it out, says Gustav. Yeah, no worries. I mean, Nike's on my side chart. It's not really actually doing that too much right this second. Kind of just chilling below VWAP. Nike as well, guys, if you want to vote for a ticker, put it in the chat, ! join space $, that ticker, because as you know, this is a segment brought to you by Real Trading, and then you can look at tickers, which is cool. But we're below here VWAP, right? We're nicely below VWAP. We have higher lows and higher highs yet. Sorry, higher low, lower high on Nike. I think if we get above the 90 MA and we try to skirt up here, that'd be a nice look, but I don't know if we're going to be able to, because look at our attempts to get into VWAP. Look at that support we had in VWAP previously. Dare I say this is confluence? I dare say it is. So this Nike, I would say, looks a little stagnant unless we can get nicely above that 8150s area. Then I would like to see us clear 8180 and 82, those previous areas of resistance. Speaking of confluence, though, oh boy, Amazon is setting up for something mighty fine over here. Take a look. I know I can't say it as well as, it's not my phrase, but look at, I have no words.
It's a monster
Truth,
today,
this chart woke me up.
4% Adara.
This chart woke me up. Look at this base. Look at that base here. 176.60s, top 177s. If you take that range with size, I mean, honestly, I've got to say, Apple, if you don't do anything soon, I'm going to have to get out of Apple and go where the things are happening. And right now they're happening in Amazon. I would like Jeff Bezos to give me a nice long there. I'm joking. But also, if we get on the flip side of that, if we get below 176.60s, then it's a short. And also, if we break below 177.6, this price, 176.60s, I think it's even more key because look where we wicked into earlier. That is a huge pre-market support resistance level, or not even pre-market. This was during open. This was at just before 10. So the point I'm trying to make is, to me, this is a huge level. If it holds the support, I want it as a long. If it breaks down, that'll be the tastiest short this side of the Mississippi River. I don't know what I'm saying. Apple's getting near stopping me out. So Apple, if you stop me out and Amazon is still holding up, there's going to be a change in the tides over here. How you doing?
I don't mean to laugh at that, but you're making jokes, so I can laugh.
Yeah, I'm not offended
Mississippi,
ever.
Baby. Well, that's interesting. The Louisiana purchase, I think, was based on the Mississippi, wasn't
Really?
it? I don't know. The Americans in the chat can tell us.
I have no
Americans
idea.
hate when we comment on their stuff. Sometimes when we talk politics, I see the chat. They're not happy. But shout out to you guys. Hey,
I was just using a phrase.
I'm not talking about you. I'm not talking about me. When we talk about politics, you weren't talking about politics.
I was really not trying to talk about politics. I was
So
just making a weird
Apple's
phrase.
on the way up here, so it looks like it did defend 224. My question is, let's see if it can get through VWAP, because VWAP was an initial area of support, right? And then it broke through it. So is it going to use it now as resistance? I'm all eyes and ears. Let's see what we get. But shout out to Rock Doc. I see it, baby. I see it. Astis is absolutely flying to the high side. Looks like we're going to get to 30 today. 40% in the clear right now. Blew through that 29 like it didn't even matter. Trying to find a little bit of resistance now at the $0.50 at 29.5. Shout out to you, Rock Doc. Let me know how you took that. Did you take that? Where'd you get in? What's the situation? Are you even in it? But it's a great look right now. Let's see if it hasn't come into areas where there's been obvious areas of resistance and support and then bounced off those areas. So I haven't been inclined to get in on it. Quite frankly, it's been in a bit of an aggressive one. All right, go, Mara, go. We just printed on Mara there. Shout out to BPI, Big Dang Patty Ice. He's always printed up. We call him the Mara indicator around these parts. Shout out to him. We'll see if we can hold this 16 area. There was a lot of chop and churn. I had a poopy price. I would have liked to have been in at 16.
Sorry, I'm not laughing at you, but it's just the way you said it was
we're always joking around these parts. So I'd like to see if we can break through 6.25. I might as well hold on to this bad boy. We're going to see exactly what happens there. Apple breaking now through the volume weighted average price, which on my side chart, we're still at the $0.25. We just broke a third. Looks like we could be on our way into that 50 penny area. However, I look and I see that the real resistance level, at least in my estimation, seems to be 60 pennies, at least intraday. Why is that? Well, we consolidated a little bit over here on the side before we broke down below VWAP, and the top end of that range happened to be 60 pennies. I happen to be involved in that. At the 40 penny area, we were able to print on it some more, but if this can blow through 60, I think we definitely have a good shot to get back into 225 and maybe even take out the high of day. The Future just printed a new high of day, 19,547 to be exact. So Apple, definitely not near high, but if the Future continues moving on the direction that it does, we could be persuaded to get back into that. I'm going to leave my Mara position to cook. Hopefully it does something other than lull me to sleep. Which one was lulling me to sleep? Nike. You were complaining about Nike a couple of days
Nike
ago.
on Tuesday was legitimately traumatizing.
What about Ackman taking a position in Nike? That was interesting.
Yeah, that was interesting. That was kind of surprising there, but yeah. So he's been involved in the past though. I looked that up yesterday as well. He was in 2019. I know you said that as well. So yeah, it's certainly, I guess, not that surprising, but yeah, it's always interesting to see what the Pershing Square is cooking up, especially because they were supposed to IPO and then they didn't. They did not IPO. They withdrew the IPO. So to me, I'm very curious as to what's going on in his world.
Yeah. AVGO being yelled out here by Aldrin. Aldrin, my man, I love your exuberance, Aldrin, but Streamlabs gets very upset if you spam the chat. I personally don't mind it too much, Aldrin, but Just letting you know for next time. But Fabian, if we could show the chart on Avgo. Broadcom obviously is one of the more loved names in the microchip world. It's been widely touted as an Nvidia alternative. You can't stomach that valuation, or you feel that you've missed the boat. A lot of analysts been chiming up a storm about AVGO. Great day today for Broadcom. Closed out at about 157 and 2/3. We're talking about 165 and 2/3 now, the high of day. An absolute love affair with the 10 exponential on the 5. Every single dip into that line has been bought up. It has not touched the 20 since we basically printed the first candle there at 8:30 on those economic numbers. It didn't even touch it at the open. This was the zig and the zag at the open. It didn't even touch the 20. So very good day for AVGO, 4.87 off the highs by about 30 pennies right now. Great look there. Mara finding a bit of a top at 15s, coming back into 10s. I didn't get a chance to look at the book at 15. Patty, did you see 15s? Was there a big boy seller at 15s? Yeah, it was. Okay. Oh, my bad. Hey, well, Patty says the Mara indicator has spoken. The Mara indicator says we're going to be above 15% on the day. 10%, excuse me, 10%. 10%. My mistake, I stand corrected. We're at 6.5 right now. It doesn't break 15s, Patty says. Rarely. So looking 10% right now, says the Mara indicator, Big Patty Ice. We're going to keep an eye on MARA. We're involved in it right now. I want to see if there's a seller. We're weaseling in here into 12s. Let's see what the look is on 15s. Yeah, some decent seller size there. Nothing to write home about. Adara, what's your look? Oh, I've got some comments here in the chat before I send it to you. Big Spile Burdette, what's going on there, Big Spile? Hope you're having a great day, my man. Kyle Burdette says, the hopium and the excitement seem to be at sufficient psychological levels. Time to short. Love it, Big Spile. You know, psychology and technicals work great together, so I guess use both, which I know you do. Chill vibes. Man, I feel like Nvidia earnings is taking forever. You and I both. I mean, we all want to get, wind of what the monster Nvidia is going to do. I personally want to hear about, anything they have to say about TPUs. I mean, they really haven't addressed competitors in the past. Yeah. It's not like Jensen's ever said anything about AMD or been like, oh,
it's not very confrontational.
No, and there's always a thing where the number one doesn't acknowledge number two, but number two is obsessed with number one. Yeah. Right? So that's kind of the
It's right in front of them. It's like the thing they're chasing after. When you're number one, everyone else behind you. Yeah. You don't care.
Right? So that's a look there. So yeah, I totally agree with you. Chill vibes. I'm sure we're going to get... I don't know. I think we probably beat again. It's just because, you saw what Zuck said when he sat down with him. He wants to buy like 500,000 of these things. So we'll see. Juan Padilla, can you explain to me why the VIX is pumping up and the market is pumping up as well? From my experience, what I've seen before is the VIX does the opposite of the market. Thanks. Well, let's have a look at the VIX. I've got it right over here on the side chart. Well, my man, here's the look on the VIX on the day. Obviously, you can see we're well off the highs. So that was Black Monday. And we've been printing lower lows and lower highs every day since that Black Monday. And so we're not really moving up, are we? Yeah, well, we're moving up in this area because we pulled back a little bit on the fuge, which is fine. But we're still down on the day. The VIX, let me tell you what the VIX is on the day. Allow me a moment here. Where is my VIX? Oh, I should probably add it on the side chart there. That's a mistake. There we go. SIBO Volatility Index. We'll put the futures contract and we'll put the continuous contract so we always get a look. So the VIX on the day, my man, is... Oh, it's not giving me an indicator. Okay, so I can't see the percentage on the VIX. I'll have to fix that. I apologize. But yeah, we're bouncing a little bit intraday, but the VIX is still right on the day. So yeah, keep an eye on that. Anything you want to talk about there, dear?
Yeah, I'm in the Bezos one. I'm in Amazon.
Sure.
The Zon, whatever. Whatever nickname you want to use, I'm involved. I got involved here at a level that I am aware could be a bit eyebrow raising. I got involved at 177s. Current high of day, 177.13. Why would I do that, you may ask? Well, the reason I did it was because I waited for us to be nicely above 177. I risked 10 pennies. If we got below 177.90, or sorry, 176.90 in any kind of violent way, I was getting out. Smaller position to start. If we get back to 177.10s and bounce, I'm willing to add because that was an area we struggled with. Making new highs of days right now. chilling like a villain for the time being. I really, like I said, if we get below 177s, I'll get out, break even, I'm whatever, I'm cool with that. But I really wanted to try to take a different type of trade. You guys know as well, I'll short lows of days, I'll go long highs of days if I have levels that make sense. For me with this Amazon, the book was setting up really nicely and it did not prove me wrong. We had this beautiful range also, so breaking up to the top of that range, I was like, okay, cool. And some of these breakout trades as well, always look at the smaller time frame because I think that shows you too, what right in the minutes leading up to the breakout, what are we doing? This 3-minute is like chef's kiss. This is chef's kiss. This is textbook. I have no words to describe how good I feel about this 3-minute on Amazon. So I like that look, hence why I was cool chilling with my long, and I'm going to actually set a Beakwetter here. Not Beakwetter, the other one. The one where you add. 177.13, I'm willing to add. That was previous high of day. When we broke above it was a nice little break. If you get back there, bounce, I shall be adding. We had 2 super chats here. One of them was from Zion Lala, $5 super chat. Jesus, Notorious, just please us with your lyrical thesis. We just chillin', milk 'em, top billin', TTV team. Shout out to you there, Zion Lala. We also had another super chat earlier from Cooler Hand. Thank you very much for the $4.99 super chat. How do you guys control your emotions after making big gains in a short amount of time? Love the show. Thank you very much. Love the support here. Thanks for being here. Honestly, I don't even make large gains, so
Neither do
definitely
I.
not the person to ask. But we can pass that question along to the big kahunas. I think in general, emotional control, like one thing that's huge. I think sometimes too, when you're in the trade, just focus on what is the stock doing. Hiding P&L is huge for that. Since I've hit P&L, I feel like the mental processes have gotten a lot better, and I've just focused on like, what is the trade? Does the trade make sense? There was that SPY short last week. I think it was like at one point $1 in the money, and I just like stood there and sat. I didn't, because it's like when you don't have the P&L, when you're not worried about how much you're making, when you're really just focusing on the processes, I think that can really be key. Speaking of process, add it into Amazon. If we get below 177s, I'm outie. I want to add here as we get back, or not add. I want to get out some at 25s. I've really been trying to add more, like, and again, that's what I said, hiding the P&L, I think it's been huge because now I don't worry like, oh, is it like, well, how much am I up? How much am I down? I'm like, is the trade feasible from a risk perspective? I risk 10 cents on this. So for me, like, I honestly don't think that's unreasonable. With the average position, I'm risking 6 cents because now I'm getting out if we get below 177s, right? So I think if you're adding, make sure you're adjusting to reflect that. To quote the great Michael Scott, as played by Steve Carell in The Office, adapt, react, readapt, act. Ain't that trading in a nutshell? That's what I say. But yeah, make sure you always have conviction, confidence, and that you're willing to get involved to make that here trade.
Bang.
Sean makes big gains at Scalper J. Yeah, that's why I was like, I want to pass that question on.
Yeah, the big
to
kahunas.
the big kahunas are making the bigger gains. We got also below these levels 176s, so I am outie of this trade. Happy I tried. Didn't work out. Where's the next trade, as Obi does like to say. And he'll be with us tomorrow, actually.
Yeah.
So shout out to JKL 146 999 super chat. Thank you very much. Can you guys do a look at Wolf, please, and thank you. You're welcome, and no worries. So Wolf, whoever howled there. Wolf is Terra Wolf. They are a Bitcoin miner. They had earnings on Monday after the close. And right now, honestly, I'm seeing, you know what their chart weirdly looks like? They look like Nike. I don't know why they look like Nike. Both of these clearly strong on the day, but not anywhere near their high of days. And in Wolf's case, big issue here with this 90 MA. We kind of had a bit of a quadunk off the VWAP. If we can get back to that 374 and push higher, I think that's a really great look. I like that take. Also, as I looked at the Nike to compare it to Wolf, yeah, because right now Nike's stronger than Wolf, but I mean by both is they both were at high of day, now kind of see a bit of consolidative action. Let me see on Wolf. If we go to the daily chart, we get any levels because they did just have earnings. Like I said, though, with Wolf, I think if we reclaim 374, that's a nice, we could push higher, and then I would say look for resistance at those previous highs above VWAP. If Wolf cannot do that, then I would, you howl better than me.
Sorry.
No, I'm not upset. It's a nice howl.
Oh, okay.
I am more like this Wolf, like stayed up all night, like with the pack, and is now like, whoa, what's happening? When in reality, I actually overslept. But Wolf, let's not sleep on Wolf here. Daily chart for Wolf. Hit me up. Come on now. Okay, we'll see if that loads. Right now, again, though, like 5 minute, I think if we get above that 374, I watch out for resistance at 384, which was that top, that regional top earlier. So I'm going to see if I can pull up the daily chart anywhere else because I'm running into some issues loading the, there we go. Never mind. Oh, wow. 384, if we break above that, that's also, I would say, support resistance on the daily chart.
That woke you up.
If you get that 384, I would say these wolves are howling to the upside. Good look for WULF. Look at that support as well in the daily at 330. Thank you very much again for the super chat. I'm going to stop howling. What are you doing?
Oh, good. Trying to get into Apple. It broke through 60s. That's my level. We were waxing poetic, to use an ADR-ism, at this 60 level, Fabian, because there was a whole lot of consolidation at that level before we broke through the volume-weighted average price. It's not coming back into 60s. I just refuse to chase stocks. I don't like to do that because I always get poopy prices. So if it comes back into 60s, I'm there. We'll look to defend. Yeah, it's going away. Anyway, I did really well on Mara. I'm happy with this trade. We got in at 5s. We got out there at 20s there. It's on the way up. It broke through the high of the day. I should have listened to the Mara indicator. He said 10%. Don't know why I took it at 20s. The reason I did, I'll tell you why, is because we obviously had the top there. The closing print was at 20s, despite the wick being into 4s. You know, this is it's a good level on the daily. This $15 level is a tried and true level. It goes back to the beginning of the year, and I think even before that. So I was quite bullish on MARA on the day. We'll see what we get there. Apple just won't come back into 60s. It is now curling up. It's looking at taking that 225 level. There's not a whole lot to stop it before 225. There's a little bit of zig and zag here at 80s. I'm not inclined to want to base off anything on 80s, more like the whole dollar level. I still have my order out at 60s. I'd like to take it. It'll have to be a $0.50 defend. If we come back into 60s, it can't be one of these ones where you give it a couple of pennies. That's not the move. AAPL has been more volatile lately ever since the volume started coming in. So that's the look there. Kyle Burdett, did you get that video last night? Interesting how we gapped over that witching close price. I haven't had a chance to check your big spile. You know, the build out right now is kind of engulfing all my time. I apologize. We'll get to that today and I'll shout it out. Mara, Neil says, where's your Mara high a day? Here's the look. So prior to the break of that $0.25, I had it at 24s. Neil, now it's at 28s. How about yourselves? Oh, okay, yeah. Yeah, I gotcha, okay. So, yeah, we'll see if MARA can continue to pump here. Let's see what else everybody's talking about. Rivian Millionaire. Mara is at 7.2. Yeah, well, it's a little bit lower now, but yeah, your point's taken. 6.87. I gotcha. Shout out to Rivian Millionaire. Crap stock. ADR is a scalper. What type of trader are you? I like to pretend I'm a momentum trader. So we'll see exactly what I am, but yeah, that's more of my look. I like to take these names that are moving up on the day and just ride the trend, whether up or down. That's kind of the look there. All right, continuing to watch AAPL. It's not coming into 60, so this order is no longer valid for me. It's either I get in here or I'm going to have to wait to 225. Here's 80s, and it's breaking through 80s as I anticipate. Let's see if the bid can cross on 80s, though. Nope, the bid not crossing quite yet on 80s, but I did see a top wick through there. What are you looking at, ADR?
Okay, so you know I said Amazon, like I had the long, didn't work out. So it's still vibes. It was like, oh, make sure you collect the Amazon package profits before people steal the package from your door. Package was stolen from my drawer. Where's the next trade? Well, I look over the Amazon side chart. You guys know I said if we can't hold that thing, that support, that big old support level, to me, this would be a short. And then I didn't take the short because then we had that gorgeous bounce off 177. I didn't scalp it out and things for aggressive journaling and not for me to rant about here. But this 176 breakdown, 176.60s breakdown, chef's kiss, gorgeous. And then never mind too, we start like this breakdown really heavy. We start selling really heavily as the Qs, we can do a new high. I mean, now they're lower, but the point I'm trying to make is this weakness in Amazon slightly predated by a few seconds here, that weakness in the Q. So I was like, So I like this. I'm risking into 80s. I'm risking like 15 pennies. 80s because that was an area we really chopped and turned around on the book. I watched, I waited, I schemed, trying to get money there. Shout out to Drake for this thing. Right now, we are not the furthest thing from my first beak wetter. We're not especially close either. I'm going to be taking some profits out at 46s. Oh yeah, I was going to say, why did I choose this? I chose this, that was the level we wicked into earlier, right? So taking profits at 46s, that does not mean I'm never going to add into the position. If we get nicely below this whole chop and turn at 21s, I may add a small piece. 21 may, in fact, do something for me. Quantrand, this is interesting. Stocks will usually break out midday. Maybe something to consider for the next 5-day breakout. That's a fair point, but we have had some midday breakout outs today, which is why I wanted to try it. So Amazon, we had a bit of a breakout, didn't super work, but AMD Shout out to Freddie, the friendly guy. AMD actually did have a gorgeous flat top breakout that I watched on my side chart and did absolutely nothing about. So look at this. Look at this push higher here. We're trying to get into that 146.40s. Now, mind you, it's not perfect. There's certainly some topping tail action, but I appreciate what you had to say there, Quantran. It's something I want to look back and study some of these other high day breakouts, because sometimes you can get them in the midday, especially a day where we're making some more moves and the Qs and the SPYs are pushing higher. But I do see what you mean. It's something I definitely want to study, want to do that research. Also, the SPY, speaking of higher days or SPY of days, if you will, SPY getting a little bit rounded top-ish, mayhaps, perchance. We had that 552. Okay, I would say, I guess I see it more on my side chart, but the way my side chart zoomed. If we get below this 9 EMA and keep pushing lower, I don't mind the idea of a SPY short, but like I said, I've noticed my SPY shorts are only effective if I am taking them at a whole dollar break, or if I've watched the book like crazy and I have a hyper-specific book level. If I have not done either of those things, I'm not getting involved in the SPY in either direction. We are about 5 pennies away from this peak water here on Amazon. Let's see if we get it. But also, there's any tickers you're looking at like this and you're waiting and you're like, will it get to my level? Should I trade it? How would I trade it? What would the big kahunas do? Get in the chat. Exclamation point. Join. Space. Dollar sign. Ticker. Let us know. Seeing a lot of comments here in SMCI, so let's see what's so super about SMCE. Up about 6%, up above 600s. Wow. Honestly, for me, I feel like SMCI, a couple times a month runs like this. I've just noticed. It likes to run. It's certainly a runnier name. And I do like the way we have all of this support at 209. No, not 209s. 609s. Look at that resistance here earlier. Then we kind of pop above it, rest, trying to push higher. If we can break above that 612.70 area, that could be a nice little look for me. Amazon did, in fact, give me my first peak water. I took more size with this trade because I felt confident about it. But now it is time for the lesson of the day.
Neil.
Welcome, lesson of the day here, brought to you in some ways by Sharif. Not that he knows this to be true, but I've heard him say this a few times, that the closing prices matter. And so what I want to talk about is specifically closing prices. So a lot of times when you're looking at a daily chart, and every time when you're looking at a daily chart, you get your nice open, you get your close, and some people have preference as to which one matters more, but you got to think about the psychology of why that closing price is so important. You know, it's all well and good. You can do anything you want in the morning and have a plan of action with it. You can have take profits if you get in at 9:30. You can have stop outs and all day long for it to resolve. But what's that money doing late in the day? That late money, if you're buying or selling the close, that's what you're making that call, and then most of the movement's overnight in the stock market. That's how it works. Everybody understands this. At least it's been understood for a long time. Most of the movement in the stock market happens after hours and before the previous open. So it's a big deal when the money wants to go in or come out at the end of the day. And then throw on top of that you had those big auctions, so you had those imbalances come through, and then you get that big consolidated print where you get a huge volume spike. Often the biggest volume event pretty much every single day is going to be that closing price. So how can you use this to your advantage? Well, one, sometimes we talk about things being an inside day. If you have a stock that's trading inside of a range and you like support and resistance and key price levels, well, you might not get to a double bottom. You might not be trading within a double top to trade off of that at the open. So what's the other places you can look? And let's imagine a scenario where, we're not having to imagine a scenario where Meta is strong. Meta's been strong going into its 52-week high. So it's been strong. You're looking for buys and dip buys, and it doesn't present you with an opportunity to buy off of the bottom the day before. It doesn't present you at the open with a breakout trade right away off the double top. What it does give you is a dip into basically the only other thing in between, which is exactly the previous close. And when it bounces off the previous close, bye-bye. It's off to the races. Now, again, it's not as if every single stock you should buy at the previous close. No, that's not the idea at all. The idea would be if you want to be joining a trend, there's breaks of highs, there's buys off support, but then you can also look at that previous close price. If the buyers like where it closed and they're willing to jump and buy again, fantastic spot to try and get involved in. And it's not as if I'm just saying this is a one-off. The reason why it's a lesson of the day is because I can pull out a few of these on a day like today. PLTR, Neil. There you go. That's why we didn't get up there. So Palantir is another example, and I'm just going to wait for this chart to load up. Palantir is another example of a stock where at the open, what are you dealing with? It's pre-market already taken out the top. The support levels, 30.70, 30.30. You've got a couple of big support levels potentially that neither one of them gets tested. So an inside move, it fails the previous high. So if you're long in there, you're out. Dips right in, previous close, $31. Where was the support? $31. Now, does it follow through? Ultimately, it couldn't break through that prior high. But the only place where it ended up, unless you had it at the number at 8:30, the only place where it actually made sense to buy was at that previous close price because it was trading inside of the range. General upward trend the last few days, dips and holds the previous close. And to give you one more to boot, where did it dip to yesterday? Previous day. Dips right into previous close again. So it's actually just doing the same thing that it did, maybe not as strong, fair enough, but in an inside day, the only place to grab it, failed to break, pull back in, previous close ends up holding on. And the key, obviously, is you do have a general uptrend. You have a reason to be going in that direction in the first place. Stock is in an uptrend. The same thing with Meta. I'll give you another one here. And in this case, sometimes they do follow through. Coinbase, $200. I'm going to do this for myself because if you remember, like up until today, I kept saying Coinbase 200, so I'm not in a 200 break today. I'm not happy about it. I wasn't here yesterday for what it did at 200 in the other direction. Again, huge level 200 flushes. Are you getting a shot at 193 this morning? No. If you took the 200 break, not terribly clean, like maybe you scalp $1 in there, but it comes all the way against you down into 198.5. The second time through, maybe it's a continuation play over. There's some things you could have done with the 200 level. I'll grant you that. And they would have looked okay. But the even better trade was it reversed that 200. It's been in a bit of a bounce zone, kind of maintains the higher lows, even with the sell-off through 200, maintains the idea that it can hold that support in the 190s. The only available dip comes right in previous close price and then off to the races. You also hear a term that we say a lot here to conclude this lesson. Going red to green or going green to red, or the stock is attempting to go red to green or green to red. And the reason that matters is because closing prices matter. Huge volume events at the end of the day, usually the biggest volume event, that's where money is going in or coming out and finding an equilibrium. And it's at those prices you want to make decisions. So if something is trending in a certain direction and you've got no key levels to work off of, an easy one to throw in there is what was that closing price the day before? Look for the dip buy if you're going long. Look for the, short the pop if you're going short. But the principle is the same. If that's where they wanted to close it on big volume and you don't have anywhere else to look, that is a good place to key on right at the open. 3 examples for you here. One that was a home run if you took it. A couple that you couldn't have really lost on either, as long as you looked at that closing price. That's your lesson of the day.
Thank you very much, Neil. Informative, eloquent. Can you guess what I'm going to say? And awesome. As always, Neil Roberts, every day at ADR around noon hour, like I'm telling you, like you don't know. And yeah, he's dropping hot lines. So if you're into that kind of thing, Neil, lesson of the day around that noon hour, be here or don't. You're going to miss out. So that's a look there. I was able to take some profits on Apple. I'm back in it at this level at the $0.75 because we did break through that 80 penny level. 60s my out here, so we're going to have to give this one a little bit of room. I should actually be giving it to 50s because that's where the consolidation level is. We did make a bit of a top there on the future, and I was keeping an eye on Google as well because Google has been strong for kind of no reason today. It got into that 160, 150, dipping down into that $0.25. This wasn't the level I was looking for, though, on Google. Shout out to Dan the Man Emmons. He always talks about the IB high and low, and the IB high here was screaming at me, 161 1/3. And I said to myself, look, you breached it. You got 161.5, essentially 47s. So I'm not inclined to want to take a long or a short till I can get a direction. So I'm looking short if it makes a new 5-minute candle to make a new low. I'm going long if it makes a new long 5-minute candle to make a new high. So I'm going to try to pack my patience on this one and see if we can extract some profits on it. I think it still has Neil's name on the position board, Fabian. I know you're alone today, obviously, so Take your time, no worries about that. Just wanted to let you know. So that's the look there. So I'm packing my patience, looking for that decided move back into 225 on Apple. Otherwise, we're going to get out of this one, ADR. What are you looking at over there? I heard you talking to Amazon when you got back.
I did because, oh boy, I liked this one. So I got out of the long. No, it was a short. I was in the long, but then I got out of the short. I got out of the short because we were kind of getting back into that 176.70 area. I took a 5-cent hit. I was like, Adara, you want to like breathe. You want to be able to walk around. You can get back in the trade base. Get out basically flat here. You took profit on the other position, this piece. Wait for the next opportunity. We get the next opportunity. I come back, sit down. I'm like, oh, Amazon. Ooh, let's go. And then Amazon drops. Cares not at all about my feelings, but that's fine. It's really not supposed to. As Sharif says, it's just a stock. That being said, 176.30 is that level I find interesting. Or I guess 20. Sorry, I guess it's 20s. We have a while here, but 20s. So where this huge big old candle here at 9.55, this top here, the top of this candle formed the bottom of that beautiful consolidation range. Okay, but the bottom of this candle, if we break below this 127.20, in the words of a noted Amazon trader, oh boy. So I think that level could be really spicy. And then you risk it into the next level that was really strong here, which is 176.40s. We bounced here right now, 176.20. So clearly this level does mean something. What does it mean? We'll find out. But shout out to GZ for the $4.99 super chat. Shopify resistance level, please. Bought calls that are nicely in the money when Sean called it at 69 yesterday. Thank you. You are welcome. And thank you very much for being in the chat, being part of this lovely community.
Absolutely.
Shopify, we know, was crazy off earnings. Like people were putting Shopify in their shopping carts. That's for sure. It was on their watch list. Oh my gosh. Okay, well, you're already like $5 in the money there, or calls. So shout out to you there. I don't know how it works for calls. I guess they're just in the money. But yeah, I'm sure. Sorry, I don't know. I don't know options lingo.
You're right.
But let's find out here in the daily chart if it will. I've noticed my daily charts have been taking like a sweet moment lately.
Brendo's are acting up too at the big desk.
Yeah, I remember. Yeah, mine, like, they do work. It just takes a minute. Like, you got to flip between them. So apologies there. Right now on the intraday basis, this top here at 74, that was crazy resistance. If we can hold, resistance, I think if we can hold that, that's a great look. But in terms of a longer play, come on, Shopify, be nice to me. I would think in terms of a longer play, I mean, that 70, like right now, I think the 74 is still telling you something, right? But you want to see what it's telling you on a larger time frame. Also, just as I'm pulling this up, I remember we don't have any auctions today, but in 1 hour at 1:10, we'll have comments from Fed's Harker. So we'll have to hear what what the angels have to say there. Harkins sing.
I'm starting to think that the market might start looking short here. We're seeing a lot. Yeah, I'm seeing a lot of weakness on the Mag 7. Apple's still within my range, so I'm holding it just exclusively for that reason, but I'm seeing weakness. You're seeing weakness on Meta, on Amazon, even Apple now, a couple of red candles, topping tail on Microsoft through 420. I'm seeing a couple of red candles now on goggles. Tesla's pointing down. Well, Nvidia is obviously still up on the day, but it's retracing into the 20 exponential on the 5. I don't want to be standing in front of this market if it's going to come back down, but you're not seeing the decided weakness on the future. Like, look, we're 7 points off the high a day. So I said to myself, look, you're seeing some curl down, which is normal, but you're 7 points off the high of the day. What the hell are you selling for? You're not even below the 10 exponential on the 5 on the NQ contract. So, when you day trade, you obviously see things in a much smaller context, but I'm trying to pack my patience here. I'd like a decided breakthrough 80 on Apple. That'll give me a lot more confidence in the trade, but I am seeing some weakness. Now, Google has made a new 5-minute candle to make a new low off that 161.5 top. We were talking about goggles getting weak, and there it is. There's the topping tail. It's about 50 pennies off that, well, no less, 40 pennies, off that high. So this is the new 5-minute candle to make a new low. Let's be all eyes and ears at 161 to see if we get a whole dollar defend there. So I'm going to pack my patience on that. I have to go back to Apple, though, because it's zigging and zagging here at 80s, not breaking through 80s. So trying to pack my patience on this one. Let's wait to de-risk a little bit, possibly in front of said whole dollar, but it can't break through 80s. It's been having trouble. There's a seller in the low 80s, high 70s, been keeping this bad boy down, despite the fact that the lows are higher on every successive 5-minute candle on Apple. That 80 flat top still in play. One eye on the future, one eye on Apple, unsure how this market heads into the afternoon. What's your look, Adara?
Yeah, so just I finally got my daily chart loaded there on Shopify, so thank you for that. I put this in the chat, but again, to the person with the super chat, thank you very much again, GZ. Yeah, I think honestly, the biggest level of resistance was at 69, and we cleared that. Like, if you look here, 69 was a level we played around a couple times, right? It was a little bit of support there. Then it was resistance a couple times, right? We pushed above it beautifully. So I would say, now that we're above 69, I don't want to say blue skies or green skies. It's definitely not. But I'd be looking there. What was that next area where we had a little bit of a possible resistance? When we had this downtrend starting back here in January with these lower highs, higher lows, that was... Sorry, lower highs, lower lows. 78 was the last pop we had there. So I think if we get above that 78, that's a nice look. All the other levels, I'm going to be honest here, like any other kind of chop and churn here, this 73, 50s, we got above that. I would say 78 is my next level, in my opinion. Willis Addison, thank you very much for the super chat. Let's go Amat. Swing calls from 191 to 50 strike. Shout out to you there, Willis Addison, with a little salute emoji and a money bags emoji. I'm sure you are printing up a storm. Let me find my chart. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Yeah, like thunderstorm. I don't know what I'm doing. But let's take a look here at this AMAT. Well, okay, this is great. You got involved at 191. We are at 211. You're a part of a $20 club there, Willis Addison. So many names still at high of days. It's fascinating here. Look at this. Higher highs, higher lows. Snowflakes also weirdly basically at high of days for reasons I don't understand, because that had bad news after bad news. We had Buffett selling, and we also had the downgrade, and Snowflake keeps pushing higher. Actually, like this is dip buy, but I digress. I digress. Amat, higher highs, higher lows, and look at that bull flag breakout, Sharif, on the 5 minute. This is beautiful. I think the fact, if we could stay above 210.50, I think you're in a good place. Shout out to you, Willis Addison. I'm sure you are very happy with the materials that you're making on that Amat trade. Also, I want to get long snow on a dip buy, and then I'll get out if it makes another. I'll just show the chart quickly just so I can explain what I'm looking at. So Snowflake, let it snow, let it snow, let it snow. I would like it to be snowing profits, though. I don't want it to be snowing to the downside, Sharif.
No.
Who wants that? So look.
One, or is that two?
It's like, I think Amazon got one.
Oh, cool.
So it's at least 2 or 3.
Fair.
But I like that, but I appreciate the pushback counter. Look at this previous resistance here, right? We break out above it here at that 128.30s. I would like to go long 128.30s, and I would be risking here into 128.11s, 128.10s, which was that next area. If it makes a lower low, I'll get out. One thing Sharif said that really sticks with me as a trader since I've started at this desk is whatever you use as your impetus to get into the trade, sometimes use that as your impetus to get out.
Love it.
If I'm going to get out because I like the support, especially if that support's in confluence with previous resistance at a higher low, then I'll be getting out if we break below. I want to see us properly reclaim 123.30 on the ask, though. How are you doing?
I took 20 pennies on the dead one, and I'm still holding a piece. So looking for that 225 break. We're long at 75s. Wet my beak a couple of times already, still holding on, so a bit of a bigger position this time around, Fabian. Looking for that 225 break. We got a topping tail, as you can see, into set 225, so I'm all eyes and ears to see if we do reject at that level. It's the $5 level, it's the whole dollar level, yada, yada, yada. You guys get it. You know that I always look at these key areas of technical resistance. Here is the look on the 5-minute chart. The future just printed high day. So this is why I was yelling at myself earlier, right? Openly. I was speaking out loud. I said to myself, look, you're seeing the redness coming on the market, but you're not seeing the confirmation on the futures. The futures wasn't even at the 20, right? It wasn't even below the 10. So I said to myself, if you get out here, you're a, you know what, right? So I did. And that's just, I'm talking to you guys about it because I think that you maybe other people have the same issue with as me, you know, being kind of influenced by some short-term price action. Anyway, 225, I'm looking for a breach of 225. Obviously, the high of the day on AAPL is 225.35. There's a whole lot of interaction at these closing prints here, south of the third of a dollar. These all these come around between 15 to 20 pennies. So we'll see if, number one, we're able to get above 225. If we are, do we have that same issue that we had with the quarter dollar where we start topping tail and the sellers really start getting control at around that 225 quarter dollar? So all eyes and ears, we'll see exactly what we get there. Woo, Meta. Okay, so I was looking at Meta and I said, look, Sharif, you know, you got into some trouble yesterday. You got to be a little bit careful. And this one was awfully nice because it was a very strong name, as you can see, 2 1/3, and it came into the 20. And it wasn't breaching the 20 on a closing basis. It was wicking below it. So I said, look, if you can get in at the 20 here and you can stomach some volatility, get in. But then I saw this monster, 2 bottoming tail monsters. These went $1 each. So you literally are going to have to sit there more than $1 with your stop. And so that if you want to use risk to reward, then you got to be able to eke out $2 off that at least if you're going to have a 2 to 1. So I didn't see it there. I didn't get in. Maybe a little bit too conservative for my part because it gave you a good trade there. If I was to get in around 537 1/3, that would have been $1 plus in the money. So we'll keep eyes on Meta. I traded it well yesterday. We'll keep an eye on this one, see if it presents us today. Meta gives you dollars pretty dang quickly, okay? Yeah. So you're going to have to either be ready to go against you $1 super quick, or you're just maybe this is not the one you want to trade. Here comes 225 on the dead one. A printing 01s on the ask, wasn't able to cross. We're expecting, obviously, some resistance here with the Jacobin and whoever else at that 225 level. So we'll keep tabs on Apple up about 1.5, 1.47 right now. What else am I seeing? Nvidia absolutely held the 20 exponential very, very beautifully in the exact same way that Meta didn't. So this one did break the 10 exponential and it did weasel its way down into that 20 exponential on the 5 at about 121 3/4. You're well above that now, about 50 pennies. They're breaking through that 122 1/4. Obviously, the high of the day and the level I'll be looking at to see if it gets breaches that $0.50 at 49s. Great look for Nvidia. Great look for the dang chips, man, after they got shellacked a little bit here. What is Google doing? Google is just on the way up. Someone really likes Google today because there's no catalyst. In fact, it's mostly bad news for Google. 161.50. This thing keeps printing highs. I was looking to short here. Thank goodness I didn't short. I was yapping up a storm about, oh, that 5-minute candle to make a new low. I'm going to get short. Well, good thing I didn't get short there because I'd be like $1. No, not $1.
That's exactly what the yapping sounded like.
That would have been 30 pennies out of the money, Adara, because this thing is just on the way up. Goggles up 0.70 now, looking to go a percentage on the day. Who's the strongest in Mag 7 world? That's going to belong to the Cybertruck, even though it's off its highs. The Cybertruck's over 6%, followed by the monster. And, well, it's not even Nvidia. It's Amazon. 3.84 for Amazon, 3.61 for Nvidia. So a lot of strength right now. Apple still dancing at 225. No break, no reject.
Yeah, I tried Amazon short here at 176.45s. This is a level I liked earlier because, like, you know, as you can see, I literally got into the long there. That was a level we wicked into, that we bounced incredibly strong. I was interested in the short. If we were stay below that level, we liked it. We had a slow creep up into 60s. My out was 60, so I lost 70 pennies on this. No, I didn't lose 70. I lost 15 pennies. What am I saying? I lost 15 pennies, guys. Definitely did not lose 70 pennies on Amazon, to be clear. I was trying to make minimum 25, so the risk to reward there, the math is indeed mathing. Heavy82 asking about the other wolf, which is in Sebi's, because I was looking at the wolf that does the miners of crypto. Let's take a look at the wolf. I guess it's on the NY. Give me a second here. Oh, wow. Up 17%, almost 16% here. This is a $13 name. Also at high of days, like so many stocks today. Look at this. Higher highs, higher lows. Beautiful look here on this WOLF. Chip chop, pushing higher. New high of day for the wolfed one, for the fanged one. I don't know. Let's take a look at that daily chart here for Sir Wolfie. Oh, okay, this is not a great look. However, I think we're coming into some interesting areas. Hey, look at this support resistance, like hard shelf action that we have going on here at 1250s. Tons of support coming here August 5th, then tons of resistance coming into the next week. We push lower, now look at us pushing higher. I like this look, but we're still in that downtrend. We're still making higher highs, lower lows, unless we can push our little heads up here at Wolfie on this wolf stock above that 14. If we can push above 14, I think that is a great look there because that could at least show maybe a little bit of a slowing down or a breakage of that downtrend. Still vibes talking about AMAT. We did look at this one, I think like 10 minutes ago, and oh my gosh, Amat is, wow, that one is so strong. Cannot stop, will not stop. Seems to be the theme of Amat's day. and life as we head into its earnings this evening. Check out the market recap with myself and Neil and trader Danielle Shea. We're high a day right now for AMAT. It's 212. Last time I looked at this, we were topping around 211.50s. It's a great look for AMAT. I would say not one for the faint of heart. Like, you'd want to probably get involved in the dip buy, and probably the closest level for said dip buy. Again, not advice, just my take on the chart. 211, which was that little period of brief pause that we got after that beautiful bull flag breakout. Great look here for AMAT. Shout out to anybody who is involved in AMAT. But whatever you guys want to get in that chat, exclamation point, join, space, $, whatever tickers are fancy. Maybe it's AMD. Maybe it's Apple. Maybe it's the Amazon one. Maybe it's Google. I don't know. You guys know what tickers you like.
Yeah.
Get in that chat, exclamation point, join, space, $, ticker. Also, don't write ticker, write the ticker that you like.
Yeah.
Also, AMD is a beautiful one. Shout out to anyone who's confident enough to take this. Someone was saying, if you guys looked at AMD, oh my God, AMD is so strong. Pushing higher. Nice little pushes here. Great look. Near 147s. So many of these stocks are high of day, and futures are like, hey, don't forget about me. Same here. But also, you can't forget about us learning.
Yeah.
Earnings calendar.
I want to mention, hey, Davis, great point there. He says, we are 13 days to the earnings report for Nvidia. This should be some run up to earnings week for Nvidia, some positive dream spin for investors in general. I don't think you're dreaming here, man. I think you're sitting on solid foundation. We saw the interview or the sit down between Jensen Huang and Mark Zuckerberg. Zuck basically saying he's going to buy up a storm in terms of their H100s. We obviously know that they can't make the Blackwell chip fast enough to get it to market. So if Zuck's buying up a storm, we know that some of the other hyperscalers are continuing to build out. And here's what seems to be the consensus amongst these hyperscalers, that it's better to overinvest at this point and have hardware and basically these data centers that they're building out that you may not use to its full potential, as opposed to underinvesting and being left behind. So you're going to see kind of a risk on, in my opinion, with these hyperscalers. They're going to continue to pump money into this because of the risk of underinvesting and being left behind. It's such a big thing, like, the dot-com bubble, mobile, AI, I would say, maybe on par with that kind of tailwind. So overinvesting here is typically the case. We saw that with the build out in the internet. Everybody was building fiber ops, and then you couldn't pay people to take the fiber ops off. So, that is a definite risk. But I think you continue to build out, in my opinion, even if you're not going to utilize fully. So we'll see. Everybody's got a different opinion in this. Obviously, if you're involved in NVIDIA, I hope you print up a storm. I've got a couple of shares in my account here I'm happy with. Just going to leave that. I'm not adding or removing from the position. Just going to leave it. Let's go. Earnings. We're talking about the earnings calendar and the effects of seasonality. So let's get right to it. Timing is everything essentially in the world of investing. That old adage of buy low, sell high is more than just a cliche. Understanding the nuances, guys, of earnings calendar and the seasonal market trends can significantly enhance your investment strategy. By aligning your portfolio with these cyclical patterns, you can potentially increase your chances of outperformance. So let's get right to the actual lesson. So the earnings calendar. We all know what the earnings calendar is, right? It's a calendar that shows us the days that the companies are reporting. Sounds easy. So the earnings calendar is essentially a schedule of when publicly traded companies are expected to release their financial results. It's crucial, though, for investors and traders as we base off our investment decisions or our trades off it. So first of all, the importance here, understanding the earnings calendar, investors can anticipate, increased periods of market volatility. Right? Well, identifying potential trading opportunities, no question, and managing risk effectively. As an intraday trader, volatility is our bread and butter. No volatility, no profit. So when we find these periods of higher volatility, we try to hold on to them because that's what's good for intraday trading. So how do we use it? What's the methodology here that we should employ? Obviously, everyone has their own. You can identify these earnings dense periods. That means a couple of things. You can either find the periods where there's the most amount of companies reporting, or you want to get those sector specific companies, like, for example, the first week of earnings season usually is the banks. You like those regional banks, you like the big banks, you want to trade the banks and any possible sympathy plays that may come with that. You want to concentrate on that first week. If you like tech, you're going to have to wait a couple of weeks. So essentially, that's what we're talking about there. Identifying earnings dense periods, whether it's with the amount of companies reporting or the companies specific to your sector. And you should also be looking to analyze, analyze historical performance for the earnings. I'm just keeping an eye on Apple. It's zigging and zagging still with 225. You want to analyze the historical performance. You want to examine how the market has reacted to earnings releases in previous years. You want to look for specific patterns in terms of market returns, volatility, sector performance, different nuances for the trade. And you should be looking to identify as well these earnings gaps. And by this, I mean not price action gaps, but actually calendar periods, days or, weeks where there is no earnings or there are fewer earnings. If you are, not one of those traders that likes a whole lot of volatility and you like the volatility subside a little bit before you get into trades, that might be the window for you, okay? And there's also the issue of overlapping earnings with economic indicators or economic releases. So if you were to basically be an earnings play on the day that we got non-farm payrolls that missed by 100,000 and you beat on the top and bottom line and you guided exponentially higher, well, you probably got hit that day because NFPs wiped off everything, the weak NFP number. So you need to be very alive to the fact that on the earnings day that you're going to trade or want to trade, there could be an economic number that could, basically put the kibosh on your trade or substantially change it. You need to be aware of that. And the only way to be aware of that, get into that calendar. Let's talk about some earnings seasonality, though. This we hear a lot with retail. Seasonality this, seasonality that. So essentially, the concept here is earnings seasonality refers to the tendency of certain stocks or sectors to out or underperform during specific periods of the year. These patterns can be influenced by various factors, whether the economic cycles, the consumer behavior, industry-specific trends, yada, yada, yada. There's many different reasons. So let's give some examples. The one I just prefaced right now was retail, right? Typically, retail experiences strong sales during the holiday season, that November to December time period, and weaker performance, sadly, during the summers when people start spending on experiences rather than goods, right? I know if I wasn't building out, I'd be on vacation, right? I can't go on vacation this year, so I can't spend. But other people can, and they're spending up a storm. The Katina man just got back from London. Brendo's leaving in a few days. So, people tend to spend on services more in the summer than they do on goods and vice versa. Well, not maybe vice versa. People tend to go on vacation in the winter break too. Technology. This is another cyclical one that we can keep an eye on, Fabian. Making me laugh. Technology often exhibits higher volatility during earnings season due to the fast-paced nature of the industry, right? It's ever-changing. And energy prices can fluctuate here drastically based on, obviously, geopolitical factors. We're experiencing that right now. Love it. Love gas at this price. Weather conditions, economic growth. I mean, all the forest fires that we have in Alberta right now, that could significantly increase the price of Canadian or the crude. Or what's Canadian? What's it called again? The Canadian oil? Oil sands? Yes, the oil sands grade or whatever. Thank you, Katina, man. Apple's rejecting 225, so I have to have a look at this. So the dead one, it can't seem to break through 225. There's a lot of resistance there, so it's coming back into the mid-80s. I've already put my stop, so I'm going to allow the stop to trigger or to break through 225. So I just want to keep tabs on that because of the issue yesterday. Okay, so energy as well could definitely be hurt if there were forest fires coming into the areas where we extract oil from the oil sands. You guys get it. So there's all these different, variables that we have to keep an eye on. So what factors affect seasonality, though? And that's kind of what I want to talk about. These economic cycles certainly can affect seasonality. So recessions, expansions, they can all impact different sectors in different ways. For example, cyclical stocks tend to outperform during economic expansions, whereas counter-cyclicals tend to do better during contractions, the utilities, the things that you have to spend on, the consumer defensives, right, that you have to spend on, the discretionary get hurt, maybe tech gets hurt. Consumer spending patterns as well, very important. Seasonality as well into this. We just finished talking about retail and services in the summer. So shifts in consumer spending behavior due to the holidays, due to the weather, the economic conditions, tightening credit markets, for example. That can all affect retail. It can affect travel, consumer goods, etc. and industry-specific factors such as product launches, the regulatory changes, supply chain disruptions, all stuff we have to be aware of if we're going to do these trades because they have a way of affecting sentiment, which can definitely affect price action. And last but not least, we want to identify seasonal trends like, you want to be on the lookout for historical data analysis. Examine those long-term price charts before you take the trade. What were the performance metrics like? Are there any recurring patterns that you see consistently? Like Q1 for Apple will likely be a little bit better than Q3, which is in the summer, which people don't spend. People tend to buy the iPhones, the iPads, the AirPods around that, Black Friday, Christmas time, etc. You also want to keep your eye on correlation analysis. You want to analyze the relationship between the stock prices and seasonal factors like weather, right? Economic indicators or consumer spending. And last but not least, there's obviously the quantitative aspect to this. This is big right now in trading. Quants are, all the rave. If you're a physicist or a mathematician, you're likely in high demand. They employ statistical methods to identify significant seasonal patterns. So obviously that is an area to explore as well, ADR.
Yeah, thank you very much for going over that there, Sharif. Shout out to Sharif. And also, shout out to everybody here. If you want to vote for a ticker, exclamation point, join, space, $, ticker. Let us know. And some people are saying in the chat too, people always vote for the same tickers. Vote for some different tickers then, because we are going to talk about Nvidia, we're going to talk about Tesla almost always. So maybe Tesla, we will. Maybe there's a different ticker you want to talk about. Maybe you want to know, hey, where would you wet your beak if you were involved in Shopify or something? Where would you get involved in this name? Let us know, guys, so that you could be part of this audience segment brought to you by Real Trading with Sean and Neil and Sharif there on the green screen. So I'm getting involved in Teslas along here. I want to talk about the Tesla short because I'm aware that this looked really weird. I liked it as a short, and it actually held my levels as a short really well. Until it didn't. I liked it as a short because we had lower highs, lower high, lower high. And this level here, I would have taken it had I looked at it right at 214 because I was, like I said, I always have the Tesla book up. If we had a clean Tesla 214 bounce, I was like, dope, go long. It was so skittish. So I said, I want to wait. I don't want to short at 214. I want to wait for a breakdown. I got involved in this short 213.90s once we got below that level. I gave it 20 cents. I said, if we get above that 214.10 violently, I get out. We kept rejecting 214.10. In fact, we'd actually violently reject 214.10. I was like, okay, cool. Stay in the short. Happy I made the attempt. Didn't work out. But now I'm back in Tesla as long because I've been watching the book since I got out of the short. And the same levels I liked there, I'm coming back to forming as we push our way back up. Tesla, I saw that 214.10 bounce. I should have got involved 214.10s. Instead, now I'm risking into 214.10s because I know that's an area that was a huge amount of resistance earlier. Now flipping to a bit of support. Honestly, I'll feel way more confident about this if we push above 214.42s. That would definitely give me some more confidence. And I might even add a little bit because I have a pretty small position to start here. I want to keep seeing us make higher highs. We're bouncing off the 90 MA. Which is why I'm actually okay with the long. And that was honestly the biggest thing that made me skittish about the short. Still happy with the balance of the evidence. Chung. Obviously, I was wrong about the short, but if you see what you like, it doesn't, to me, if you have enough confluence for it, if it makes sense to you, if you have enough reasons, if you have enough things telling you it makes sense to be in this trade, the only person you should really be justifying it to is yourself. If you understand it, if you like it, if it makes sense to you, trade your book, right? So that was the attempt there. Now I'm doing arguably maybe the more, clearer look here and going long Tesla. I like that we're kind of trying to push higher here. We're basically flat in this position. It's not been more than 10 cents against us since I got in here. As I say that, I might try to break lower. But like I said, giving it 20 pennies, I would love to see a 214.70. That'd be dope. And now we're pushing back into my level of exit. Oh boy. Okay, let's see what we do here. If we're able to stop the whiffling and the waffling, hold on to 214.10s. I don't like this. I'm getting out. Happy I tried. Please just punch. The thing is, I know I say happy I tried a lot. Believe me, I know there's no try, there's only do. But you also only get better through trying and through doing. In some ways with trading, trying is doing. That's how you try because you can't get involved by the stock if you're not actually in it.
No.
Right? So all weird rants aside, Tesla long didn't work out. Tesla short didn't work out. Where's the next trade? As Obi says. I don't know. But Amazon, you guys know I've been looking at the Zoned one, the Amazon. We're back below 176.45 is just that level I like. My thing with Amazon is I feel like my instincts have been correct, but my points of entry have not. That is not a good sign, and so I think I should probably stay away from Zon. Honestly, we've had very few positive trades today. I had one SPY scalp I took off the show that worked out, took some profit in half this Amazon, but it's not been like the best trading day of anyone's life, so I'm just trying to make sure I slow down, make good decisions, because, you know, when things go badly, you got to push harder, you got to fight back within reason, not revenge trading, just trading that makes sense for you. What about shorting Google, says Raheel, quickly before I pass it back to the mustachioed man to my right. Google here at 161, shorting Google. Oh, I see what you mean, Raheel. Third pushback, I think, of the day. Okay, so here's my thing with Google as a short.
Yep. Exactly.
I would like to see us break below that resistance before you get involved. I want to see a hard 161 breakdown. I want to see a hard 161 retest. And I want Google to see Google intensely rejecting 161 before I want any kind of business. So ifs, ands, or buts. I don't think it's a bad idea, Raheel. I would just want a lot of confluence because this is a huge area to me of resistance. And then I would probably look for profit taking, see what you do here around that former view up. 160.70, not advice, just my take on the chart, and we did get that breakdown, so let's see how that goes.
I'm not in Apple, guys. The position board is wrong. I stopped out right at the break of 70, so yeah, thankfully, not like yesterday when I was actually in Apple on the way down. No, I am not in Apple at the moment, guys.
Small victories.
Yeah, small victories.
Gotta celebrate everything, Sharif.
Victories. There we go. So keeping an eye, obviously, on Apple. I've been trading it all day. I'm going to continue to keep an eye on it. 224 and a third is the volume-weighted average price. I'm not as inclined as I was previously to want to base off anything off VWAP because of what happened here. We broke down decidedly through VWAP, was able to reclaim it quite quickly. But if I'm going to have something dip-based, well, it better be based on something, you know, a bit more sure than this. So we'll keep eyes, number one, on that $1/3 of a dollar, $1/4 of a dollar area to see, number one, does it make it down there? Number two, does it find a good area of support, yes or no? Well, if the answer is yes, absolutely willing to get in. But the other side of the coin is, Katina, man, there's a double top possibly at this 225 level. We got above 225, but on a wick basis. And we weren't really able to hold above 225. And now we have a neckline off which we can base that double top confirmation. I'm going to submit to you that it's going to be a break of this area trough over here. So it's generally around 224, but I wouldn't be ready gung-ho to take the short at 224 only because it's shown you its propensity to wick below 224 and then go back up. So very interested on whatever comes here at Apple, whether it's a VWAP dip buy on the way up to 225, whether it's a neckline break at 224 for the manifestation of the double top, whatever it is, whatever it gives me, I'm going to be all eyes and ears. So AAPL in play, loving it. Softy, also at the volume-weighted average price. That's a hell of a retracement there, topping tail through that 420 and a quarter, and now we are knocking the door of 419. Do we hold up at these levels? Where is the price action support? Well, we had about 20 minutes worth of resistance at said 419 level, which jives with the volume-weighted average price. Alas, it's below it now, and basically trying to break the whole dollar level. So let's watch. We don't have to be first. That's the thing. We don't need to be first. We just need to have a proper read on the move. Now it's breaking below 419 and the volume-weighted average price. So there is some weakness here coming in on MSFT. Midday up 0.69. Well underperforming the market though. The NQ itself up 2.25. So many of these Mag 7 names are underperforming the market. Microsoft, Google, Apple, they're all underperforming. You got like the Nvidia and Amazon. And Meta's basically performing exactly in line with the market, 2.25 for both the market and Meta. Yeah, isn't that funny? They're both 2.25 at the moment. So a little zag on some of these Mag 7 names. We'll keep tabs on both the Mag 7 and the small cap gappers. And I just can't get over how amazing of a chart this ASTIS is. Fantastic look today for ASTS as I look up on my scanner, up 42 some odd %, holding this $29 level the first time on the day. So we could be getting the winds of change here. And if there's going to be mean reversion, I'm going to ask the Katina man to get me shorts on this. We'll have to wait and see if that actually manifests. But $30, an obvious level of resistance at the moment. And in the first time on the day, that we actually get a closing print below the 10 exponential on the 5, and now we're putting in those lower highs and those lower lows. Oh, baby, could we get a nice mean reversion back down? Look, $27 is where VWAP is. It's not beyond the realm of possibility that we retrace into the volume-weighted average price on a name that's been this directional. I mean, Obi does a very good job of showing you this guy. He does his speed lines. So what he'll do is he'll draw these, horizontal or diagonal, areas or resistance or trend lines, And, once you get a decided break through that, he's on the lookout for the short. I see him doing this all the time. Shout out to the Ob, the one that can Ob. He'll be on tomorrow. Say that again. I appreciate you, Katina Man. The Katina Man has hooked me up with the shorts. Can I tell them how much it cost me so we can big up real trading? I paid a bankruptcy making 1 cent per share, Adara.
How are you going to deal with that, Sharif?
I can't handle those kind of prices, Adara. Yeah, $1 per 100 shares. Thank you very much, Katina Man, for hooking me up with that. I'm just giving you an idea of what kind of deal we get around these parts at Real Trading, Adara.
Real Trading is the real deal, and the segment is brought to you with, oh my gosh, SPY, get down, SPY.
Down.
Okay, so I'm going to actually take out 2/3 of the position here because this was the plan. I drew these lines here. I was like, if we have any kind of pause, if we have any kind of breathing room here, get out there. Happy I got it where I did. Now we're bouncing back a bit. I still have 1/3 of this position. If we keep rejecting around 80s, I'll be adding. I said my SPY trades, and I said this yesterday, I ran into issues with the SPY, had some profitable trades, gave it all back. SPY was my worst name of the day yesterday by not a bad, I was still up on the day, but the SPY was not a vibe. Put it that way. And that was because I kept taking trades that were not my whole dollar scalps off key levels based on the book. Today, though, we get a 552 scalp. We take that to the downside. It also kind of came into confluence, a little bit of wiffle waffling we had earlier. I was just getting to 552.10, so just under 20 penny risk. And look at these levels you get. Now, to be clear, I was a little bit nervous when I first started in this trade. Thank you. I appreciate that. Because usually with whole dollar SPY scalps, I want some violence. I want some spylins. Did not get that. You did not get that right away in this trade. Let me tell you did not. Now that we're starting to get violent, if we pause here at 551.30s, I'll get out the rest. That is another level where we had some chop and churn. I drew these levels to remind myself, hey, Adara, reassess, reflect as we get to these levels. Do I wish I had more size? Oh, sure. But am I still happy I took some profit there? Oh boy. Oh my gosh, SPY does not care about my, SPY, you want to keep going lower? Okay. Let's see what we do here. Bounce a little bit off 30s. As long as we stay here back below that 60s area, I'm cool. If we break above 60s, I'm getting out. You have to address reassess and address the risk as you go, especially if you're trading something as volatile as the SPY. And I've said it's really interesting because I feel way more in control of my emotions and of my trading when I'm in the SPY than when I am in the $60 TQs. I don't understand why that is. I think it could be the leverage. And I think also because the SPY is $500, I feel like you're just way more like, I have to be on. You have to be really careful with it. When it's cheaper, you're like, oh, I don't know. So I don't know exactly what it is. And I want to assess that more. But if the market's going to go to the downside, Qs, I'm sorry, I don't know how to handle you. SPY though, SPY. I always be spying that SPY. I'll just take it out here. We're kind of bouncing a little bit off 30, so we'll get back out. If I see another rejection here, if we come back, say, and have this nice little rejection around 551.63s, that hold before he broke down further was just chef's kiss. So that would be a level I'd be watching. I know I said whole dollar levels, but I also said key levels on the book. That was a huge level in the book, and it was a huge level in the chart, and it's a level on my mind. Took about 50 pennies with the final third of my SPY position, so going to shake the SPY's hand on that. See what the next opportunities are. Hard to have levels on very much as the market kind of quadunks a little bit, but the EUM, I see you EUM, which has been ridiculously strong on the day, IWM Russell 2000 for those who are not down with my nicknames or don't know them, 212.50. This looked like it was going to be support because we kept holding higher highs, higher lows, and then we could do. If we come back to 212.50, we reject, somebody's going short, you're looking at that somebody. Kyle Burdett putting in the chat saying, I am starting to spile. Cool. I have shout that out. I love that. I feel like maybe that means you're getting in the SPY or you're just spy rolling. I don't know. But shout out to you, big Spile Burdett, big Smile Burdett, big Kyle Burdett. Long VIX, says Sean. I actually did long the VIX once. And that was, I forgot it's VXX if I want to look at it. It's it'd be really on the nose to say that the VIX is volatile, but it is. It is. That's what we call it the VIX for a reason. Right now, down about, okay, I don't love this bearish engulfing candle here, But I think, there is a nice little uptrend here in the VIX. The only way I trade the VIX, unlike my SPY scalps, with the VIX, because it's a bit spreadier and, as I said, super on the nose still, but it's very volatile, I will only trade the VIX if I have levels or if it's kind of some kind of trend. If not, I'm not touching it. Shout out to you there, Sean. Not our Sean, but Sean here. I think there's a nice little push here. If we get back to that 45.80, that was a clear. If you got long there, that's a great look. Shout out to you. Also, Kyle Bennett saying he was smiling. He was like big smile, like a smile.
Yeah, that's what I
I
got.
totally missed that.
I got
Okay.
that, yeah.
Well, shout out to you there, a big smile, as the SPY comes back to that 551.60s, and my short fingers get itchy.
And that's why he's probably smiling, because
That
the
is
SPY
true.
is on the way down.
down.
Come on, Big Spile. Yeah, I saw your comment in the chat earlier. Big Spile wants you to know, just because he's taking the SPY short doesn't mean he doesn't know how to go long. He had a big
the
banger
Tesla.
there on Tesla, thank you, the other day. Here goes Astis into 30. I'm all eyes and ears. Let's see what it does here. This is why we got the shorts, thanks to the Katina man. Again, big, well, not big size, about a few hundred lots here, maybe a bit more. Just all got eaten up off that 30 level. There is big boy buying coming into this name today. What's the volume? We're pushing 40 million shares on this $30 name. Not bad. We have breached the $30 area before. It's not like the first time. We did wake up, I believe, in the 19s or 18s, a little bit lower this time around on ASTS. I think we got into 16s over here. The high of the day is 18s, and the high on this one is 16. So possible, double top. Well, it doesn't have to be a double top, or just general resistance at 30. Either way, 30 is going to feature here, whether as support or resistance. So we're going to let this one resolve. It's very much uptrend today. The only reason I even got shorts on it is because it was the first time on the day that it actually breached and closed below the 10 exponential moving average on the 5-minute chart. It hadn't even touched the 10 exponential until that point. So started feeling, the winds of change may be coming around here. But we're going to pack our patience. Rejecting 30 again, coming back down below that level. Let's pack our patience. Let's see, do we get another 30 retest? Or do we get a nice decided flush off this level? I don't have to be first, but I need to see how it resolves. Great trading today on ASTS. I saw you guys in the chat. People up big on this name, and how could I be surprised by that? It's up 44%. The actual dollar move, guys. The low of the day is 21.58. We closed below that yesterday. We're above $10 on this name, above where we are. And here comes 30 again. Still below that 30.20 or 30.18 HOD. Zigging and zagging. Let's see what the ask does over here. This looks like it's going to break. Is there any selling here at 18s that we need to be concerned of? An area top. There's about 130 lots or so at that 30.18, kind of a random area, maybe front running the fifth of a dollar. I'm not as inclined to want to tell. There it goes. There's a new high a day. This looks like it's a long. Yep. So now we can base something off 30, or that 30 area will be our area stop. So we should be able to defend. This thing is just going, bro. Here comes 30 and a half. I think the high of the day now is above the third of a dollar. You're seeing the spread tighten up too. I mean, this was open. It was about 10, 15 pennies at the lower dollars. Now we're talking about 1 or 2 or maximum 3 pennies spread. Great look right now on ASTS. Here it comes back into that $0.25. Let's see if it can come back into 30 and hold it. The order's going to go out now. Let's try to front run it a little bit over here and see what we can get. We'll put it right at that level. So we'll just zig and zag a little bit. Look, it might go without us though, obviously, and that is part of the risk. So we may have to chase this one, but it has to show me the right thing. And it did here. It bounced off the 10 moving average aggressively and made a new high. So great day for ASTS. You don't always have to trade the mega cap names. There are good small cap gappers sometimes out there. Just need to be aware of them there.
Yeah, thank you so much for that there, Strafe. Shout out to you. Hopefully, Ask is sending you into space with how happy you are. You'll be on Cloud 9 with Ask Space Mobile. No, I'm joking. Their actual company is EST Space Mobile, but I had to make a bad space pun. I am 5 cents out of the money in IWM. I said I like that 212.50, and I have to be very cognizant of the fact that 212.50, I liked it because usually you'll see resistance turn to support. Here, resistance turned to a big, fat, ugly quaduk. So I said,
Things that make you go,
Things that make you go, So 212.50, I liked here, so I went short. I was aware, like, hey, this could, support resistance flip. Just because it didn't happen the first time doesn't mean we can't support this time. We haven't really, though. I'm risking into this wick here around 70s that we had a couple times. So risking about 20 pennies. I'm looking to make minimum 30. And if we break below this baby shelf we had here at 30s, I'll actually add. So I'm trying to make 30 cents here. First out at 212.20. But if I can scoop up a few shares on my way to the downside at 212.30, I will. I have a decent sized position here. It's nothing huge. Like I said, what I'm trying to work on is adding to positions. So if you want more shares, like you don't load all the shares in right away, load an amount that makes sense. I have an amount that makes sense for IWM, but if it makes sense to add more as you go, you definitely want to be adding more. Also, Palantir, a name that has been on my side chart semi-regularly since its earnings last week, I keep neglecting because Palantir in the midday, as we head into the afternoon, gives you these beautiful little stutter steps to the downside. And I'm like, why am I not playing them? Come on, what are you doing there? Palantir, oh my gosh. So many pushbacks today, but I'm sorry. Lower high. I said that 312, that 3120 area was not looking at that 3120. Yikes, Zwinkies, Adara. Because that 312, what am I in, Scooby-Doo? That 3120, that VWAP, support resistance flip. This is an area of resistance in the pre-market as well. Wow. Higher lows, higher highs, higher lows. Now breaking below 31s with this ugly topping tail candle. I need to assess this chart more. I don't know where I would risk if I were to get involved in this now. Palantir, interesting to me. SPY coming back to my 5160s level. Like I said, SPY only hold dollar breaks or other things I like. 55160s, that is a huge level for me. So keep eyes on that. Honestly, this market is still trying to get itself together, but we do have in 15 minutes Feds Harkin on the mic. And we also have in just over an hour our new segment,
I thought they were going to.
which is brought to you by Real Trading. Exclamation point. Join, space, $, whatever tickers are fancy. You might be like, hey, what's this voting for? This voting is that our new segment, which is brought to you by Real Trading, which gave Sharif his cheap little asses shorts. This is just so that you can see, you can make sure whatever ticker you like is viewed by Sean and Neil. If you're like, hey, what is the EWM doing? What is Asses doing? Then you'll find out. And the only way to do that is, well, it's not the only way, but it's one of the best ways to do that is to vote for your ticker of choice so that we know what you're trading and so that you can see what the big kahunas think of your trade. EWM, get down. We're about 5 cents away from getting stopped out here on the IWM one, but let's see if Russell can keep pushing higher. Today, Russ is not the greatest rapper alive, but we'll see how he does if we push back below 60s and 50s. How are you doing?
All right, we had to keep chasing Astis because it just kept going up and up, but there seems to be a bit of a seller at 60. It's really like the first time it's held up there. Now I can see actually more size coming onto the book at 60. We'll have to see if that's a local area top. Look at that. It just stopped, not started at 60. We'll have to see if we can push through there. I took a small position here. Very interested in actually adding at the $0.25. We'll have to see if this one can hold up initially above 50, or not the $0.25. Sorry, the $0.25. We'll have to see if this one can hold above 50. Or whether it's able to break through 60. We're printing a little bit above 60s, but you can kind of see that it holds up in the low 60s. And that's not for no reason. That's probably because somebody's getting very aggressive in their short around the $0.0025 or really wetting their beak on some profits in and around there. Again, we hold up at 60s. In fact, the high of the day is still 67s. Here we go again with the 65 penny area. Do we break through 67s? No, you can always see the tape stop at that level, and there we go. We get the print. Let's move up. Now we're up above 70s. Let's see if we can squeeze. Here comes a $0.75. We're about 20 pennies in the money. Let's see if we can get up a little bit higher over here. There's that $31 level, but we're zigging and zagging to be expected on this name. Now, do I really want to DCA into the $0.25? No, I don't, because that's way far removed from my area. So let's go, Mr. Astis over here. Let's go.
Let's go, punk.
Yeah. Let's print 80s, baby. We're coming into that 80 area. We're zagging at 77s. I took it out at lucky number 77. You know, I'm just a little superstitious like that. Adari, no big deal. What's left with that whimsy? Let's see if we can make it up a little bit higher over here. I want to see if we can get into 88s. A little bit below 60, back into 70s. But we took out that seller or whoever, or the short seller that was in the low 60s. So that we don't have to worry about. Now we need to worry about the whole dollar or whoever's hanging out at the mid 80s. Or the low 80s. And here come the low 80s, baby. Move up, Astis. And there it is. We'll take that trade there right at 82 because I'm born in 82 and I'm superstitious. I was very happy with this trade. Good trade there.
Punch for you.
Yeah, I would have liked it at 30. Obviously, this is where I want to get in, but true to form, I don't chase stocks. You know that. Here we go. Bigger move up. Here we go. Now we can get back into Astis. That's another mistake that I've been making lately is letting these stocks off the hook. You do a very good job of that. So does Sean. You guys keep them on the rope, and it's like you punching them, and they don't get out of the corner, and then you zig, you zag, you bob, you weave, and you throw more punches, set up more orders, whatever you need to do to keep it on the ropes, but you do keep it on the ropes. I've seen you do it, and the Katina man does it all the time as well. So we'll keep tabs on this one. I don't want to let it off the hook. There's different areas that we can get involved. That $30 area, I'm going to be all eyes and ears. We zagged for about half an hour more at that $30 area. So I'm more inclined to want to use it as support. Call me crazy. But that's what we're going to look for there, Katina man. Katina man called me crazy. Hey, I asked for it, right? I asked for it. Even the Chilean nightmare is chiming in. So shout out to both of them. All right, what else we got over here? Let's bring in some of the side charts and talk about these. Pampit says chill vibes. Shout out to you, my man. Chill vibes having a good day today. Let's look at, Apple. Okay, so there's some VWAP action here happening as we work our way down off that 19,570, looking maybe to touch 500 again. We didn't really stop at 500, to be honest with you. So do we use it as support? Another look over here, you're seeing some winds of change possibly coming in on these markets. You have Tesla below the 20. You have Nvidia below the 20. By default, obviously, Apple's below the 20 because that VWAP. You've got weakness on Softy breaking down below VWAP now and that 419 level. The one that's really holding up the best, it looks like so far, it looks like it's going to be Nvidia and Meta. They're both hanging around near highs, relatively speaking. Goggles, for whatever reason, found support. ADR almost at that exact area that you pointed out.
161?
Yeah, it did breach a little bit. You did have to give it room, but they were all bottoming tails. Look at this. So you knew buyers were buying it around there. Look at the amount of bottoming tails and then the incrementally higher lows as showing buyer exuberance. So Goggles is not off the hook either. If we defend 161 here on Goggles, on GOOGL, this could be another interesting long, even though there's no catalyst and it's quite bearish on the day. The chart pattern looks fantastic. It's an area defend. You get bottoming tail candles, which shows buyer exuberance, at least in my estimation. So Google could be an interesting long here. Now you could basically get in here and risk to the break of 84 because that's where this bottoming tail candle goes to. 160.84. So that's not a bad look there. Big spile for tagging myself and Zion Lala. I am fortunate to have a peer like Sharif, for sure, man. All of the gang here. Ponzi Fondi is a great trader. Darwin, Chef Joe, day trader cuts, lots of knowledge and thoughts. Shout out to my band, Big Spile, always doing absolute most in a great way. And obviously one of the main contributors that we have in the chat and keep your eye on his levels. Keep your eye on Dan Ammon's levels. There's a lot of great traders in there doing their thing day in, day out. ADR Astis looks like it wants 31. There is a good amount of size moving up here in the mid-70s. There wasn't that size at the $0.75. That's new. So people posting bids here to take advantage of drip trades. I said drip trades, dip trades, but here we go. Here comes 31 now, the high of the day on ASTS 3096. It feels like it's a matter of time till this whole dollar level gets breached. I absolutely love this. And I want to remind you guys, this is not a small cap gapper, okay? This is an $8.3 billion market cap, so it's bigger. Obviously, it's increased the market cap on the day as the price has really gone up. We're up 48%. And it's traded about 41 million shares. I gave you the deets earlier, 120 essentially million share float, and the short float on it quite large. Maybe why we're getting a big boy move. 21.5%, and this one reported yesterday, so it is an earnings play, ADR.
Yeah, so I tried, okay, if I may borrow your phrase, call me crazy, but I have a theory about the SPY. Thank you, I appreciate that. I have a theory about the SPY. And I think it could be a head and shoulders. And I want to say why. And a lot of this, you can see it on the chart, but I've been watching the book as well. The support at 551.60, in short, makes no sense. It is insane. Now, I was thinking maybe this would be level because we did have, obviously, that support. If you go back here in the 5 minutes, like 11:40, that was some hard support. We break below it. We did wick below it, to be fair. But that's why I want to take a part of the position there because that 551.60 was just like, what's happening, right? It's wild. Then we come up back here to 552s. And I'm like, oh, if we break above 552, we'll go long 552. You guys know how I feel about the whole dollar breakouts in the SPY. They're a yes for me in either direction. But we don't get the breakout. We come right back down, careening to, you guessed it, my favorite level, 551.60. We wicked below it. I got short. I risked like just around, I think I got it 62, so I risked like 18 pennies here. We got above 80s, and the reason I wanted to say 80s is because A, 80s on the book were interesting, and they're still interesting, and B, look at that previous high. This was a high earlier, 551.80s. So basically what I'm trying to say is SPY is really respecting key levels, but also SPY cannot put its little snout near 552. So I would be very aware of that 552 rejection. I think if we break 551.60, that's going to be a short. I'd love to be a part of it. I'm still a little bit miffed at AMD from last week when I wanted that beautiful, beautiful head and shoulders breakdown. And I literally look at Sharif and I'm like, I missed the trade because it broke down without me. But that's what happens in the market. Sometimes you're not there. You're not sitting down. You only trade for 3 hours a day. So in my case, so it's a little more limited. But if you see patterns, I think you owe it to yourself, even if you don't trade them, to understand how they resolved and find a way to learn from it. And so that's what I'm trying to do here on this SPY. If it holds a support, cool, I'll take it as a long. But to me, there's something brewing in these hills. And that thing is a breakdown and a short. Also, Kyle Burdett had a super chat. So thank you very much to Kyle Burdett for your $5 super chat. Sharif gets cheap ass, just shorts with real trading. Nice little pun there, Kyle Burdett. I see you. Shout out to you there. I'm still watching the big spile because I want that breakdown. We have 4 minutes left here until Fed's Harker starts harking about the markets. So we'll keep an eye on the market, or the Harkets, as Fed's Harker begins to speak here. I guess we'll do the lesson soon because it says 106. We're going to get ready to start that up going. But also, shout out again for your Astis trade because that was such a good trade. Lots of people in the chat were shouting out that Astis as well. How are you doing?
You did that last time too,
I know, I have fun saying
I remember that, yeah. All right, we're rejecting 31. Again, the Katina man was nice enough to get me shorts for this name. They cost me an entirely way too expensive dollar for 100 shares. You can tell that I'm being sarcastic there. Shout out to Real Trading, the best dang prop firm around these parts. There it is right there. If you're in Canada, scan that barcode. You can become part of the campus program. Down goes Astis. All right, so now we're getting a little bit of weakness here. Shout out to the Katina man. All right, so we reject 31. Here comes 30. What's the situation? We're still above the 10 exponential on the 5. Obviously, by default, we're above the 20 exponential. Do we catch a bid here? Is there buyer at $30? We're well removed from the $30 area on the level 2, so I'm unable to see the amount of buying or the size sitting there on the bid. It's a good look right now for ASTS. I'm all eyes and ears. I don't need to be first, but there is a possible mean reversion to be had here on this name. It is an earnings winner, I should remind you. It has not a huge, but a sizable short float. I need to remind you guys about this because it's important. 21.5% of the float is shorted. Again, that could be up to 2 weeks delayed. We talked about this yesterday with respect to these or the short interest. It updates about every 14 days. There are some other websites that try to give you more recent data, but it's not concrete. They're making inferences using an algorithm. So if you want to use those websites, I don't have one offhand, but I was able to discover them before. They give you better prices. What's going on over there, Neil? Oh, I thought they put the camera on you. There may be free shorts now on Astis. Oh, they may be unlocked. I like it. All right. Well, the big kahunas are out there right now. It's 1:08 p.m. They're both at their desks. They're both trading, so it gives you an idea what kind of commitment these guys have. So keeping an eye on Astis here. It did come. Look at this. So this is interesting here. So Astis does have a buyer, it looked like, here at 320. Well, that was the initial area off which we rejected. We double bottomed with wicks right at that area, and now we're still coming into it, but there does seem to be a local buyer at 320. How long that local buyer ends up preventing the price action from dipping down any further, a good question. I'm going to be very alert to this 320 area because there does seem to be some local area previously resistance, now support on ASTS at this level. It's not the only small cap gapper that we've had our eyes on. We talked about Tempest, but Tempest has been kind of a sell. The pop situation since about 10:30 this morning. It's been lower highs and lower lows. It's really been ASTS that's been in play as a small cap gapper. And here comes that 20 penny area again. Keep your eye on this 20 penny area. Last time we bounced already twice. We're printing 23s. Look at it hold up. Look at it hold up at 20. You can tell there's a buyer there, man. It's not just doing that for no reason. Now the buyer could give way, but there is a buyer around there and you don't see it reflected on the book. There's no size there. So you know for certain that it's an iceberg, right? Which happens a lot with these small cap gappers. That's not surprising to me. Right, so good hold up at 20 there. It was a big boy buyer. I'd like to go back ex post facto and see how much shares we churned right at that time slot when we got into 320. We're not out of the woods yet. 320 back in play. Here it comes again. Let's see if that buyer gets taken out. Now we're at the bit of a $0.25 here, front running that. Get it, Adara. So we'll see if this 320 can give way. If it gives way, we could definitely drop into 30 and even have more of a down move there. Again, this one has a higher short float, could have something to do with the parabolic price action that we've got on in the day. It's an earnings winner, though, so keep that in mind. Oh, Adara, Sharif, Day Trader Cut says, Harker does not comment on monetary policy in prepared remarks. Thank you for that. So what I'll do is I'll put in the Harker man in my news blotter over here so that anything he says, I get information of. And here he's already yapping up a storm. All right, we just got that 20 break here on ASTS, so that buyer just got taken out. Here comes 30s. Here's 30s. All right, let's watch the $30 level, zig and zag to be expected. So a lot of weakness finally coming into ASTS here. Let's see if it can break down below the volume weighted average price. Zig and zag, and here I still can't see 30s though. So we're gonna have to get a little closer to that level right there for me to see the size at the actual whole dollar level. But you can see a lot of buyer exuberance ahead of that level, trying to buy this up. So we'll keep watching that for a possible break. But this is the headline that came in about 1 minute ago here at 110. Fed's Harker does not comment on monetary policy. Thank you very much for that, Day Trader Cut. That's what you already told us in prepared remarks in Philly. All right, so that's all we get there. Thanks, Harker. Thanks for nothing, bro. You've been a great help. You and your boys there during the blackout period. There it goes through 30, Adara. Lots of weakness coming into the Astis one now. Oh. Let's see if we can break above 30, but this one looks like it's coming back down. Keep an eye on the 20 exponential on the 5. That's 29.50 Adara.
That looks like a quadunk.
It's quadunking.
Oh, in the process of quadunking.
Quadunking, yes.
So the SPY.
Get it.
Sometimes when you have levels that and this is like the thing, you have to be on the levels. So I got, first short, whatever worked out, took profits at the 60s, fine. This next one here, tried it. We ended up, getting out at 80s. But then what I realized too is we still have lower highs. So I tried this one more time here, this short. I still believe in this 551 breakdown. And the thing is too is when you believe a trade within reason, within responsibilities, put your risk on that. I was also eyeing IWM 21250s, and that was coming into play just as the SPY comes into this level. But I said, Adara, of these opportunities, which one do you love more? You're never going to be able to trade every single name. That's just not possible. It's not feasible. It doesn't even make sense. Focus on the names and levels you love. I love this 551.60 SPY. This is the only trade I take all day, which obviously is already not even the only trade I took all day. But if this is the hill on which I'd like to die. To be a little dramatic about it. People say the hill I'll die on. This trade, this SPY short. And like I said, that's the thing I really learned as well last week when I decided to forego that Lilly 900 short because I was scared. Didn't end up getting that beautiful, we're above 80, so I'm getting out here. Wasn't able to get that beautiful, beautiful breakdown. Took some other trades that were like, whatever, fine. But that's what I really realized. It's like, Adara, if you're willing to risk for this trade, if you have levels that you love, if you have a risk that makes sense, it is not smart to be doing other things because that is not going to help you fulfill your trading strategy. You might make more money on those other trades, but you won't learn from those trades in the same way you will if you hunt after the big whale trade. Missed it again here. It did push above 80s. I got out, but you know what? If it comes back in, it comes back in. Before we get to the lesson, I will look at this super chat. Thank you very much to Easy Media, 199 super chat. What's the next level in SMCI, please? So I noticed that you got in at 29.69 there on ASTS. What's life without whimsy?
Exactly, Adara.
But SMCI, certainly a whimsical one. And by that, it's kind of a cute way of saying it's kind of memey and it does what it wants to do. Yeah, I'm looking at this. I'm doing the super chat right now, Fabian. Oh, we just got another one. Oh my gosh.
Oh, wow.
Okay, I'll finish this one first before I get to the new one. Thank you very much, Fabian. Look at, okay, so SMCI, there's clear support at 618 here. You want the next level. Darius Gold in the chat saying he's the SMCI whisperer, saying to 637 by end of day. Right now, we're up 8%. We're at 625, and we kind of have a slightly lower low here in the queue. So I think 637 would be quite the push up, but we are at high of day right now. Let's take a look at the daily chart, see what levels make sense on the daily chart. Oh, okay, we actually just cleared a little bit of chop and turn here on the daily at 625, so that's not a bad look at all. For the next level, I see the daily, that's like, I don't know how I feel about that. That would be like 671, which seems like quite the climb, even for McKee, as Sharif calls it. Let's go on that hourly chart. Let's see if there's any levels coming up here. It's hard because we're kind of in an ongoing uptrend over the last few days, right? So it's always harder to be like, when you're looking back at levels that are a bit more far removed. Where are we now? Okay, you know what? What's the next kind of high here? We had that wick into 46s. I'm trying to find a way to see that 637. I'm not really sure I see it. I definitely see some wicks into 630s. I think 630s could be a clear level. It's like $5 away from where we are right now. But like I said, it's always a little bit harder when you're in a stock that is just generally in an uptrend to find levels. I would say it's almost easier to find like ways to get out if your risk goes against you, right? Like I would be watching, if we break below 622s, that would be a break below that previous high, that consolidation level, that would be dicey, right? So I would say be aware if we make lower lows, that'd be more where I'm concerned. Do you want to talk about the Astis before the lesson?
Sure, yeah. I was able to scalp like 15 pennies off this one, got stopped out for the remaining amount as it's breaking back above 30. So this one is putting in a higher low. So we were able to scalp a little bit on this one to the short side, but it does look like it still has that strength continuing in its veins, in its blood. That's now a couple of times that we've held up above the 20 exponential on the deeper retracements. This was a 3-candle pullback, and so was this. This was a bit of a deeper retracement, but we got to respect the strength on this name. Look, if it wants to continue to pimp, we're going to have to take it to the north side, right? But at times when it does drop in this fashion, we can scalp as a result of the shorts that we had. But this one, higher lows still, higher highs. So I'm unlikely to really want to fight with this $30 level. It feels like it's more of a long at this point, possibly working back into 31. Good hold up here. It didn't hit the 50s. I was waiting there. So it didn't hit the 40s. It got into the mid 50s, but it really wasn't able to drop aggressively through that $0.50. So I was a little worried. $0.50 support, 20 exponential support, higher lows, higher highs, up zillion% on the day. So that is why I decided to, give it the room that it needs to possibly move back to the high side. I'll take this north again. I don't care either way. If it shows me its strength back to the north side, we'll take it back north.
I also love that you got bottom wick on that move down. That is a nice little out there for that short. Shout out to you, and also shout out to Willis Addison for the $2 super chat. Bought $28 puts at $30.80. Astis 9/6 expiry with the Wister reward. So shout out to you, Willis Addison. Yeah, if you're giving this like September 6th, we know some of these small caps or these memeier names, because Astis isn't really a small cap. Sometimes they'll ebb a little bit, right?
Absolutely.
So shout out to you there. As always, we hope you print, and I'm happy for Sharif as well for his for those trades there. I love that you got out basically at the highs there on the long. Like these triangles are beautiful.
Hey,
these are some beautiful little triangles
on these
Sharif.
ones. Yeah, no complaints here.
So I want to shout out Sharif for that, but also I want to shout out Sharif for this lovely lesson. We're going to talk about the seasonality of earnings calendar. Like, sometimes Jerome Powell will be like, oh, inflation's seasonal. We get more inflation in January. That was a real thing the Fed was saying. But you know what else can be seasonal is the earnings calendar, because timing is everything in the world of investing. You can have a great idea, but if the timing isn't right, what's happening? So buy low, sell high. It's more than just a cliche. You really want to understand the nuances of the earnings season and the seasonal market trends to help significantly enhance your investment strategy. So what is the earnings calendar? It's a schedule of when publicly traded companies are expected to release their financial results. It's a really important tool for financial market participants, investors, traders, etc. By understanding the earnings calendar, investors can anticipate these periods of increased volatility and help potentially identify trading opportunities and manage risk. Also, this is even worth noting, like let's say you're involved in a cybersecurity name. We have 2 of them reporting next week. So let's say you're in Crowdstrike, which isn't reporting until August 28th, which is the battle royale of earnings. But if you're in Crowdstrike, you may be paying attention next week to see what Snowflake and PanW are saying. So it's really important, like even if you're not involved in the name, what sectors are reporting when. That can give you a sense of what theme we're at in the earnings season and what to be aware of. What else here? We've got as well, identifying these earnings periods is really going to be crucial as well. So how do you identify these earnings sense periods? Find the weeks or months with a high concentration of earnings releases. Find the times where you're going to be getting like daily like stonks, right? Like when do we have earnings coming out all the time? And these periods are often going to exhibit increased market volatility and interest. You also want to look at historical performance. How has the market reacted during these earnings releases in previous years? How is it reacting in Q2? How does it usually react in Q4? Look for these patterns in terms of market returns, volatility, and sector performance. Darius, we did have a speaker at 110, Fed's Harker, sorry, but there's nothing about economic policy or monetary policy in those prepared remarks. Also, identifying earnings gaps is huge. So when you find these periods with minimal earnings releases, they can offer you some opportunities for lower volatility and some strategies. So for example, the period between late July and early August can often see reduced earnings activity. This year it didn't, because I'm pretty sure we actually had like Amazon report August 1st, but generally it will, right? So also worth noting here, earnings gaps. They're not just on the chart, they're also gaps between earnings. Shout out to that. You also might want to see overlap with economic indicators. So coordinate your earnings calendar with the release of key economic indicators. We're going to get those NFPs? We're going to get jobless claims? What are we going to get? Find these any kind of complements you can find between the earnings and what else the market is doing to find better opportunities. Earnings seasonality is huge too. So basically this refers to the idea that certain stocks or sectors have tendencies to outperform or underperform during certain periods of the year. And that's going to reflect in their performance at earnings. A lot of these hardware names, for example, during COVID, I guess that's a longer term seasonality, but when people were doing a lot of home improvements, they were always in their house. So Lowe's went high, for example, right? Or Home Depot, all of these names, those are things to be aware of, right? And so they can be longer term or they can be shorter term, and they can be influenced by various factors. That's like economic cycles, consumer behavior, industry-specific trends, even trends in the world, right? Like that example. One example here with retail, usually you'll experience stronger sales during the holiday season in November and December, and weaker performance in the summer months. Depends on what you sell, though. Technology is huge as well. So you've got higher volatility during earnings seasons due to the fast-paced nature of the industry. Also, thank you for letting me know about this day trader cut, saying that Biden and Harris are speaking at 1:30 p.m. At lowering the cost for the American people. So thank you for letting us know about that. If there's anything moving the market there, we'll get that covered for you. Energy is also worth noting because prices can fluctuate significantly based on factors like geopolitical events, weather conditions, and economic growth. Shout out as well to Sharif talking about solar, which is usually influenced by where we are in the rate cycle. That's something worth noting as well.
I forgot about that one.
I wanted to tie it because that's when you always say,
That's
so
actually
I
bang
really
on.
appreciate that when I want to tie it in. What factors affect seasonality? How do you get a sense of the weather? It's going to be cloudy with a chance of shorts in the market this earnings season. How do you know? Appreciate the bang button there. Here are some factors affecting seasonality. Economic cycle is huge. So recessions and expansions can impact different sectors in different ways. Solar. Cyclical stocks will then tend to outperform during economic expansions. Also worth noting, consumer spending patterns, like weather patterns. We got spending patterns, okay? Part of seasonality. So shifts in consumer behavior due to holidays, weather, economic conditions can impact retail, travel, and consumer goods sectors. Industry-specific factors are worth noting too, because you've got factors like product launches, regulatory changes, supply chain disruptions that can create seasonal patterns within specific industries. We know Apple, for example, will have its event in June. So if you're one of those phone-related names, maybe, I don't know what other names are in Apple, but the point I'm trying to make is there's certain types of year to be aware of that certain companies tend to have events, or also board meetings. Especially if you're Tesla and you like to be a little bit spicy in your board meetings, be aware. Hey, they usually meet in late May. There will probably be some action on Twitter over that because they have a huge bull community out there. So be aware of just all of the balance of the evidence that could be impacting your seasonality before you get involved. Also, be aware here of historical data analysis. So look at these long-term price charts and performance metrics to identify recurring patterns. Correlation analysis is huge as well. So you want to be looking at the relationship between stock prices and seasonal factors like weather, economic indicators, or consumer spending, and statistical analysis, because you want to be able to make sure you're employing statistical analysis to identify significant seasonal patterns. You can see that on the chart. You can see that in terms of the volume as well, right? If you got more volume, you know, sometimes the summer's a little bit more slowly, and summer 2024 is laughing in our faces for saying that. But really, you just want to be aware of what's going on here so you can get a sense of how to trade. Also, thank you very much, Darius Golden, for the kind words there. Like I say, I talk fast because the market moves quickly. So thank you for shouting that out. Really appreciate that. Yeah, I think my brain also, I feel like, takes in a lot of stuff at the same time. So want to make sure we're sharing about the lesson. We're sharing about the knowledge in the community. And if stocks are moving, of course, we're sharing about that too. Also, I really like your profit taking there on the Astis one.
Yeah, scalped a little bit more there. ADR as it broke through that 20 penny area. Reason, again, I was interested in 20s because this area crest over here. So if we're able to breach it again, I'm like punch long. So punch long, was able to take a nice 20 penny winner on this one. We'll see if we can extract some more. I'm not going to let this one off the hook. I was just finishing talking about how ADR does that very well, how the Katina Man does that very, very well. So I want to join in that keeping you on the ropes kind of party situation. So we'll see exactly here what we get with Astis. It's putting in higher lows, not necessarily though yet a higher high. That's going to come vis-a-vis a 31 break. We'll wait for that as we zig and zag here at the $0.50. Just took out a big buyer there in the high 40s. Here come 50s again. Astis absolutely giving you opportunities. If you don't want to trade these mega cap stocks, there are the small cap gappers. And if you like small cap gappers, then I got to tell you that I've got a great platform here for you that allows you to find them. And it goes by trade ideas. You want to use trade ideas, you want to use Benzinga, use whatever you want. We're all sponsored by them, baby. And this is my scanner over here. ASTS on there, obviously. I've got the watch list over here. You need a scanner if you're going to trade these small cap gappers. Otherwise, you're not going to have notice of them. Otherwise, you're going to have the biggest watch list in the history of mankind. Wow, Astis just blowing through that $0.50. Took out that buyer like it was nothing. Here comes a $0.75 again. This thing looks like it's absolutely poised to take out 31. No question about it. I guess what was operative here was the higher low. And thankfully, it didn't stay in this short too long because it just told you, Sharif, you made up a rule a long time ago that you don't take these small cap gappers short north of the volume weighted average price. This is your one-time warning. Don't do it again. And I'm obviously making that up, but that is a rule that I have generally with these small cap gappers is not to take them short if they are trading above the volume weighted average price. We get lucky with this one, but we were able to print on it the north side. So we'll keep tabs. ASTS, I'm sorry I keep talking about it, but it's the one that I'm trading on the day. So that's the sitch. Let's go back over here because I heard you guys talking about Apple, and I apologize over here for the distortions. Let's bring in the trust each side chart and look at what Apple's doing. Okay, so it's maintaining its price level above the volume weighted average price. It's not giving you a whole lot. What happened to my chart? It's not giving you a whole lot in terms of price action, though. I mean, if you're able to extract something over here at 224 1/3, you're likely taking it out at the 2/3 of a dollar, which isn't bad, but it's range bound. Apple seems range bound at this level. Unsurprising. We'll probably get some sort of break to the top or downside during that power hour time slot. That comes in about an hour and a half or so. Raheel Anwar. If the Fed cuts interest rates, certain stocks tend to benefit from the lower borrowing costs and increased economic activity. For example, Verizon, PayPal. Okay, I'm not going to dispute you on that. Those are not the first thing that come to mind when I think of a lower interest rate environment. Right away, I'm thinking of IWM or the S&P 600. These small caps don't have huge capital in the bank that they could go out and build out these capital expenditure products with, or projects, not projects. Yeah, thank you. What they do is they got to go into the money market. They got to borrow. And if they borrow at higher interest rates, it kills their margins. Whereas these Mag 7, they got their own money. They don't need to borrow. So they go and they do these capital outlays without having to borrow. So that doesn't eat into margins. So right away, I'm thinking what benefits the most? Small caps. Now, there's sector-specific sectors that can benefit from lower interest rates. ADR told you about that during the lesson. I think solar obviously is important here as well. And we're not commenting either way about the results of the election, but more likely than not, if Harris to win, solar will benefit. You know, the Democrats are more inclined to this New Deal or green energy type thing than the Republicans are. That's just a fact. Again, not stating a preference. So that's another thing that I'd be looking for here. But I like your thinking. I like how you're looking at it specifically for companies rather than looking at it by sector. That's kind of how I was looking at it, by sector. The Ford would be interesting. Maybe they could sell cars. If interest rates are cheaper, they can move newer cars. We've seen cars definitely take a hit in terms of deflation. You see rampant deflation in the used car market. Not really sure about the new car market, but yeah, that could be interesting. PayPal, yeah, okay. I can kind of see that as well, but to me, I'd be looking more at IWM, S&P 600, and sector-specific plays. But yeah, let me absolutely kill it. I hope you do very well on whatever trades you decide to take, Anwar or Raheel. Sorry, excuse me, and let me know how it goes. The Piper level 2 is very expensive related to share size. We don't have many platform options over here. Where are you, the Piper? Let me know where you're at, because I have level 2 with my platform over here, and if I just churn a couple of bucks in commissions a month, it's free for me. So I'm not sure what you got. I don't know where you are. Let me know, and we won't make recommendations, obviously, because we're not sponsored by any of them. But I can let you know you probably know better than me what's available in your area. But hey, all right, let's go back and have a look at these Mag 7 names over here. Okay, so we're moving up. All right, here on the future, looks like we held that 19,500. Worst we could do on that little dip was get into the low teens, 19,514. But it looks like we're moving up back into that 50-point area again, Adair. The UK, says the Piper. Okay, well, then you guys should have umpteen amount of platforms. I'm pretty sure my platform is available for you over there. Yeah, well, I'm pretty sure they're available in Egypt, so they're probably available in England, right? That's just my assumption. It's just an assumption, that's all that is. But yeah, let me know. Rivian Millionaire says, yeah, my level 2 stinks. Well, maybe I'll ask Adam Deleuze for you, because Adam's out in England as well, so maybe he has something that you can use. Oh, well, I'll ask Adam for you, the Piper, and I'm sure I'll have something for you soon. What's your sitch over there, Adair?
I'm actually in Microsoft right now, but if there's anything you're involved in,
Muted, Adair. Yeah, no worries. I can.
Sorry about that. If there's any tickers that you guys want to talk about or you want to be involved in, get in that chat. Exclamation point, join, space, $, whatever ticker your fancy. Get in that chat. Let us know here. Are you looking at any of these Mag 7s? Are you looking at Astasistas? Are you looking at Walmart? Which, by the way, Walmart's like, you think Apple's the dead one? Hold my shopping cart. Sharif, I've had the Walmart chart and book up all day. When I tell you, we have not moved more than 20 pennies in any direction since we sat down today.
Yeah, wow.
I have no words. I am flummoxed. Pardon?
I said accumulation.
Accumulation, clear. Yeah, I mean, maybe. I honestly, like I said earlier, my thing with Walmart is I wouldn't know which way to play it. It's a little bit herky-jerky in every direction. But you know what's trying to push higher is Microsoft. Why did I get involved in Microsoft? Okay, higher lows here, not just from that beautiful base at 418s, but also kind of curling up higher here as well. Microsoft, not when I trade, I want to show it to Sharif because I've always said, I feel like Sharif is really good at trading the Microsoft and the Meta. Those are the two Mag 7 names that I find a little bit scurrier just due to their spreads. But if you see stuff you like, I'll take it regardless. I really do not care. And I like this Microsoft. I found it interesting around 420s, but it did give that 420 long a puff pass. It ended up curling back down here. But then it made a higher low. I like these higher lows, and I always want to check on multiple time frames. 10-minute. Look at this bottoming tail candle on the 10-minute. Chef's kiss. But I also, like I said, I've noticed some of my biggest mistakes in stocks like Tesla, a lot of these Mag 7s, or I don't look at the shorter term time frames before I get involved because they can give you a sense of what are we doing right now. Longer term is great for longer trends, but what is the current boiling sentiment? Right now in Microsoft, look at how we held that 90 MA and we pushed upwards. I love it. So basically, after checking all my time frames, I was like, okay, Adair, get long Microsoft. I'm willing to add if we get above 419.50s, and I like that 419.50s because look, all these wicks below. That could be resistance if we don't push above that. Right now, we're cool 11 pennies in the money, nothing to be excited about, but I will say sometimes the market pushes you down. What you got to do is get back up. I'm risking into 419, so I'm okay with this risk reward. We got to 419.05s, and man, did we push higher. Really proud of you, Microsoft, but proud of myself as well, I guess, for trying the trade, because like I said, this has not been my best day. I think I have taken profit on maybe one stock today, and it's the SPY. So not the day of anyone's life, but you know what? All that matters is you keep pushing, you keep going higher, and if you see stuff you like, you take the opportunity to get involved. In terms of profit taking here, I'd be interested in 419.75s to start piecing out the position, but like I said, I really want to add here if I can, if it makes sense to at 50s. I don't want to average down, I want to average up as this thing hopefully curls higher. Meta M shape says,
like double top?
Alvin, he says M, so we'll take a look here. The M on Meta.
That was a neck-leg break. Nice call.
Oh, nice look there, Alvin Johnson. I hope you are printing in that if you are short. Oh, wow. Wow. Yeah, that, especially here too, because look at all these wicks we had earlier trying to break below that 537.50. If you took that short, you are $1 in the money there. Shout out to you, Alvin Johnson. I actually might like this if we come back to 537. 20s, that could be an interesting look, especially as the Qs curl higher. Meta's like, nah, I want to, you know what I mean, playing Zuck Zuck Goose with these longs. Like, I don't want it anymore, running around the circle. So push down. Darius Golden saying SMCI, take a look. Yeah, I mean, SMCI, I know you said SMCI, 637 there, Darius Golden. You might actually get that 634.50 right now for SMCI. Oh. This one does scare me because I find it moves a little bit memishly. But great look there. Congrats to anybody who's long that. Best of luck to you. Right now, Microsoft, just a cool, like, 10 cents in the money. We'll see if we can push higher, because I would love to be in a small club over here in Microsoft. Lego, how are you doing?
I scalped again on Astis, took 20 pennies super quick there through the 31 break. I waited. I wanted to wait to see if it was going to be a fake out breakout through 31 or whether we were actually going to have support if we were to get into 10s, come back into 31 and defend. We did defend, got long, took it out at the $0.25. Very happy. I'm going to keep trading this one, whether long or short. I don't care. I'm going to not let this one off the hook. But I do need to tell you about another small cap gapper that has made its way onto the scene. Oh, baby. CING. Sing, but with a C, not an S. Oh. This one is a small cap gapper, ADR, 5 1/3 million shares, 77 million. $5.3 million market cap, 77 2/3 million shares trade on the day. Halted right now at $5.59. Let me tell you what the tap is super quick over here. Let me look up CING. Do I have the tap? Yes, I do. We are about 10 pennies, 11 pennies higher. 570 is the theoretical auction price, which is what tap is. Essentially, it's an auction during the halted time period here, where buying and sell orders basically are, zigging and zagging. So whatever the imbalance is, if there's a buy imbalance, the price goes up. If there's a sell imbalance, it goes down. So it's an auction system while we're halted. CING, halted 559. Let me give you the exact time of the halt over here. Allow me a moment, please, because it makes a big difference. We halted at exactly 1:34:43. So currently it's 1:37:15. Typically they come in waves of 5 minutes, sometimes 10, 15. That is the case for halted due to volatility. News pending halts, which are a different type of halts, those ones can be a bit more unpredictable. There's no set time for when those ones may open. So right now, CING, I gave you the volume and I gave you the market cap. I didn't give you the float. 6 million share float. Let's find out what the short float is. Shout out to Nos Boss and his crew over there at Trade ID. Is about 3.5 of said 6 million shares is borrowed for shorts by the market right now. So we'll have to see how this one opens up, but currently at $5.59. We'll keep our eye on that. Ryan Fay says CrowdStrike's breaking VWAP. Not one that I've traded on the day, but we'll absolutely have a look at the crowded one over here to see what is afoot. Yeah.
Crowded one.
Well, it's certainly a crowded trade because it sold off pretty aggressively there, Daryl. Hey, good call out there, Ryan. Yeah, nice move back off that 258 defend, higher lows, higher highs. It looked like you had a bit of a seller there hanging out for whatever reason at 260 $2.25. Now we're breaking that. We're on the way to VWAP over here at that 260 and a half and 2/3. Good look right now for CRWD. No news, obviously, on this one on the day. All I'm seeing is just umpteen amount of press releases from ambulance chasing law firms that just are salivating at waiting to get their money or their hands on some money there. Yeah, can you tell how I feel about the legal profession? But I'm allowed to because I was in it, so I can talk about that. So that's the look there. 559 back on CING. Let's load up CING on the side. Oh, Mara defending 16. Okay, Mara's back above 15. Nice. Let's load up CING. All right, so we're gonna wait for this one to unhalt, and then we'll see what the sitch is. Yeah, nice big move there. Now, why did we pop up there on CI? Well, we were already moving quite aggressively on CING. What's the reason we just popped up though? All right, not seeing anything over here at all for CING. Do you have anything on CING?
Oh yeah, they actually, sorry, my brain turned off. They were on the watch list this morning, actually. They got a patent in Europe.
Why is that showing on black?
And they've run before. They are like, this was like this morning. Like they were up 100% this morning.
I don't understand why I'm not getting in my blog, but thank you, ADR, for that. Otherwise, we wouldn't have really known what's
Check
going
out the
on
watch list, Trader TV Live, because it is actually on,
list.
it is the last name on the watch list today.
Yeah, so that's okay.
Stop looking at the
I missed that. So anyway, waiting on Sing to open up over here. Nothing doing there. I'm sorry about this topping tail here, Fabian. Coming back into 31s. Here we go. Asked this. We took the trade initially off 31 because it was using it as an area of support. It's still, even though you're getting these wicks below, the closing prints, even on the 1 minute, are all north of 31. So Astis doing very respectful technical analysis today, holding previous areas of resistance and using it as support over and over and over again. You've got to love when a stock complies in this way, because you don't always see them with these small cap gappers there.
You really don't. Yeah, especially we'll singulate. Got to single that one out because it's pretty strong there. So also, yeah, shout out to the support in the Microsoft long. Really appreciate it, guys. And I love this community. I love being part of this community. Apparently, Hog Rider also riding that Microsoft train to the upside. Choo-choo, Chugga, shout out to you. I want to talk about what I did here because I know I said the plan was to add at 419.60. Then I realized I actually didn't have the buying power for that. But so I was like, if I reshuffle the amount of shares I have, then I can still get my ad at 419.50. So I did, to be clear, I followed the plan, but I followed a little bit funkily. Took out 25 cents in the money, was able to take some profit, so I'm okay with securing the bag. Then I added in here at 50s. So now I have a larger size. I had the size I wanted to have in the first place, so I'm cool with that. I just wanted to explain why those two triangles are there. It was intentional. Sometimes the plans gang after glay, or the plans go awry. I don't know why I use like the weird Celtic version of that. So shout out to of mice and men. I don't know. But weird literary references aside, we are in this Microsoft. And my new stop here is going to be the 35s level, because I really like the way that we push above that. Once we push above that, I have to say, though, that 419.50 breakout was a thing of beauty. That was gorgeous to watch. It does give me some confidence that will continue higher. Is my average higher than I necessarily would have loved it to be, given the size I had to get there? I mean, it is what it is. I'm still happy with this trade. I would love to see us continue to push higher. I don't love this little swoop to the downside. We're getting into that 35s. I really want to see what we do here. That being said, if we bounce off the 90 MA, I'm okay with that as well. You know what? That's like basically 35s. Okay, I'm cool with that level. I still like what I'm seeing here. Higher highs, higher lows. You're allowed to have pullbacks as we push higher in the uptrend. I honestly do think this looks like, to me, it looks pretty bullish here on every time frame, so I'm cool with that. In terms of if you're like, hey, Darren, where is the profit taking going to start? If we get into 80s here, like I love that 419.75 area. If we get into 80s, we'll start taking out some profit there, take out half the position, wait to see what we do here with the rest of it. I just wanted to explain those triangles because I know I did a little bit of interesting little adding and subtracting there. QQs, how are you doing over here in the QQs? The Qs are probably giving you the cue to go long as they push higher. Microsoft, take a hint and get back above 50s. But wow.
What?
I'm just like in awe of the Q, Sharif.
Oh, yeah.
472, little wick, hold, push higher. Wow, indeed, like love that button there. What about the SPY? Let's. Fabian's like, yeah, I heard you. I'm going to press it again. I like that. Shout out to Fabian also.
He's on
like it every single day. The Chilean Nightmare. Yeah. Ram's not here, but she's here in spirit through Trenda, who gave us a note saying that she's back. Pamp it. I know Sharif doesn't like Trenda. But the SPY here, speaking of Trendas, look at the SPY. Happy I stopped trying to short that 551.60. I like the look, so I had to attempt it, but didn't work out. But you know what, guys? You only have 7 minutes. If there are any stocks you're looking at being like, hey, I wonder if that'll work out, get in that chat. Exclamation point, Dwayne. Space, $, whatever tickers your fancy. We can't deny it's been an interesting day. But what if there's some names that you want to look at that haven't been discussed as much? Nike had some stories. What about Starbucks day 3? Anything you're looking at, get in that chat. Let us know, guys. Microsoft getting to my area, so I'm going to have my trigger fingers at the ready. Happy I added in, though, and happy I tried this trade, because honestly, you really never learn until you get involved, until you press that button to punch in. But how are you doing over there,
I'm in
Sharif?
the Cybertruck over here. It's zigging and zagging through 215. It's dropping now, so we may get out. We're at 05s. If it breaks through 90s, I'm going to go. The Cybertruck's awfully strong at these levels, and I'm not really sure what's going on, but it definitely got off the schneid on that 213.50 or so. So we're trying to pack our patience with this one. Let's see if we can wet our beak a little bit over here. But yeah, if it breaks 90s, I thought that this was quite aggressive. There was a good buyer supporting the move up there. But yeah, we expecting, I guess, resistance at the whole dollar, and we're getting that at the moment. So about 5 pennies out of the money. We should definitely give this one a bit more room than 5 pennies, but I just don't want to give back some of the money I've made.
Tesla, I get it.
Yeah, exactly. Well, you know, you're right. But let's see what the Cybertruck does around these parts. 6 3/4 right now for TSLA, so not a bad look. We'll risk about 15 pennies, excuse me, here. Otherwise, we're going to be gone Zeno on this name. So we're going to have to put it over here, and then we're going to put that. So then we're good to go. And there it is, Adara, get up there. Oh, I took out the entire position. Neil, I fat-fingered again.
That was the biggest switch between joy and sadness.
I suck, Neil. Yeah. Exactly. Wise words, Neil. That's why we call it Neilage around here. If that same price comes back, see if you can get in. Yeah, I fat fingered there. I added and I took out the entire thing rather than piecing out. That's a mistake by me, but it probably won't be the last time I do that. There goes Tesla, about 30 pennies out of where I got in. Good move here for the Cybertruck. Look, we're only about 50 pennies off the high of the day. So Tesla really picking up here. And I mean, you didn't have to be a chartered market technician to see that Tesla was strong on the day. We're just pennies below right now, 7% on the day. Obviously, it didn't even make it back into VWAP. So we whiffled and waffled for almost 3 hours over here. Yeah, the better part of 3 hours since we started the show, almost 2.5 hours. And now we're finally back at the high. So the high of the day technically is that 79 penny level. We're zigging and zagging with 30s. I think we probably break it. It's been uninterrupted to the high side right now. About 5, 6 green candles in a row. If this one closes, nice move up off that key area right there. Incrementally higher lows. And if I zoom in, no, I was about to say inverse head and shoulder, but that's not right. So anyway, TSLA awfully strong. Keep your eye out on this one. We could definitely see a 216 touch today if the market moves up. And the market's at just literally at highs. Is this the 70 print? Yeah. So what print is this over here? We just printed, 1 second. Let me zoom in. On this print, we got 70. So we just touched the high of the day on the NQ September contract. So it stands to reason if the NQ's pumping, we're going to get a nice move here in these Mag 7 names. And you're already seeing it in Nvidia. It's back at the high of the day. Adara's in that Microsoft trade. And
Not anymore. I got subbed out.
My bad. Look, it's above VWAP. So I think you had the right idea. Yeah. I mean, Tesla's continuing to go as well, Adara. So is Google. What a rounded bottom off that 20 exponential. Big Kyle, this must make you like, right over here into that 160, 150. Good look. It's about 10 pennies off the high, 20 pennies off the high of the day. Printed 60 there earlier. So even Goggles is waking up. Amazon, not quite. Not quite. So Amazon had a really good day, and it started its day quite early there at 7 a.m. We started moving. When I sat down, Neil was like, what's going on with Amazon? Everybody was looking. Why is Amazon so strong on the day? And that started really early on, and it didn't stop after the bell. But all good things usually have to come to an end, and that came to an end at about 11 o'clock, sadly, for Amazon when we start the show, because that was like basically the biggest green candle it had put since the opening print. And since that time, we've been whiffling, we've been waffling, putting in lower lows, lower highs, but strong enough not to get back into VWAP. So that's been kind of like a running theme today with some of these Mag 7 names. Look at Tesla go. Here comes that high of day. We're about 15 pennies now off the high on TSLA. This thing is absolutely squeezing. What a move up here for Tesla. 7% in the green. Looks like we're on our way possibly into 216. Keep your eye out at 79s, at 3/4. That's where the high of the day is. We could encounter momentary resistance there before we break up, if we break up. So I'm all eyes and ears about that. Chill vibes. Amat, new high. Applied Materials. Yes, sir. 5 1/3. What a great day for Amat today. Breaking through that 212 level. Not one that we often trade on the show. And it's done decent volume. 4.25 million shares. So no disrespect for Amat there, but not one that I typically traded there.
Yeah, speaking of Amazon there, did you see who made a cameo in the chat?
No.
Obi is in the chat.
Obi.
He said Tesla reverting the reversion. Oh boy. And I was like, reverse deception. And then we got another great pun here from Obi. I love it. Revving to the upside.
No. Attaboy.
But also even better because revving like reversion. It's a double entendre pun. It's an M&M level of pun. I have no words. Obi's trying to cover my spot there with the puns. No, I'm joking. But shout out there. He's killing it there. And I just was not prepared to see him in the chat. And I love that he came in the chat with a reversion-related pun. Very on brand. Pleased as punch about
Say hi to
that.
the people, Obi. The people want the wave. Give them the queen wave. No, don't zoom in. The poor guy, he's got his position.
But yeah, Patik, the proper way to ask for a stock to discuss, if you want to see it on the big desk, is go into the chat, ! join space, $, whatever ticker that is. You only have a minute left to do that. Also, though, you can tag us if we have time. Also, Microsoft, I didn't get $1. I got stopped out of Microsoft because we got below that 419.30s. It came right back up, but I didn't hop back in the long, and that's because we can't reclaim 419.50s. We struggled with 419.50s, okay? We kept knocking on the door of that club, and we were like, can we go in? And Microsoft was like, no. And eventually let you in, but look how we sank. We wicked above it now. We can't get above it. To be clear, I still think this looks kind of like it consolidate to the upside, so I'm not shorting it, but I am aware of that resistance at 419.50, putting that information in my back pocket. The most comfortable I would be is if I got long, if like 32s, if we have some kind of bounce at 32s, but even then I would do so with a lot of skepticism. That being said, there was, we had those 10-minute chart here that I think looks pretty bullish, so I'll have an order here at 33s if we get there. And I'm going to have to risk a lot more because I forgot how spready Microsoft is. It's not when I traded a lot, so I wasn't prepared for the way that moved. And that spread had me moving there to the downside. Oh my gosh, Walmart moved, guys. It's a breaking news story. Walmart moved during the midday. We kept saying Walmart was so slow, it was so struggling. We had the range of honestly, I think less than 20 pennies for a lot of this midday, and it consolidates up, pushes above VWAP beautifully. I liked that 73.30 level. That was a level was that the level I wrote down on Walmart this morning? Because I did have a level. 74.30 is the level I liked. That was this chop and churn over here earlier. But that 73.30, great little look, trying to push higher, could be a nice little bounce move. Microsoft is like, yeah, Dara, I kicked you out earlier. You're not getting back through these Bill Gates, but have fun trying. I'm going to do my Steve Ballmer dance to the upside without you. And I'm like, Microsoft, I can make puns about you, but it's more fun when I'm involved in the trade. So all good there. Walmart no longer the dead one. Apple, the OG dead one, is kind of, I don't even know how it's doing. Is it kind of chilling? Also, Obi voting for Chipotle in the chat. Obi being in the chat is shout out there. He's like, I will be involved. I am here. I have arrived. No, I'm so that his first comment in the chat, I have arrived, oh boy. And I was like, if that's not the most on-brand way to grace the chat with your presence. Speaking of CMG, let's look at Starbucks. Because, Starbucks, I don't want to call this a range, because don't call it a comeback, don't call it a range, but man, this bounce off that pre-market low, that 93.55 coming up to 94.20, that is a beautiful little baby range. Love this look. Let's see how this goes. Patik says, yes, talk about Walmart. Okay, I could talk about Walmart more. I think it's nice that we bounced off broke above VWAP here. I would say the fact that we finally had some movement is nice. I also think that 74 level, if we can get above that, because that was a pretty harsh little stutter step and then quadunk, I think that would be a nice look. But let's take a look at the daily chart for Walmart, because I think that's something worth noting as well. With calls, generally options, I assume it's going to be a little bit more of a longer term look. Yeah, honestly, it's a great look. I think 71 is a level on the daily chart. If we bounce off that, that'd be great. Look at a comeback we had there off earnings, though, for Walmart. I think if we bounce off 71s, I would like that look. Because, sometimes we don't sustain all of those crazy day one earnings moves. But 71, that was a level that we had clearly as some support here in mid-July. Resistance in mid-July. Couple candles wicking into it before we start the sell-off there. So I'd be watching out for 71s on WMT. Microsoft, do I get let in those Bill Gates? Will I be doing my Steve Ballmer dance again? We'll find out. How are you doing?
Saying, let's see if we can hold 6. I'm giving this to 6. Here comes 15s. Boom, yes. I'm saying again, go, baby.
Shout out.
I was about to use a bad word. Thank God I didn't. Let's see. Here we go. Let's see if we can get the $0.25 a dare. We're going to be waiting for the $0.25 now, but a break of 6, and that's the end of the trade. Whether I've de-risked or not, because the trade is not valid if it doesn't hold 6. There is a big buyer there at 6 that held us up several times in and around that area. So I'm going to put my order now at the $0.25 to get out of the remaining position, but I will flatten out on a break of 6. Now, there is a buyer moving up here with me. He moved up to 5, so big buyer, but that's going to break. Here comes 6, and that's the end of that. So we'll get out there for about a 5-penny loser on the remaining amount, but it zooms right above 6. So we're going to have to zig and zag with this one. I didn't want to fight with this too much. It's basically a spready name for a very cheap stock on the day. It's about $6, and it has an 8-penny spread. I don't like that at all. Now, what I will be looking for is a break of 580. So that is a level that we kept bouncing off after the halt. So we already know that this bad boy is halted at 590. It did several bottoming tails into that 580 area. So 580 short, a 580 break here, and I would have gotten short, but there's only 6 minutes left on the show, so I'm definitely not going to be managing this trade while I'm at the green screen, but I'm very interested in if you're able to get locates, short locates on your platform. Keep your eye out on 560 and 580. The reason I say 560, that was the initial halt up, and then 580 has all the bottoming wicks in and around that area. So if we give up 6, and right now we're putting a bunch of topping tail candles through 6, look for possible 580 or 560. Sure, you're going to have to decide which one you want. But here come the buyers again, and here comes 620 again, and here comes 6 1/4. Should have held that one. That's a mistake. All good. We'll learn from that, and we'll feel bad about it. So that way, it'll stay in the noggin. And we'll remember how I felt last time. I want to get out of a trade next time a little bit early. So this one on the way up, looking to zig and zag here at the 6 1/4 dollar. I gave you the deets on this one earlier. Watch out though, it is quite spready for a $6 name. And this one does have news. ADR put this one on the watch list. If you're not getting that watch list every day, you're flying blind, baby. You need it. I personally use it every single morning to get my my organization ready. So make sure you're subscribed to that watch list, ADR.
And why would you fly it blind? As Sharif says, you want to have your eyes, ears, and all sensory organs.
I do.
Just be aware there. No, I had to make that joke there. But seriously, shout out on your awesome trade. Also,
you.
I didn't hear I'm in sing. I heard I'm insane, and it took me a moment to realize you were in sing. But that is an insane
You're probably
trade.
not the only one that heard that. Now,
Well, you always say call me crazy,
Yeah.
so now I'm going to call you in sing. But shout out to you there. You were in sync with sing. Now you're saying bye, bye, bye with some profits.
Bye, bye, bye.
Bye, bye, bye. 4 minutes left. Did I get the dip buy on Micros? Pardon?
I want to say bye, bye, bye.
Oh, I know you're saying bye, bye, bye right now.
Like perfect
Sorry,
timing.
yeah, please
4
do
minutes
that.
left. I'm going to see everybody at the green screen. Can't wait. Make sure you're getting in your vote, guys. Too late to vote today, but tomorrow, make sure you're voting with Obi and ADR on the show. See everybody on Monday.
Please do that. Shout out there. And thank you again to Sharif for everything you do. Love sitting on this desk with you. Microsoft, I did not get the dip buy. Is this not the saddest chart you've ever seen when you get bottom wick? And then you just flies higher? That's going on my Twitter. Shout out ADR, Trader TV ADR. I put stocks on my either charts on my Twitter, things that I went well, stocks I learned from, trades I learned from. That Microsoft trade is like, hey, maybe ADR on a spready Make 7 name, you risk more. So that's the lesson there. I will be putting that on my Twitter. Wait for that. Meanwhile, I got involved in Palantir as we head into the rest of the day. Why, you may ask? Well, okay, I love this level on Palantir. I mentioned this briefly earlier, and I let this stock off the hook. I was not looking at it. You got that beautiful rejection here at 31.20s. Like, we got support here, flipped, resistance. It was even a little bit of resistance here in the pre-market. So this was clearly a repeated level. We are above VWAP. Why did I short above VWAP? Because look at all these topping tail candles. We cannot get above 31.25. I'm risking to 31.25. I would be loving if I could take some profit here as we head into 31.10s because there's a lot of chop and churn around those levels. Not sure if that's going to be happening, but if it can, I think that would, be a really nice look here. Let's look at some wider time frames. Yeah, see, we are still above VWAP, but this, look at this topping tail candle. To me, I still think this supports a potential bearish position, but like I said, I don't stay in trades beyond the midday. I do show things other than that, so this is really, whatever happens in this trade, it will be happening in the next 3 minutes. We'll see what we get here, or I guess 2 minutes now on PLTR. But to be very pal and clear, I didn't just take this trade to take it. I liked this trade. I'm a little bit disappointed in myself for not looking at the stock earlier. Let's see what happens. Like I said, it's not been the trading day of anyone's life. I took partial profit in one of my Microsoft trades, one of my Amazon trades, and then I had some successful SPY trades. But other than that, it was a day that will require a lot of aggressive journaling and a lot of learning. There's no trades that I actively hated that I took, but it's just about making sure you're taking trades that make sense, only taking the trades that make sense, and having, making risks that make sense. Some of those Amazon trades, I definitely didn't risk enough. We all know I didn't risk enough in Microsoft. So learning a little bit every single day, guys. That is the whole point here. That is the long and short of it. Accidental pun for trading. But yeah, really, again, being confident a little bit here. What else do we have going on here? PLTR, yeah, I guess Patik's not a fan of PLTR. To be fair, it is a little bit of a different one. CVNA, I called it $3 ago, says Jetboy. Is Carvana, to be fair, we've got all these names running to the upside. Is Carvana going beep, 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 let me in? Let's see what Carvana's doing here. You are in Nirvana if you're in Carvana. Let's be very clear here. We are up more than 7%. This is a great look here. How many times today have I said new high of days? Probably an insane amount. But Carvana, new high of days. Great look here as we push higher. honestly, we're leaving you guys here with the SPY up 1 2/3%. And we have here QQs up here over 2.5%. It's such a day. I really cannot wait to see what the big kahunas have to give us because they're going to be there with you in just 30 seconds. This is interesting. We have Patrick saying Palantir always goes against the market. Yeah, it certainly marches the beat of its own drum, especially since its earnings. But really quickly, we'll get Sharif up there. SMCI, some people asking about, I don't know if SMCI, oh my gosh, SMCI did get to 737s almost, or 637s almost. Shout out there to Darius Golden, you called it. But right now, we're going to have to let you guys go. So we head into 2 p.m. See you guys tomorrow. Same bat time, same bat channel. But let's see what the big kahunas and Sharif are up to over there.
Welcome, everybody, to the Afternoon Rundown, the show where you decide what we talk about every day. Neil and Sean, they're locked, they're loaded, they're ready to take the names as decided by you. So join Adair and I on How to Trade on the Midday Show and get into the chat and vote for your favorite ticker every day. What a move up for the NQ or the triple Qs. Beautiful move up today, 2.5%. All the Mag 7 in positive territory, Google included, but it really has been the Russ today. 3% for the Russ, outperforming the S&P, which is about 1.5%, outperforming the Dow, which is of equal value right now, up 1.5%. But it's really been the NQ and the IWM, the Russell at highs. Nvidia, the number one name as selected by you guys. But as you see, no specific headline for Nvidia today, but there was that headline coming out of Intel and ARM that they are basically disbanding their partnership to compete with Nvidia for a GPU. ARM now looking for the services or looking to get the services of Taiwan Semi, guys.
Well, I mean, I would argue that a headline of a competitor, in a small sense, a competitor having bad things happen and losing business to further consolidate the top name is in some ways a bit of a headline for Nvidia. But at the end of the day, Nvidia was kind of going up anyways. So yeah, all the chips are up, really. Like the chips have been really strong today. The Nasdaq's done another 2.5 points here. I just feel like it's like broken record time, 2%, 3%, pick your poison in the afternoon. What are we pressing into? So Nvidia, long story short, it's been going up, but there was no dip buy available at any of like the big levels, right? So I came in here looking at higher lows off of yesterday and then 114 as well. It ends up just being a breakout through 119.5 and 120 were the only trades I had. So I didn't get any dip buys in Nvidia. It ended up just only being breakouts. There is a gap fill which is happening here to this close back on July 22nd, which is the 123 level, which it's at right now. So this is a level from just go back a few weeks ago. I'm looking for any kind of a pullback off of the even dollar to give into the previous high. But as we say that, another high gets broken on NVDA. 4% is actually a smaller day for it.
We're actually in the money right now, $1 and change. This has been an absolutely monster day for Nvidia. Dip buys into this 121, 122 area. I mean, look at this, 3 opportunities right there. Huge move, just nice upside move right here for Nvidia. We just take out 123. This is what happens when you're confident in a position, you like it, you get more. And that's exactly what we did. So we just buying these little kind of smiley face dips there in and around 122 against the 200 period. And there you go, man. Trade the best names to the strong side. It's very, very easy stuff. Nvidia up 4%. Great name here, continuously going again. We do have Bitcoin right now falling down a little bit, as you can see, down to 58 and really coming in right now. So I don't know if there's a headline or something about crypto, but it is falling off the face of the blockchain. Move 33.80 down to 33.1. right here for BTC. So we are starting to make a little bit of a move down here. I haven't updated this chart in a minute, so it's going to take a second, but crypto is starting to go to the downside here. Look at a 15-minute chart here for BTC, 58 and change. Let's see what's happening, but there it goes. Little dip down for BTC with some live Nvidia trading as we speak, man. Nvidia's been such a banger stock, but all right. I can't believe that we were nervous when we first broke that 120 area there. Just had to hold it, and we did. And not only did we hold it, we bought more. So that's the trade of the day for me. It is Nvidia, and it's a monster.
Petty Ice telling me Mara is retracing as well, Sean. So it looks like the entire group. Tesla next, 6.5, 6 2/3. Great day for Tesla today. Was wondering why this was moving up. We got sales data. We also got auto sales data, and it was up for the month of July. And you can see lots of strength in the EV sector right now. But guys, Tesla, nice day.
Yeah, I think I might have just heard a headline, but we'll see if we find anything on that Bitcoin move. It is the biggest move it's made today. Could just be we didn't break that 60,000 on Bitcoin, and maybe it's like a technical thing. Eventually, you try to press into resistance, you never do, and the sellers just decide to come in mass when you don't break 60,000. That's just a guess, though. But Tesla, I'm in Amazon right now, and this morning it was like, okay, Amazon we'll get to Walmart, liked Walmart. And obviously Nvidia. Tesla wasn't really on the radar, which is an absolute shame because there wasn't necessarily a catalyst for it. But if you were just looking at it from a technical standpoint, resistance at that 04, which has been a big level, couldn't break it downside after the number, and then it just broke out clean, the pre-market high. And then the rest, as they do say, is history. Bit of a double top here at the 216 level on Tesla. And just to give you a quick look at what is good about this move, on the daily, you are back above the 50-period moving average. Where it's intersecting a trend line is an old trend line, so I just probably haven't gotten rid of it, but it is the 50-period moving average that you're trying to hold above. That's about 212 on the simple. So it's very likely, barring a loss of VWAP or anything, that Tesla's about to close back above its 52-period moving average. I think any dip back in there would be an area of defense for Tesla. So good thing. I mean, a lot of stocks have already gotten back to those, and for Tesla, it's been a hot minute since it's able to get back to that major moving average. VWAP would be about the same level as that on the daily.
Sometimes trading earning names are great, and today, Walmart, I saw Dara trading this on the Midday show as well, or looking at it at least. It's not really doing anything at all. So, I mean, here's Walmart today, absolutely nothing, just completely flatlined here. So I don't know.
Weird, right?
I don't know what they're doing or what they're up with, but I just want to bring that to everyone's attention. Walmart, just to kind of like barcode nation here. If we zoom in, you can sort of see a better area that we're kind of just bouncing up against it. I wonder, I mean, I'd like to go long for sure, but we'll just have to wait to see what winds up happening there. 73.355. Maybe a break there on Walmart, but kind of not doing too much. All right, I don't have any trades on Tesla, but definitely like that name. Here comes Google coming back in just a little bit. We are short this name. I do have to start to get some out. I'm trading, just trying to scalp it. The short, we had a good short here on Google. We're just trying to get a little bit more against the day's high. Again, we got stopped out once and got right back into it. But right now, we're just trying to piece out this trade now with Google. So, all right, back over to the desk, and let's talk about another chip name in SMCI.
Yeah, super microcomputer having a super day, Sean. There it is, 9.5% off the highs, though, down into a third. Yeah, we got wind that, Soros Fund Management disclosed that they're holding about 25,000 shares of SMCI, disclosing that in their quarterly 13F, guys. Market liking that, buying it up.
Yes, sir. And SMCI, it's when it wants to go, there's no stopping it. It's almost squeeze level on SMCI. There was one little hiccup, but mostly you've essentially had this big bounce. And why do I have a line in the chart there? I wish I could tell you it was mine, but last week it was Obi turns and he's like, hey, there's this key level on the daily on SMCI. He threw out the number. I'm like, okay, I'll put that on the chart and see what happens. Threw it on the chart, and looks like it was a bottom on SMCI. So good one, and a great shout out. I think we traded it one time when it was SSR, just because it was down 10%. I'm like, well, how often are you going to have a stock like SMCI? And we just looked for an SSR bounce. Outside of that, if you're looking at this daily, not rocket science, about $670, a previous support level. I think incoming to that, you're going to have some inventory, as we like to call it sometimes. So previous support maybe turning into a bit of resistance in here at that 670 level. Still trying to push higher and higher, as SMCI. No trades for me, but I wanted to quickly go over. Amazon is really, really testing this 176. It's doing its best to fill in a small portion of the gap on the daily. Already topped here and reversed. Sorry, 177. Already topped here and reversed. So another fail at 177, and I want to trail out of this. It never got back to VWAP, but it held 176 even. So a lot of times you can like a VWAP retracement, but if a stock isn't going to VWAP and you want to buy the dip, you got to find it somewhere else. This just happened to be the 176 even. But if it loses this consolidation, I'm out and looking for the dip buy, either same area or back into VWAP. On Amazon, big retail name today. No specific news for them, but Walmart, good news. Obviously, this has been in a bit of a bounce back in its own right. So to the upside it goes.
I see on that screen it says Palantir, so I'm just going to go over here. It doesn't. I'm just going to go over here and talk about it just real quick because today we said patient to buy dips, looking for entries right near 30.75. So we talked about yesterday what we did on Palantir, and today this is what we did. We actually followed our plan, which is fantastic when that happens. There it is. So there's the dip down in. It already gave us that bottom, so we knew what to look for. And it was at, we wrote down 30.75. The bottom of the day today is $30.82. So we come within 7 cents of that bottom, and we picked it up as well. So there it goes. Average. First of all, we took it right here against that bottom, which was 97.90s. Then it fell in, and then we just took it against basically the bottom, right? That's where we averaged it, and then we were going to give it to 75 or so break, the level that we had written down. That didn't come through, and obviously it's a nice move there. Bottom of the day, right back up there into VWAP. So those are definitely huge trades that we like to do. And right now, man, I got to get some more out of Google. This is a monster right now as we just shorted that right back in. So we haven't had this Google, we were wrong early, good late on the short, tried it again at these levels, and now we're back into the short. In case this market gives it up, I don't want to be short against the market. This market is absolutely, all right, cancel. Had too many fills down there in case we did really tank. But I don't want to be short against the market. The market's having a nice day. But Google, again, only up 0.6 against the market, up 2.5. I like the stock short. Let's see if we can capitalize and get some more out near these lows. It's Google starting to head to the downside.
Applied Materials, Sean, they're going to report after the bell today, and it's a good look for them. The street looking at an increase in EPS up from $1.81 to $2.02. That's the expected. They're also looking for about $6 2/3 billion of revenue on the quarter. We'll have to see if they beat, but they're being bought up here ahead of earnings. Up, guys, 5.25.
Yeah, I feel like when the 5 or 6 sessions before you report your earnings, you've just traveled already like 15, 20% to the upside for a stock like Amat. Maybe there's a little bit of danger there. But the expected move is 5%, and it's already moved 5% just today, going into a little bit of resistance. I have no trades on it, and I don't think going into earnings, Amat may not be a stock that we would trade in the first place, but certainly before earnings, might put it on the wayside unless there's like some kind of imbalance or something to trade in the final 15 minutes or so of the day. So going to sit on the sidelines for them. If it does start breaking out and get a little bit heavy into like 220, 225 tomorrow, I think that's going to be an interesting price area. It's obvious. It's a 50 period. It's the last resistance. I am in Intel just quickly because I think we mentioned most of the stuff that we're in. Well, Alibaba, I'll get to Alibaba. Alibaba was from this morning. They reported this morning. JD reported this morning. One was good. One was bad in terms of reaction. And then they kind of both went up after the fact. Intel, basically it failed 21 at the top. I was short it to this week's highs. Like in here, when that broke out, waited for it to fail 21, make this lower high in here at 2080, now pulling back into VWAP. So if it loses VWAP, looking for about 2030 would be, I think, a reasonable level if it loses VWAP here on Intel. So we're basically in this one on a bit of a retracement after it failed that $21 level. That BTC, a lot of people mentioning, still looking heavy. We're now down at that 58 level. A little bit of a bounce off 58, but you start to lose underneath here, then it could get a little bit more serious. You got to wonder, how long are we going to hold at these highs, 2.5%, if you lose this support on Bitcoin?
Yeah, Bitcoin's going to be in a problem area for sure. You guys know that I was selling some earlier this week, and we did talk about that, of course. So, all right, Amat. Look, I know they're reporting tonight. It's had a huge move back up to the upside again. We did have Armageddon. All it is back to where it was before, right back to this 215 area. So, big flush down, made its way all the way back. So as if it didn't really happen. That's a good sign to be able to catch a bid. heading into earnings means that there's a lot of traders not wanting to be short and maybe covering some of whatever short they did have into earnings. But again, hard to judge it because the whole market kind of looks like a V shape right now if you take the last couple weeks. So not above the 50 period. We did see, was it Nubank had a nice run up. Some of these other names, they're hitting 50 periods and kind of hitting a little bit of a resistance spot. So I would say you're doing pretty good if you get to 222, 225 or so. The expected move on applied materials is, it keeps on hovering over 5.2. Stupid stocks. 5.2% right there for Amat. Its previous move was only 0.09.
Massive.
So, or 0.9 actually. So 1% last time right into here. And then right now 5.2 right there on your screen. So we'll see if it moves more than that. It'd have to in order to get this guy interested. So that's Amat. And we'll see. You want to ask the ball?
Well, I'm going to ask the 8-ball. The most obvious, because the 8-ball has not had a question right yet.
Right.
Unless you guys asked something yesterday.
We did, but I don't remember what it was.
Okay, so I know the answer to this question because it's going to be no.
Yeah, good.
No, I'm just, will Amat get traded on the morning show? I don't know, like on the morning show tomorrow. Right?
I know the answer to that already, yeah.
But like, I want to give it a softball.
Okay.
Here, let's give the 8-ball a softball. This one, I can't read this one. The bubbles get in the way. You can't
You're
even read
shaking
it.
too much, I guess.
I guess I'm shaking too much. It's coming
I
up
couldn't read
here.
yesterday either, so.
Hell no.
It's right.
Let's go 8-ball.
8-ball back on track.
It's back on track.
Nike.
Not heck, but
Just
hell.
do it, Sharif.
All about Ackman yesterday, Sean. He was buying up a storm in this. Yeah, 4.5% here because Pershing Square just closing overnight. They took a new position in Nike as well as Brookfield and some others. Also lightening up on some other positions, Google included. They're watching that very closely, they say, the Department of Justice approach here with Google. They're going to discuss, apparently, their new Nike and Brookfield ads later at another corporate event. But right now, we're just going to have to take their word for it, guys. Up 4.5.
Remember, Ackman necessarily, wasn't in there buying yesterday, wasn't in there buying any other. We don't know. As of June 30th, I think it was. So he could already be out of this name. 45 days. Who knows where he's in? But Nike, I'm just looking at Nvidia right here quickly.
Under 74 is all that you can pretty much surmise.
Yeah, exactly. So they're long down here, up now, taking out these highs. I wouldn't be surprised if there's some selling coming in the name over the next little while because, again, 3 million shares. Take $10 on it, whatever, $30 million. Ho-hum on that one. Probably sold out a lot of this already. Let's wait to see what happens with Nike. I mean, I'm more interested in, again, more talk. Let's hear if Bill is still in these shares and what the plan is with them. Is it an investment or what? I haven't done the research on that. So I think that would be the next shoe to drop is to figure all of that out. But for today, Nike, again, you could treat names like this as earnings almost. Huge move up and see what happens. We saw Walmart do nothing all afternoon. And Nike, again, there's the initial sell-off where people taking profits. Makes sense, right? I mean, you can only profit on an option until you cover it, and you got to sort of liquidate, so that would make sense. And then the bottom was in, and that's a gorgeous one down there at $81. So wish again that we had seen that. The good thing is that we're getting better and better every day. Like today we had on here Walmart. This is yesterday's, but we had Walmart on here. We had Hood, which we didn't look at. We had Starbucks. So, second and third day plays continue to be something. And we'll look at Nike tomorrow for sure off this 81 level, if not later today. I mean, it could get back there.
Yeah, all last week, there was great. Everything was a buy after Monday, but a lot of the best plays were just something reported was going with the party, and you get the bigger move on day 2 or day 3, or at least the continuation move. So, no breakout, no fill in the gap yet on this daily, which sets us up. Maybe it happens tomorrow. It's the last day of the week, so if it doesn't happen tomorrow, it could also never happen. You might never break this. I don't think that's necessarily going to be true. It's just underneath $83 here on the daily chart. And what did Nike do? It got right up there in the pre-market, decided to do a bit of a dip. Doesn't seem like it's got the juice to take out these highs today. If it does, I like it. If it doesn't, then we wait till it does. So it's pretty simple for me on Nike. Continuation plays don't only mean it breaks out yesterday's high or breaks out a double top. It could always just dip tomorrow into 81 again, right? Like that's perfectly valid. That's what Palantir was doing. Like Palantir last week was just look at look at the dips, hold the previous close, and then continue to trend up. It's not always about breaking out the previous day's high on an upward trend. So Nike, maybe it does it tomorrow. That's what I'll be interested in addition to that 81 level as well. So the market we're holding the top, but this is kind of what we're looking at. We're holding the top on the NASDAQ. Every now and then you'll get a test of the high, a bit of a dip, and the last big one was maybe like 40 or 50 points. That came like an hour and change ago. So you're just grinding higher here. Anything that is relatively weak, I like for fades in here. I already mentioned, Intel. Alibaba was a breakout above 81 early. It then failed underneath, turned underneath 80 is a better way to look at it. And then basically just curling underneath VWAP here. So VWAP was good one way. Now it's trying to be good the other way here on Alibaba. But let us know what you guys are trading. Joseph in the chat, why did BTC dump? I didn't hear any specific news in my ear. I didn't see anything on Twitter. It did turn in front of 60,000, so it could just be something technical on Bitcoin. And it's not exactly because the market is struggling, right? So if Bitcoin is going to drag us down, right now it's not doing it. Amazon about to get to the high of the day. Just tag the top there. So if we get back underneath 177, just moving the trail as we're hanging on to this. And yeah, chill vibes. This ASTS has been a monster. I pulled this up on FinViz, and they had the price to sales as at like 30,000. So
you bought in immediately?
I mean, obviously, when you see a value like that, if you're trading at 30,000 times sales, was it 3,000? I feel like it was 30,000 times sales. No, sorry, it was 3,000 times. Yeah. 3,000 times sales, which is still ridiculous. 1.4 million in sales, and the market cap is. Well, it
valuation?
It was 4.6 billion. It's up 50%. So that's 5,000 times sales now, unless they reported recently, which is entirely possible. But yeah, absolutely, the stock is going nuts, and it's got a decent short float. I want to say it was 20% when I checked, 21.5% short float. It's got 15 or so green candles in a row on the weekly chart. So I don't want to take anything away from the move that it's making. But probably not like for the value investor out there.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's not right in the pocket of a value stock with a PE of 3,000. Oh, price to sales, not even PE.
That's not even.
There probably is no earnings.
Earnings?
So, yeah, earnings.
We talking about earnings?
Yeah, not for that name. But I don't know. I don't know enough about it, so we'll see what's happening here. Google coming up to its high again, 161.60. Our stop has always been 66, is like basically the high of the day here for Google. I mean, we are just getting some out. We will reload this right here. We have done that exactly. We could look into some earnings plays. I mean, we talked. I was just going to look today. We have Alibaba right there. We had Walmart. JD, we can have a quick look at. I was looking at Alibaba right now. There wasn't too much else popping through there. As we'll look to see this column here to see like what percentages are actually flying through or not on these stocks. But for right now, here we go. So this is this move. So 6.9%, 7.5%. Oh, John Deere, I guess. Yeah, up 7.5%. That was one to look at for sure there today. Down 11% is Dillard's. I don't know, retail, I guess. Other than that, not much that I'm seeing on here on page one. And I don't think there was too many names that we were really looking at here today. Aftermarket, we talked about Amat and some other ones. No, I'm not really seeing anything there
crazy
with the earnings calendar today. So.
But like JC said, when we had him on this morning, you don't sleep on things like the Caterpillars and the John Deeres of the world.
People always think it's only tech. Like there's so much value. Energy is huge. We looked at XOM recently as well.
And they're all going to get more efficient with AI as well. Let's be real.
Every stock, every company, right? I mean, as long as you are putting something AI in your press release and stuff like that, it seems like be rewarded. And I feel like you're right. Even the energy space, right? Getting more efficient with all of that. Understanding, I mean, even the tractors, the John Deere, the Caterpillar, all these machines, machine learning, time of day, seeding, all this kind of stuff. I mean, those of you that are using these machines probably would know a heck of a lot more about some of the transition there in the farming space. Apple right now, I mean, I was just trying to find out, about some of these stocks. We're still short Google and we'll still hope for this market to fall because it's really my only position. We're $1 in the money on Nvidia, but we're light on that one. And Palantir, we talked about it. We'll hold on to those. And if they keep going up, great. But my net is going to more rely on whatever happens with Google right this second. But Apple's trying to take out the day's high as well. And I mean, we keep on mentioning this. It's like, I thought that Apple, sure, you're never going to catch this top like 235, 240s. If you did, that's great. 237.50 all-time high or so. You're almost there again. You're a day or two away. You come in tomorrow with a decent story on Apple and you're up 3%, then you're at that 230 area immediately. You know, and then we start to get a little spicy with it again. So I'm, you know, really excited for Apple. Feel like it's had a nice comeback. Again, since Armageddon, it's up every single day. Nice move here, try to take out these highs. And then on the daily, by the way, we're getting some more fills here on Google as it's coming back in a little bit. There it is right there, 225.50, 225.75 or so are those wick tops, with that next top being 227. So yeah, you could basically go long now and try to just hold it against VWAP or something if you really liked it. But I mean, obviously it's better waiting for some dips at this point. I mean, this afternoon,
I gotta say something about this ASTS. Just a clarification. They apparently did report.
Okay.
I think they reported like maybe Aftermarket last night. So I just see like, I don't know this company. They reported their second quarter results. This says 21 hours ago. So they reported last night that 3,000 price to sales has probably changed. I'm not gonna sit here and pretend that I read the report, but it doesn't necessarily change anything about it. But to your point about Apple, so there's one thing that happened on Apple today. It was a couple things that happened on Apple today, but the one that was most adjacent is a lot of times if you change direction in the stock, you might miss the opportunity to go back to the trend. Like if you do a mean reversion trade, let's just say, like in this case, Apple bounced off VWAP, and I just simply, you know, I was out of the long, and then this long at the top there, I didn't think short, but the second I got this dip buy in a 225, I was like, this isn't right, and it ended up being a good decision to get out, but it bounces off VWAP and then does one of these little trend reversal plays that I've been looking at. Bounce off VWAP, higher low, gets to 225, can't break, breaks the trend line, shortened VWAP, but then I don't go long off VWAP on Apple. And that was a mistake because Apple has been super strong. The best thing about Apple for everybody out there, I mean, Apple, good upward trend. It gives you a couple of bucks worth of movement. It's only 1.5%. It's the kind of name where it's like Old Faithful. If the market's going up and you miss like Nvidia, I mean, Tesla goes nuts, Nvidia goes nuts, and the market's going up, Apple's that one that you're going to be able to find your way into, I think, for most traders. So, you know, always have that one in your back pocket. If something's going and you don't want to be in chase mode and get that FOMO, a lot of times Apple will have these good like dip buys, casually bounce in off of VWAP, follow the trend, not necessarily rip faces off, but provide you with plenty of opportunities to get into that upside. So let's see what happens there on Apple. Maybe we get VWAP. I'm thinking at this point, it's possible, but if it decides it wants to bounce somewhere in front of it, like 224.5, no problems at all with that. So Amazon's testing the high of the day. Again, just moving the trail at this point now underneath this little wick under here. So it's like 177 change. I do have the trail on them. And we never looked at Meta today.
You were saying about how Meta was just so high. It was
Meta is...
That was unbelievable when you told me. I was at 540 again?
No, I was completely shocked by a few things. Well, I mean, I wasn't here yesterday, so I didn't necessarily see all of the price action for some of these. But Meta on the weekly is right back to this W pattern, whatever the heck you want to call it.
That is about $100 from Monday.
That's what I'm saying. It's basically
25%.
It's right back to the 52-week high. It's within, you're now within $10 of it. Like, this is nuts. Like, some things have gone back, but other things have gone right back to the top. This one makes me a little bit nervous. Like, oh, is it not going to test this high and pull back off of 540? And did we get a glimpse of that today? I think I'll come in tomorrow being like, not chasing any kind of it breaks 540. I don't want the long on Meta. I kind of feel like that could be a bit of a dip. And it's not at the highs while the market's at the high right now. That has me concerned a bit because it's such a huge move. I don't wonder if Meta, if we pull back, this one is in the sell through VWAP. Just given how far this sucker has come. Congratulations to anyone that got into Meta. I added on absolute fluke on Monday last week because I just happened to have a stink bid in. And I got picked up and was like, well, that was rather fortunate because I didn't actively buy anything. I just got a couple of lucky bids.
It just shows you how, like I keep saying about this market being completely rigged. I mean, I think this is another example where Meta basically has gained $250 billion in about a week and a half. And that's just because, you know, so there you go. Like when the machines are turned on for buys, there's not much stopping them. That is for sure. And Meta right now is on that move. And what a great stock this was. And again, when this was down near sub $100, and this was probably the best name that you could have bought. I mean, they got hit when they changed their name over, and then they had that capital expenditure and whatnot. Well documented all of Meta's downfalls. And I mean, they even screwed up. Meta has done nothing with that Threads, I feel like. And, so they dropped money into that. That hasn't been producing anything. And then we still haven't really heard too much. I know that Meta AI does get some talk, but that's sort of the next thing there and helping a lot with their advertising business. So yeah, Meta, man, going to continue to work. All right, so we're still dollar in the money right here. I mean, Nvidia has been such a monster every single day. Boom. Look at this early buy at 120, late buy at 121.75. Just keep on going, baby. And it's riding the 50-period moving average as we speak right now. So there we go. We did have a little bit, another average in for Google. So Google was all the way up there to 161.56 or so into that high of the day. This is a danger zone for me. I fully admit that, because right now, although we're flat on the trade, even though I'm admitting this is a dangerous situation, the reason why I say that is the market's huge today, right? Up another 2.5%. It's not like it's looking like it wants to come down anything. We are at the high of the day. So being short something right now isn't necessarily that attractive. But the thing is we've already been here once and twice, and both times we had the last time a lot less, like a lot shallower than the time before. But there is a pedigree here for this to come back down a little bit. So let's wait to see. As day traders, that's what we have to do. It's nice to sit on your hands and whatnot and be able to say, hey, I don't see anything now, and that's fine if you don't. But if you do feel like it's time to put on some trades, it's 2:30. We still have a little bit of time left in the day before. A little bit of time. We have tons of time left. Look, we took at the end of the day yesterday. We're hitting dollar club winners. We took $1 on Nvidia in about 3 minutes yesterday at the end of the day. So it's not like we have anything to worry about. We'll just sit here, try to make the best situations. Like Google just went down to 47s there and stopped completely. So I just don't know if there's enough volume to have any sort of a move continue right now. Maybe we will sit down. We'll do like a little chicken trading here and just pick up a little bit as we start to fall back in.
Bitcoin's still falling, by the way.
Peck away. Yeah, 57.8, yeah. Sort of peck away here at the bid and see if we can continue its move to the downside right there. So, all right, we'll wait to see. But for right now, we have a segment that, is near and dear to my heart because we really like this guy.
Trust me, you're going to love this.
I brought him on to the recap show. He's a great friend of ours and been here for quite a while.
Yeah.
Took some time off. He's back on the show. Might be one of the reasons why Meta is going higher and higher.
It's entirely
This guy's got an
possible.
Instagram page. It's killing it over there.
Well, no, things aren't going to fall until we get the A-OK that they are.
Right.
Trust me.
Right. Okay. Well, I'll trust you, but there's also somebody else that we trust right now. He's probably sipping on that Stanley. We're going to find out right now. Let's bring him in. He's our guy. He's Raider Trader. How you doing, Andrew?
This is a trustworthy room, I would say, guys. So
See what I'm
thanks
saying?
for being so honest and trustworthy.
Did you like that intro? Did you like that intro? It was very dramatic, and I paced it out.
Did like that. That was very cinematic. Thank you, Sean. That was awesome.
No problem. I just want to make sure everybody understands who's coming here and what that's all about. So how have you been here as summer kind of comes to a little bit of a wind down? You've been enjoying yourself this summer?
I have. I went up to the beach last week with my brother and my mother. That was nice. So probably the first time I touched grass in a while. So we hope to do more of that. There's some comments of how pale I am. Let me believe you. I fully lean into that. I need to get outside more.
Yeah, I would say that.
I didn't notice at all.
Yeah, you're feeling all right? No, but just all kidding aside, great to get out there and enjoy yourself for sure. That Ohio sun is very, very bright. That
Dangerous,
is for sure. Right there, Akron, Ohio. The king, LeBron, right there, right now. What a crazy! I wasn't here last week, and all of a sudden I looked down at my phone. It's the craziest week in a couple of years. Absolutely insanity. Me and you sort of talked about this a little bit. When we get these little hiccups in the market like that, to me, it means the market's, VIX went to 60. We had some big volatility moments right there. To me, it feels like the market's a little sick, a little feverish right now. What are you seeing in the option market? I'm assuming these premiums have absolutely exploded.
Oh yeah, it's been towards the bottom of that August 5th, it was almost untradeable. I mean, on Monday open when spreads were, there was like the most common stocks were having 30-40% spreads, so it was just a headache to try to trade. But as far as like this other stuff that's going on, we have lots to talk about, specifically with the options market, the put to call ratio, and what to look for. Now, I did hear Sean say right before this, he said, we need confirmation and trust that we're going to drop. Well, there are signs that we actually should be starting to position into a downside trade next week. So don't get too excited with this big move higher, because there could be something that tumbles it down. But of course, we're going to get into that here in just a second. But yeah, other than that, there's some juicy data. If you guys want me to go over it, I've got plenty of stuff I can share here.
Oh, that's what we're here for. I mean, that's why we're teasing it. It's like, hey, I know you've been tweeting a few things out there on the old X machine, and when we're gonna get this curl. And I just openly said, I looked up where Meta was and was like, I don't know if I feel good about where that's sitting. Could get a little bit. Some of these things are getting really top heavy. It's such a huge move that we just had. Usually there is something up when you see that kind of a move, and people might start taking some profit. At least I know I am.
Yeah, absolutely. So you know what? Let's just talk about a few things first. Obviously, last week I came on here and I had the Trust Me Bro chart. We talked about a 520 bottom, and that came from this right here. If you want to share my screen, this was our little chart that we talked. Seasonal top, come down in. We thought that we get close to a 520 bottom. While that level had changed, I believe we have completed the 5-wave cycle, and it's quite evident across the options market, which is right here. We talked about the major put walls, and that in the 816 we would expect some sort of bottom around that 520. It ended up being closer to that 517, 515 area, which ultimately had the better trade. But 520 was kind of the basis of why we started to bottom and rocket from there. That was the massive imbalance, and we started to correct off of that. Now, moving forward, a few things we have to be cautious of. Number one, the seasonal. So this right here is just a seasonal chart, and typically we actually see a negative period quite consistently around the 16th of August, which is that major monthly expiration. Following when all this money expires on that monthly expiration, you typically see new rotations. And within the seasonal chart right here, you can see we tend to go down from the 19th all the way down to the 25th, 24th, somewhere around there. So that's kind of a sign that, hey, maybe we could have a drop next week. And while I'd like to say a seasonal chart is good to look at for a reference and a guide, it's not concrete evidence. So what is more of a concrete evidence that we can look at? Well, it's this right here. I don't know. Oh, there it is. Okay, cool. So this is right here, the defensive rotations. I've talked about this a few times on the show before, but when firms start to rotate money into defensives and out of growth, which we were seeing yesterday and today, it is actually a very good sign that you should see some sort of drop within 3 to 4 days' time, which coincidentally lines up with around the 19th or 20th being next week where we see a shorting opportunity. So if you guys are looking to open up longs right now, I would caution greatly because a lot of forces in the market are disagreeing with that, specifically the options market, and we tend to believe that they are rarely ever wrong. So with that being said, my last little point here is within the SPY chart. Now, this is my SPY chart that we actively have. You'll notice two yellow lines here. You'll notice one on the 13th and the 2nd of August. And then the 16th. Typically 2 weeks before a monthly expiration, not quad witching, but 2 weeks before a regular monthly expiration, you see what's called a shakeout phase. And what do you know? Almost to the script, the markets start to drop. But 99% of the time, this ends up being a fake out. Then 2 to 3 days in before you get a max pain move. This corrects an imbalance. Since we have a move up, it is likely that we do see a continuation down because this is the max pain for the bears. So we're going to be looking at that going into next week, short positions. And for those that want a good screenshot this. A little research can get you a little far. So this is 2021, and you can screenshot and see all those dates there. But that's it for me. That's my little perspective there. We can talk about the individual sectors, what I'm getting loose in, things like that. But,
Well, I think it's a great perspective, especially looking at that SPY. And, when you said we talk about things that are looking impressive, well, it's often when you have all that FOMO, I think, from last week, you get days like Monday, you get that market rally, and it's basically just continuing. And a lot of people that missed, say, dip buys in here, like, oh, well, goodness, I missed the big chance to get that dip. You get right into a resistance level, and then the trap is basically set, I think, almost perfectly there. But so market might turn. You need some confirmation. I don't think we're necessarily, not there yet. We're still going up. We're up 2.5% today. But what are you looking to maybe get into? Do you like some energy here? You had oil pull back a little bit. There's still some geopolitical tensions there. Like, what do you like? If you don't like putting anything clear in the top of the market, which I don't really blame you at all, what do you like here, Andrew? I know we've talked about energy before, but is eyeballs on that at all?
Well, I will say, Sean, first of all, I think he's an insider at this point. He was calling out Starbucks. That thing's up like 30%. But I digress. We're not going to talk about that anymore. But along those lines, consumer discretionary and those type of names, which like Starbucks.
Also talking about Google,
I'm actually looking into rate-sensitive names again. We see today the outperformers being IWM, Solars, even ENPH, FSLR, and even Tesla. These names give a little hint that, yes, we're going to get back into that rate-sensitive trade. We've been talking about that over the next few months, we're going to be trying to watch for these rotations, see where the different topics come up, different news comes up, and the market starts to dabble back into these older ideas. So one of those is going to what you're going to be looking for. And like you said, Neil, energy is definitely one that I'm looking at. If you share my chart here, XLE, there was these puts that came in last just this week, yesterday to be exact, for the 88 strike. Now, typically you could look at puts, and a lot of people in the retail community would say, well, that means downside, right? No, actually, this guy right here is likely building a wall. So what you can see is a dip by opportunity in energy, a continuation higher, and that we should see 830 into next week, some sort of continuation in energy names. What could cause that? My big brain says something along the lines of war news next week, something like that, that's going to get the market in another, hissy fit. So we'll see that. But, it's kind of coincidence that seasonal sometimes aligns with news. I mean, heck, why is this war news popping up in August when we typically sell off every single year? I don't know. Is it all rigged? I think it is, but that's what we used to our favor. So,
well, I mean, it's not as if you have to think about when people have a button that they can hit when they decide to do launches, and would not be the first time.
right.
No, I'm just being honest, man. Like, you can go back to, I'm not going to name any presidents, but if a bad headline's coming around, drop a bomb somewhere, and that's usually going to get the job done. And it's not. There's nothing fun about profiting. I say it every single time. It's not fun necessarily profiting off of bad news. But at the end of the day, if energy is going to go up, and if LMT, Lockheed Martin, is going to be fantastic, then you can either decide to be a part of it or not. And so I echo your sentiment when it comes to energy 100%. So I'm going to pass it to Sean, because I know he's probably got something to say about Starbucks.
No, really, just thanks.
Just
thanks for the credit. No, thanks for the credit on that one, right? I mean, we always talk about being completely open and honest with our opinions and things like that, and that was a good call, right? We've made some bad calls. We bought some. Actually, CrowdStrike is right back up.
Sean, we're 2 for 2. If you want to pull up a chart of crowd too, I mean, if you guys talk about the dynamic duos out here, these three here in this segment tend to not miss. So.
Oh yeah. No, we got it. And plus, also, when I mentioned Starbucks, you mentioned XLE, and both. Now, there's a reason why we got you back on here. A lot of love for Mr. Raider Trader. And thanks for that seasonality talk. I mean, I think that's important, especially for a lot of traders to understand what could potentially happen. You showed that the worst month there's September as a red month as well, so it could possibly extend through 80 days today until election. So you're talking about, different catalysts that could pop through at any time.
Oh boy.
That would definitely be one of them. And by the way, since we've had you on, there's always trust me moments. And I think a lot of our viewers hopefully can trust some of these trades right here, because Google right there was a little bit of a money dropper right there for a banger as we talk with Raider Trader. We just shorted this, man, right to the top, then fall right back in there. I know that for options trading, often it's not the greatest to look specifically at the day. You want to look maybe at the week or some events that are coming up, economic numbers or whatnot. But I find the best strategy for me, especially with day trading, has been long, strong names, short, weak names. Don't try to fight any of the trends. Is that something that you often will try to add? And this is something maybe we've never talked about. If you have a nice winning position and it's going in your favor, will you pile on to that as it's looking potentially better in your favor and as it's starting to play out? Or is that something where you'll just take your full position and just let it play out and then inch it out? Or is that something that you've done in the past, adding on to a winner because you are that confident?
No, that's a great question. Great traders, and I aspire to be an amazing trader, a trader that I'm actually very confident being one day. Of course, we're always learning. I'm always, still even making mistakes. I'm only 20 years old after all, and a lot of although I'm, I consider myself pretty advanced when it comes to trading and in my performance and things. Could it be better? Absolutely. There's areas of mistakes that I have, but one of the strengths I believe that I do have is understanding from a young age that my mentors taught me to focus on management. That traders are made in management. Great traders focus on managing, and just how you said right there, especially with leaders and laggers, that's just one of the most textbook ways to spend your time. I always talk about this, but one of the two things you can waste in the markets, it's not just money, it's your time. And if you're wasting your time in a stock that's not going to move, then you're also wasting your money. So longing those stocks that are the leaders, like you said, Google, these type of names that are popping, these guys are going to pay more than if you're sitting in some sort of defensive trade right now, like XLP, which is barely up, or something else, a penny stock that's not moving today. So you guys absolutely do need to focus on that. One little trick I do have, though, if you guys, especially, if you come up to this top of a market, if we're starting to see maybe possibly a reversal off of news that you do want to short in a market top, you typically want to short the leaders for that initial drop, but the laggers are going to have that longest sell-off. In a market bottom, it's actually kind of the opposite, that the laggers when you reach a market bottom, they get the quickest buy at first, and then the leaders get the most prolonged bounce. So especially looking at rotations, I always talk about leaders and laggers. They're super important. Not waste your time. But yeah, such a crucial point, man. I don't think a lot of people they trade their favorite stock, but they don't trade the stock with the proper opportunity. So it kind of doesn't go well for them.
I just looked back at the notes, and I was talking about CrowdStrike there, and 100%. Last time you and I were talking on the recap show, you did say between August 6th to 12th, look for a bounce back there in CrowdStrike. And honestly, man, I mean, here's August 6th, here's August 12th. So you nailed that one. Congratulations on that, as there goes CrowdStrike. Right back to where I bought it. Let's see if we can get back in the money on CRWD. Well, now that you told us that you're, half of Neil's age, the thing is that, are you an investor? And we don't, this is our own opinion. You have separate buckets right now. Do you put some stocks away for longer term, or are you mainly focusing right now on trading as an income? What kind of style do you have? Are you planning on going to school in the fall or anything like that? And if it's all too personal, that's fine, but just want to get into your head, because I know there's a lot of viewers that are impressed with your knowledge, as you mentioned, and sort of want to get into that mentality that you've had as well. So what's your path looking like right now, maybe as far as investing or in the next couple months?
Yeah, so before I do that, Neil, we need, whenever that retirement documentary comes out, please hit me up. I will donate massive amounts of money to make sure that production is clean. But other than that, guys, yeah, as far as that other question regarding, what was the, sorry, I lost track. Sean, what did you just ask me again? Sorry.
No, it was just about, first of all, what were your plans heading into the fall?
Oh, that's right. Okay, I got it. So as far as me as a young investor, that's right. I was just so focused on this documentary. Anyways, as far as me at my age, I'm actually not looking to invest long-term. Majority of my effort right now is, number one, building my income. So things like the Radar Report, focusing on working with institutions, providing data, and of course, trading. I believe that trading is hard to be an income, but rather a leverage of wealth. So people who aspire to quit their jobs to trade, I would highly recommend you don't do that, and you find something to fund you to trade or something like that. I think that's a smarter decision. You guys, most of your work is in the after hours as a trader, unlike Sean and Neil, who do this as a living, trading, capital that's invested to them. They're not trading the money they rely on to pay their bills for this month. So you guys understand that puts you in a different mindset, and you need to focus on that. Now, me personally, I built my own personal account up, and while I plan to not lose it anytime soon, it's not paying my bills. The only time I withdrew from it was to buy my Mustang. So unless if you're looking to do something like that, don't pay your bills with your trading account, guys. It puts you in a lot of stress, makes you very emotional, makes you mess up. So that's just words from a 20-year-old. But that's the best I can give.
I just want to ask you a question, because you mentioned that about the Mustang, and I know a trader recently, like they hit a milestone, they treated themselves to something. I know early in my career, like the only expensive watch I ever bought was literally, I hit like a certain milestone, I did that, I never did it again. For you, did you need like an X amount of bankroll, and you're like, okay, am I doing this because you've reached a point and like your bankroll's gotten to a spot where you felt comfortable when you wanted to reward yourself? Was it like a dream car kind of thing? Just what's the story there? Because you just said you're not into long-term investing, but you picked up the Mustang. First off, congratulations. But yeah, did you reach a milestone particularly? Did you get to some kind of a benchmark? And how important also is building the bankroll before you start celebrating?
It was absolutely not a trade. Like, I didn't hit some exuberantly large trade that made me go buy it. What actually made me go buy it was, number one, I was looking into buying a car. I was financially better off, and that's what made me comfortable to go buy a Mustang. But I was like, you know what? I'm in this position where I can go get this now, but I was looking for a car, and this one just happened to be like the all specced out, the one I wanted. So it's a 5.0. It has a Whipple in it, catbacks, injector. It's making over 750 to the wheel. So it was everything I wanted. I love project cars. I've been working on it all the last two months now. And more so even to bond with my brother and family. My awesome. Uncle, they're huge into they're grease heads, man. They build cars from the ground up, and I've always been a car guy. So, even I've worn a few Hellcat shirts on this show before, but I was always a car guy. So I did it mostly to just have fun with it. But at any given time, if I did go into some financial hole or anything like that, you just got to learn to, hey, at the end of the day, you can sell it, you can get rid of it, you can do more productive things with your money. But I love the car, I'm attached to it, and I think everyone, whether you're trying to trade for a certain, you shouldn't hit a dollar amount goal, right? You shouldn't be like, oh, when I'm trading, I need to make $100 a day, or when I make $1 million, I'm going to be happy. Because when you make $1 million, you're going to want to make 2, and you're going to want to make 3. So just understand that instead of reaching financial goals, try to trade because you love it and trade because you want to get better at it. And through there, through time, you'll whether you're buying a Lambo or a Prius, although Priuses are mad expensive these days, but you'll set different goals, guys.
Well, you said something that I just want to touch on because it's so true. The fact that you found something that you can share with your family, like they're into vehicles, and as a young man, it's an important thing. Trust me, you're going to be very happy that you have that going into the future. I found that with my pops and some of my older family, my uncles. I'm the only one that's into cricket, West Indians, and I now have something that I can always talk to and bond with them about, which is really cool, especially now that they're all retired. I think that's really awesome for you there, and obviously enjoy it. That's what it's all about. You have to do this. And you said that it's hard to trade as a living. Well, I say it straight up. Sean and I, we trade on a prop floor. So I've never had to trade my own money for an income. I've always traded somebody else's, and then you're on a prop floor with those risk controls on that platform and all that stuff, and that is an advantage. And it has been an advantage. And I think I'm fortunate. I think we're fortunate to be able to have that here at Real Trading. And it's not as easy doing it on your own. That's why we do this all the time. Thank you so much for those. I think can't echo that enough.
That's right. Yep. I think that's, especially with the retail community, you see a lot of social media guys, they're out here with Lambos, blah, 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 and they shove cash into your face, and people think it's easy, and people think they can do it too. But the reality of it is, guys, a lot of these people aren't trading, and they haven't risked their own money at all in their life. So, just keep that in mind before you go and try to pick out what color your Huracan's going to be.
Andrew Rader, thank you so much for the great talk here today. Always a pleasure, always a blast. You want to leave us with one name? I mean, I think you've given us a lot. You nailed that CrowdStrike. Was there something? Sometimes we talk banks. Anything you want to short right now, maybe? How about that? Anything you're looking to see head to the downside, maybe despite the S&P or something like that? I don't know. What are you looking at?
Right now, I don't have a specific name. What I will say is technology short. Now, when I say technology short, we talk about dates a lot. I'm very specific with what dates I like to short because ultimately it's about timing the markets, not necessarily what level you always short off. I believe next week or into the 30th, you guys will see some news. The market's going to get nice and volatile. But one way to time this short, okay? Pull up the PC ratio. If you go look at my chart right now, the PC ratio, as it declines below 0.55, that is going to be an area where you want to be involved. The markets, when they do have that volatility spike to 60 and that crush back down, there's almost always another spike, just with fears that any sort of news, it's real sensitive after that. So just be watching that, guys. I believe it's going to be between around the 20th. Next week, so just be watching that. Make sure you guys aren't over long, exposed, buying a bunch of calls right now. You've missed majority of the move, so now needs to be a time where you're reducing your risk and looking to the downside.
Yep.
Yeah, I think
you wear that FOMO
overextended to the upside right now.
The 20th of August.
There it is.
20th
the
of August. There it is,
2-0.
man.
Hey.
If you're going to trust anybody, go
Trust
with the
that, man.
20th. Go with the 20th. Nvidia earnings the
Lucky
28th. Thank you, Andrew. Enjoy. Don't drive too fast on those streets of
Or do.
Ohio and get some sun, my guy. There it is. Do you really need those, really?
Oh, yeah,
All right,
baby.
there he is. Tom Cruise as well. Killing it here. You know what? I'll join you.
Oh,
why
boy.
not? We'll do one better. And
No,
have that.
no.
You know what? I have those exact shades.
You gotta.
Actually, the
there's no
Ray-Bans,
color on yours.
right
You gotta
now,
put
so
the
there we
color
go.
on.
Yo, that's the back of your head, my guy. There it is. Hey, what's going on? All right, we'll see you
there he
later.
is.
Oh, there he is. There he is. All right. We'll see you later, Andrew. Take care. See ya, buddy. Bye.
See you, Andrew.
All right. Peace. All right. Yeah, some good talk there with Andrew. And
Always
there you
fun,
go.
always fun.
Yeah, always fun. Always pretty decent as well. Thank you, Andrew, for coming through one more time. He did, give some good ideas there. We'll wait for some trades to pop off later on next week, the 20th. So we will remember that one forever and ever. Andrew Ray,
forever,
thank you
ever?
so much, forever, ever. Yeah, because we got to make some calls there.
Forever, ever.
All right. So while that was happening, by the way, Palantir, we took another piece out there. That's a good win for us. That's 30 cents. We still have an offer up higher. We'll cancel that. We still have Nvidia. We're only in 10% left. I'm trying to hold out for hope here on Nvidia. The problem is I would have bought that dip right there, but we're net short. We were playing the short on Google. We made back a good chunk there on Google today as that's just come back in. But Nvidia, I think, could get bought at the 200 period. That's 122.50. Now that the market's, just before we had Andrew on, you guys can see it. Look, I know he was talking about trading prop floor and all that kind of stuff. I don't know what the ratios are between people trading their own money or prop floor money, but very few accounts are green, period. We actually talked about that, about the month of July. I'll update you at the month of August, near the end of August, how that's going for people here as well. It remains, even though this market is great to trade right now, trading is definitely something that does require a lot of discipline, patience, and exact skill. And it's tough to get all of those. And I appreciate Andrew, again, because not many talk the way I do, and I appreciate the way that Andrew does. So that is for sure. All right, we're ready to go, I believe, to the desk. We haven't heard from Adair in a minute, so let's see what up with that.
This part of the show is brought to you by Benzinga Pro. If you feel lost in the noise of the market, then you need Benzinga Pro. Benzinga Pro cuts through the clutter and gives you the insights you need to make smarter, faster trades. From real-time news to unusual options activity, we'll show you exactly what's moving the market and why. Don't miss out on your chance to trade like a pro. Visit benzinga.com/pro to start your free trial today.
Thank you, Adair. Just a couple of quick things. I did get that trail on Amazon. It just tagged 177.5 while we were talking to Raider and pulled back. So broke that high. Now you're getting a deep pullback. Not a deep pullback, but a bit of a pullback. We got out in that 30 zone. So if it gets to 176 and VWAP again, we're going to go over to that if we get a chance. It's like a big if. I just heard something in my ear about Indo. I didn't catch it. I know it just resumed. It was halted downside. It just resumed. I'll have to double check to see what the news here is on INDO, if there was causing that spike to the downside, but it is now reopened and trying to bounce. So failed off 365. This is an energy name, decent short float. A lot of times you're going to get those big spikes up. Like this will really start going when you get some of the geopolitical stuff and those spikes up in energy on INDO, but it is open after halting down at about 330, not the time, but 330 the price. So if you look at this, it started at about 365. Were it to get back into there, that could be a resistance spot. And because it's always a smart thing to do, if I do trade it, I want to make sure we have locates because I wouldn't want to assume we don't and then pay for locates only to find out that they are free. But it looks like we have to pay for locates.
Yeah, we were talking about that ASTS as well today, where Sharif wound up paying for it and then became free. So you got to always double check
Always
it
check.
here at Trader TV Live, but at Real Trading, of course, as well. I have all these scanners going. Nothing's really trying to hit right now, so I'm just kind of just waiting to see. It's almost and again, this whole power hour, it doesn't really matter at all to me what the hour is or anything like that. But we are heading into 3 o'clock, so we'll see if there are a few more movements happening coming up very, very soon. Let's go over to ARM Holdings. There's always something happening here, except for right now, of course, as I pull it up. Again, wow, good name, up 3 and a bit. Just another one of those names where there's been a lot of talk about ARM, of course, huge moves down and well retraced back up over the last couple of days. So, a lot of these stocks look the very same. And I agree with a lot of these we had JC on today. We just had
Same
Andrew
thing,
on. We were talking about this. Neil, myself, Sharif Adara, all that. You know, I think there's just been such an aggressive move the other way right now. Back upside, it's hard to say you like anything at these prices right now. But again, names that are breaking out, like a Meta or even like an Amazon, that I just feel like Amazon got a little bit of an all clear today. Again, not only were their earnings not well received, but for some reason here now today, Walmart comes out and puts out a good customer number there. You know, retail pretty strong. Alibaba again as well on the online side of things. And then of course, as we sit here and wait to see hopefully some importance with Amazon and what exactly is happening with those numbers. But Amazon trying to take it out and basically clearing that whole gap up from 180 as we drop down into that forget about 150, but 160 area, now making its way all the way back up. It's basically filled that gap. I think you want to wait for 180 break. But right now, Amazon, what a good day it's been for that. I mean, buying off VWAP again, boom, boom, and came close right there. That's just another strategy. Hit it off of VWAP and see if you can, you know, get a better fill.
And it kind of goes without saying, but I'll say this anyways. Like, I don't dislike Amazon or Meta in a general sense. Like, of course, I'm not going to hold those stocks forever. It's just how fast. Like, we're just buying some of these things on Monday, and then you get these massive moves. And like in 2 weeks, if you can catch 10, 15%, sometimes it's just like, let's take it out. And then you got that powder, and then you can go right back in on a market dip, throw it in the queues on the next dip buy, throw it into whatever gives you the opportunity. So that's all. Like, I'm not selling anything for good on any of those types of names. Like, there's stocks that you'll get out of and you don't want back in.
Why are we talking about selling them?
No, I was just saying at the high, because I mentioned I'm going to take some profit on Meta. Okay. I'm not selling Meta because I don't like Meta. No, it's never about that. It's just about, hey, we got something out of it, maybe a little faster than I was expecting, so I can take some profit and be ready to deploy that again if I need to. So pretty happy with it. But in the long term, you know, buy and hold does usually win. I like buying dips regularly. In one of the major markets, it's just like a certain amount that gets put away each time. I got out at VWAP on Alibaba just to show you guys there. You're going to see that one come out a little bit there. And Apple double top at the highs currently.
Oh man, like trading is, and we talked about this yesterday. How much fun we have here trading every day on the show. But it's even better when you turn around and this is happening right now. Look what just happened to Google. We are collapsing and puking all over itself, and it's really nice when you make these calls and they actually work, and then you put some capital in it and able to have this kind of a rebound for the day here. So great trade there for us on, take a piece out right there. Now we'll wait for some O2s. We just took a piece out at 13s or 12s, or wait a second, what was that price? 10s actually we just got. So nice move down. So that for price right there is 05. We're actually waiting. I don't know why I was at 05 and 02. Sometimes I just put out too many orders and it's like, what have I done? But right there, nice move down and into the 200 period. And again, like if you want to talk about taking a trade, discussing it, putting it on, we'd even discussed it right there with Raider Trader was on as well. And there's the move back in. You know, it's trying to stay in our zone and trying to be comfortable with the strategies that we're putting on every single day. And it's so far so good and working out right there for Google. So it's a nice move to the downside right there right now. Oh, what I was getting at there before we start talking a little bit about selling Amazon and Meta was Alibaba. I just, again, we had talked about some of the retail and sort of getting that all clear today. Alibaba's flat, so that's good. It was down 2% early, and then it battled back all day. He made a huge move to 82 bucks. Fell back in again, and then now you're just in this sort of doldrum. JD is another name. Is JD's NQ? Oh yeah,
I think they're in New York.
I can't see shit on this screen.
Oh no, it's
JD NQ there. So we'll flip over to that and see what this is doing today. Come on, man. We're now 48 cents, sorry, in the money there on Google. Let's see if JD has any sort of a movement today as well. So yeah, same kind of thing. Nice upside move before fading out. I didn't even realize this was only $27 right now. But yeah, another earnings report there in China trying to dance around again. But I'm looking at the charts, man. I mean, Roblox is near 39, 40 bucks again. That's great to see. JP Morgan, some of these banks still, I mean, as far as I know, remain near their highs. So we'll have to check out JP Morgan in just a second once this loads up on the daily chart. Yes, it is. It's trying to break out. That's still JD. Still trying to break out through its high, though. Come on, Google, man. That's going to be a good one. Right there, this high break is great. 217 and change. Not there quite yet. And, you know, banks won't really gap up like that much overnight or anything like that. So we'll wait to see as JP Morgan continues to climb higher and higher. Yeah, you guys are saying this ASTS stock. I mean, I remember getting Sharif shorts, and good thing he's still not short because that was a huge mover. Again, ASTS up to $33, and I mean, just nowhere to be found. This name probably reverse split. I'll have to check it on it.
What's crazy about that move is there hasn't been, if you look at the whole day, like where is that one or two candles that just says
Google.
we're up 60% and there's one or two that are absolutely insane? No, there aren't. It is a linear move to the upside, which is at least good because then there's no reason to short it. Like at no point has been like, well, that's an FU candle. This is a reversion. I haven't seen it at all. Flat bottom break coming in here. Not yet. But the longer it holds, I'm already in it, but 2050 has now held for a half an hour on the way back in here until underneath VWAP, and it's holding 2050. This breaks, I'm going to go short. Well, I'm going to throw an offer to go short underneath 50. It's not like it's SSR or anything, so it's Intel. You'll get 48 or 49, no problem. If it was short sell restricted, you just throw the offer and hope to get there. I've seen a couple of questions about Clover in the chat. So no worries. I mean, look, if we break 50, I'm going to get in. But it hasn't happened just yet. It's up 7 points today, and it is running, so this is probably the best Clover has looked in, I mean, I don't even know. I'd have to pull up a weekly chart. But yeah, up that 7%, just a continuation style play here. So it's actually looking pretty solid on Clover. I always, with names like this, no one ever went broke taking profit is generally the first thing that I think about, and be careful with those bag holding levels. But it's now 3 days in a row, and it withstood a heck of a drop at the open to continue to bust it out. So I think the shorts might have done some covering when it retook that high. Slowing down today. I don't see anything in the afternoon. Look how tight that range is. It's not moving at all right now. Dara?
One name continuously making new day's highs here is Rocket Lab, RKLB. This one keeps popping up here on volume. Currently up over 13%. No news, but tons of social media attention. We're talking multiple tags per minute. They also have a short float of 10.7%. So interesting look here for RKLB staying strong as we head into Power Hour, guys.
All right, yeah, watch out for Rocket Labs there. Obviously, I don't want to say obviously, but going to be news-based there. We will take a quick little look, and I just want to say, like, as Neil was talking there, we did get, and he might have saw a little bit of a flush down, because that's exactly what Google did. We just got 161. That is nice to see about that Clover, by the way, because as much as I was saying, like, Chamath has absolutely crushed shareholder wealth, which he did, obviously. 270 right now. A nice move there for Clover back up. Yeah.
If you pull a weekly chart up, it puts things into a little bit of perspective. But
yeah,
I didn't want to scare anybody.
Yeah, no, I think people that know about Clover are scared already. SoFi right there. SoFi made a 52-week low down there at 570. Obviously, I mean, it's again to look at that is something else. But we have bounced off of 630 again, SoFi. And as we had Robinhood on our watch, you can see SoFi. Yeah, obviously the two aren't alike. I mean, Robinhood is up here. SoFi is just kind of chilling out, trying to break out right now. But it's nice to see a little bit of a bump up again right there. In my account, like I'm done buying all these kind of crazier names. I just keep on buying high quality names. And honestly, the fact to buy Amazon and some of these names that we talked about, Nvidia, Nike, Starbucks, like all of these like names that actually are businesses, they seem to be working out a little bit better than some of these shots in the dark right now. And I mean, we even had Andrew there talking about laggards coming out faster and leaders going down quicker when the market does tend to reverse course. So yeah, SoFi, you know, being a lagger obviously over the last
little bit.
It's down. I mean, the market's up this year. I don't know what the Nasdaq's up anymore, but it was up, 11, 12%. I think it's 18%, something like that. And then if you're holding on to SoFi, you're down 30% or maybe 20% this year. So yeah, definitely some catch-up trades happening right there. Is it a catch-up? Is it a mustard? Or is it relish? It is SoFi either way, and it's a Dara at the desk.
Keep an eye on Zoom here, getting its largest candles and volume candles of the day here, pushing to the downside. There's a Russian hacking group claiming to have hacked into Zoom, so not confirmed, but some claims here from a Russian group that they have hacked into Zoom. 2 million user accounts reportedly affected. So again, some hacking claims here, sending ZM to the downside with a pretty nice volume spike here, guys.
Yeah, not looking. I mean, I feel like it's not that bad.
Not involved.
I know, you just better hope. But I don't think it is. I actually double-checked a couple of minutes ago on CrowdStrike and was really happy with it. We'll go there in a quick second. But if you're not absolutely tanking on a hack, and it's still green on the day, like it hasn't lost the bid completely to fill in the gap like this, then usually you can, I don't want to say this is going to be a nothing burger. That's not fair to say. But it's not falling apart as if this was super serious. And just because I had pulled up Crowdstrike, my issue with the problem with Crowdstrike, not much in terms of the way that it's been bouncing off some of these lows, as you can tell, but it's this 265. So 265 was that second day dip where it had caught a good little dip in here, and then it rejected 265 to make the fresh lows. So right here is about to be some pretty key resistance, I think, for Crowdstrike, because it's getting real close. It got to 263.5 today as the high. So you're within spitting distance tomorrow, and I don't wonder if you don't have a bit of a pullback in Crowd when you get to that level. If you get to that level, certainly looking very, very close. So just going back over, I never got locates on that Indo. I might try in a couple of minutes. It is continuing to go down. I'm not going to chase it. Even if I had gotten the locates, I don't think I would have been chasing it all the way at those lows. Was trying to grab it off of those halt levels. Halted, opened back up, got to 340. Was kind of looking for either it to go there or when it made a top, short it through 330, the halt price with a stop at like 338, which was the high after that. Not going to be chasing if we do end up getting those. Did we trade SMCI? No, did not. The only day I traded SMCI was last week when it was short sell restricted, just looking for an SSR bounce. Like it was short sell restricted, down over 10% the day before. It made a couple of really nice bounces, just kind of took a breakout trade that I scalped out of. And oddly enough, I was trying to hold it for more and weasel my way out at $4 when I was trying to get 8 to 10, and I didn't reverse it. And that was a mistake. But there was a wall of selling that you don't usually see on level 2. Like SMCI is pretty thinly traded. There was a seller, and it was like $538, was it? I think was the level in here. Yeah, it was right in here at 538. I was long at 34 on the way back up, and it got to 38, and it was like, what is going on here? There's like a lot of actual selling on a thin stock, and then it just dumped after that. So I got out of the long, and I haven't traded it since. Congratulations if you have. Be careful. On that earnings reversal, this is pretty much where it was when people got bamboozled in the earnings breakout. This is where it was on that. A lot of things are getting to top levels that I'd be nervous of if I was trying to buy them that high.
Tesla 215. I mean, we're trying to figure out what's going to happen here with this market, obviously, as we're starting to pull back in again. And look what we just did. We just went right to today's high again and then faded right back down. And we're just holding on to a big one here. It's Google. So, you know, just the shares that we have left on board can do some damage. So let's wait to see. I don't have any more bids until sub 161. I think those were the best fills that we actually got, was 161. We did break it a little bit down to 93. And look, that's sort of where we held earlier on there on Google. So hopefully these shorts will, there's a stop out, by the way. Hopefully some of these shares will eventually come to roost here and be able to get that fill come back in again. So it's funny because we were talking about our day here today, and it's like the only red name basically we'll have on is Google. We were trading Shopify earlier, going short. We're able to make a little bit of money there, then a little bit, then it broke out. So this will be a slightly red name for us today. Will be Shopify, as that just kept on going up again. Look at that top though, double, triple top. Again, 1, 2, 3, 4. Coming back into play there for Shopify. We had this long $70 yesterday. Talk about just what a great opportunity that would have been to hold that. 70 was so smooth yesterday for sure. Bitcoin really holding out, but down to 57 now.
Mara flat bottom breaking in like 2 pennies with Bitcoin going down. I was looking over like coins tanking, Bitcoin still looking weak. Gonna go to the well here. If Intel's not gonna break another leg to the downside or support level to the downside, then I want to look at Mara. Right here, right now. It just needs to break this fresh low, and I think there's room to 15. This is oddly enough the exact same price as last week we had a flat bottom break at 1550. Just a bit of a different story here as to what's happening with Bitcoin in this moment.
Yeah, for sure. Bitcoin is, I'm not, for some reason here, my Binance isn't even loading right now, so I don't know if we are
having good.
Problems at Binance. Please do not say that you heard that from Trader TV, Sean. It's not responsive right now. So maybe they are getting that all figured out, as Bitcoin right now dropping down to 57,000. Right now goes BTC. So you can go over here and just check out quickly IBIT, right? Here comes IBIT. Look at this. Nice move to the downside right now for IBIT. So we'll go bang. There it is. It's a nice short coming through. But you know what, man? The real money's being made right here. And that is, of course, Google, as that's starting to fall back down again right now. Good move back. Watch out for 161. I told you we're bidding slightly underneath that. Let's make this a winning trade here today for Google and bring that back in right now. Okay. Here we go. We are actually now, oops. No, I don't want to sign into this Binance chart. I just want to show you the chart. It did load. So there we go. All right, now I zoom.
It's a little staged.
No.
Yeah, it's a little shy.
Use my account. I don't know. I don't even want to use an account to sign up.
I have a.
No, it's okay.
I have a trading view up if you want.
It's all good. It's coming back right here in 1 second. All right, so we'll just go down here, go to a 1 minute chart and have a quick look. So there's the drop off, and it is continuously going right now, even though this is Ethereum. Nice move to the downside here for Ethereum to 2,500. So again, a similar drop at 2 o'clock. On Ether, right down to 26.37. So that's not nice. We'll go over here and find out some BTC right now. You know, I think I got to go to USD and then go USD versus BTC. FUSD. That's good enough. There it is right now, 57. So here's a nice little move to the downside right now as we watch out for FDUSD. We'll get it better, but there it is. Nice move to the downside for crypto. And if we're just going to go for a daily chart, it was what, 54 or so was kind of that magic level right there. So we'll see if we can get that. Again, not too worried about these complete moves down, but we sold some crypto earlier on this week. Not that we had any idea what was happening, but there's a continued move back in. And again, not really sure what the reason is for any of this. I would assume maybe it's US dollar related. I mean, we had that Japan carry trade and stuff like that. I mean, I don't know if that's getting out of hand. We can definitely check out UUP, which is the bullish index there for the US dollar. It doesn't trade very much volume, but we can sort of zoom back. Yeah, so it's still right here. Basically hasn't moved all day and not much on the chart right now for UUP. So yeah, we'll wait to see. I mean, those of you that are trading Bitcoin would probably know more about what's up with that. And that's why you mentioned Mara. I think that's probably a better trade than Coinbase. Coinbase right now is 20 or 30 cents spread right now. We've done really well on Coinbase because of the spread, but you can also get stopped out. You're right now at the bottom of the day for Coinbase as well. So we actually talked about this up here at 202, 203. Today's high 205. Nice move down. Hey, man, maybe this is worth buying right here at the day's low again. Nice support coming in right now for Coinbase.
Yeah, it's finding something. I mean, Mara just refuses to break this 1550. So it's like it's getting really close. I might pull the old, okay, well, if it's not going to break down, resistance is here. It's a 15-cent range, right? So you got a pretty clean consolidation range. If it's not going to break the low, then the only other play would be to play off of the high, the local high. The high of the day is not happening again. So let's see if we can't grab it here at 60. We'll try to get in. And I feel the same way about Intel at VWAP, but it's not at VWAP just yet. So those are two things I want to look at. Stephen Brown, you don't have to spam. Throw it in there one time in the chat. Nothing wrong with putting a symbol or something you're interested in, but no need to spam your QNTM. So there you got me to say it. Obviously, we got 45 minutes to go. So there is time for this to still make a bit of a move. But cryptos, outside of ASTS, the market's holding those tops. I feel like if we make another low on Bitcoin, Mara should be low-hanging fruit. Like Coinbase, to your point, when you said Mara might be a better trade than Coin, like Coin kind of already broke down and is still falling. Whereas during that time, all Mara is doing is chilling out, waiting for the next play. So it's kind of coiling up. And when it releases, I just want to take a shot at this one when it releases into the downside. And the only other thing was just Intel. Reload off of VWAP. So if it breaks 65, I'm out. I'm not going to wait for it to get back in 2080 when we started this, but if it breaks 65, I'm out. My price is now 64. Still wanting this to break $20.50, but we'll scalp in between until it decides what it wants to do there. Let's see what happens. There's a couple of names out there that I know you guys are talking about. Wolf, I know, was something on the Midday show, but Netflix, that's a name I have not looked at in a long time. No, I'm joking. I looked at it last week on Netflix. This has been pretty darn weak today. It's never, one of the things that's interesting is when you're waiting for trades or if you're looking for the next thing to set up, try to figure out what is relatively strong and relatively weak if you haven't already done so. On a day where the market is chilling out at the highs, something like this underneath VWAP, this is what concerns me about some of these stocks. You get to levels like this, like 666, not that that's ominous at all, on Netflix, you wick the top, and then all of a sudden when the market's strong, all you do is fail breakout and can't go the entire day with the market. That's not a great sign, I think, here for Netflix. And yeah, it is right now resistance at $666 on Netflix. So that's where the concern comes in on a lot of these names for me, is when you're basically at monster resistance levels after everyone was just gifted. This was at $580. Like that's an $80 move plus on Netflix. That's 12 to 13%. I don't know where you got in, if you got it perfectly, let's just say. And you can just take that in a week and a half or 2 weeks, less than 2 weeks, and it's at a resistance spot. And it feels to me like there's sellers in abundance on some of these stocks. I'm not selling my Netflix. I don't have enough that I care about it, and I didn't reload this one anyways. But good look for it on the day. Just don't like what we're seeing at 666. It just happens to be the price.
Would like to be finding. Oh, we did have a stop order for a while now, Nvidia. So I'm going to maybe change this. I don't. Okay, now it's at 45. I put it. We'll keep it. It was down at 35. So I was just looking at it. I wanted to sort of review some of these trades as it's coming into 320 right now. We're still 70 cents in the money on this one. This has been the cleanest trade all day. Nothing funky about this one. I mean, we bought the dips early. We've actually broke the 120 there. That was our first trade on Nvidia, breaking the 120 long right into there. Best outs there like 120.50. Like it wasn't going. You guys saw me sort of fight with that. Then it came back in. We bought the 120s again. Then we were lucky enough to sort of use, and again, we were trying to play off VWAP in the 50-period moving average. So we would have loved to get more long down there. Just didn't really fall into those levels. And we've been mistakenly bought early on Netflix before, or on Nvidia before, and had that thing drop down yesterday. But today we sort of felt a little bit better about it as it was 10 o'clock, giving us some levels, playing off some of here with the 50-period. And then all of a sudden, I mean, the rest literally is history, up $2 straight to the upside. And then we kind of just got a little bit bored in the midday of just seeing this market sort of just sideways trade. So again, being a support and resistance kind of guy, we found this as being possible support at 122. There was one area where we got stopped out early, or not early, but just kind of fighting with it, stopped out, bought it back again. And now we hold out. I mean, it did go to 123.20. I'm going to lose this if it drops below there. Obviously, we've talked about making a lot of our money back here on Google right now. So I do prefer the market to fall in just a little bit, but I do not want to short until we get back up here. We were just looking at some Tesla, so that's not really moving. The one name that I want to look at with day 3 or day 2 play now, I guess was going to be Starbucks. I mean, Starbucks right here, up at 94.25. So this is looking like a great level to short right now. You're up on the day, the market's up that 2.5 and near highs. So potentially it breaks higher. If it breaks higher, then 95.50 or so. I still think Starbucks is a short. Up 25% on nickel just seems a little bit too high there for the new CEO. But what do I know? It's been really resisting the drip through VWAP. So, again, in being a day trader, we always are looking for opportunities, but it doesn't mean that if there's something there, you can ignore it. And I don't see anything on that stock. Uber, $73. Wow. Every day I feel like I'm looking at this name since I've been back, and this was one that we were debating. And I came back from London pro Uber because I've been talking to everybody about these Uber boats and all that kind of stuff, which is super cool about that as well. But anyways, looking to get into a name that I wanted to buy, and I guess the day we should have done it was Monday when we came in and was like, what? This name's back to 70? Like when we left, we were down here 63, 64, and I was looking at it down here at this level. So I wish to say that I could have bought some Uber down there at 64. That was, to me, a great price. We were worried about the robo-taxi. That was kind of brushed to the side there by Elon. Not even sure when that's going to be coming anymore. It was supposed to be this month, pushed forward. So I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing for Uber, but definitely I like some of the businesses that they're in. So there goes Uber back there to the upside. Other than that, I'm going to have to add some more names to my scanner because I'm just not... Yeah, I mean, Palantir
holds 31 today.
Yeah, we're in a 45-cent winner. Yeah.
So I'm like, this thing, I know I hate breakouts on this stock. It's not that I hate breakouts on this stock. It's just that I find, and I could be, maybe it's just a me thing, that the longs into the high are always better in Palantir than the actual break itself. And their stock, when Nvidia makes a breakout, it can be just as good or super explosive. You're like, great. It's sometimes even better the way it moved. But Palantir seems to almost be the opposite. But look at it hold this 31. So I'm lining up, tomorrow as a continuation play. 31.5 above looks interesting. And then someone said Siri in the chat. I looked at it, and I don't know if you want to, I don't care about whether or not Warren Buffett owns Siri. I know it's got a short float these days and all that good stuff. What is it, 25% short float? But you can do a heck of a lot worse than if it just wants to randomly start holding $3 like this, then you might find some decent scalp style trades. But the other side of that coin is if it loses $3, just an easy punch short sometimes on a 99 level breakout. And as I say that, I just looked at it, turn around to mention something about Palantir, and it starts bouncing off the 3. So looks like it's catching a bit off the $3. That's another flat bottom break, which just might not happen with the market strength that it is. So Intel won't break that 50. We got it at VWAP. Mara still refuses to break its 1550 level. It was worth it last time to just wait around with a stop order breaking 1550 on Mara. This time, we're going to keep it in, but it's almost 330. It's either put up or shut up. The weakness in Bitcoin already happened, and if this isn't going to break, it's not going to break. Amazon thought we'd get a better dip buy opportunity after it pulled back 177.5, back to the high of the day on Amazon. And someone asked me if I think the market's going to be in pullback. I don't want to buy tops. That's the best way to think about it. I'm not buying anything at the top. And yeah, I'm looking to take some profit tomorrow, specifically on Meta. It's not like I'm selling a bunch of stuff. I'm just probably going to sell some Meta tomorrow. That's all. But yeah, I'm not buying any tops here this afternoon. We just cannot seem to break out these highs in the futures unless you get a good, attractive dip buy. I'm looking for some short opportunities. We're in one. Orders to break down on 2 of them. Was about to put Siri to make it 3, and then it started bouncing.
All right, losing some points here on the slot machine.
I haven't spun that in 2 weeks.
Yeah. So, yeah, well, I mean, we're still in Palantir. Today's patience really paid off. I know we just sort of talked about that. What other stocks you guys want to do right now? We could look at Walmart again. We had traded this to the positive side today, but there's absolutely nothing. Yeah, I know. Well, it's doing okay. It's not moving too much, but there was that high break. We sort of talked about this, maybe potentially wait for that. We probably should have been there for the short. I might have been looking for the long. We are actually starting to head back in now for Google. We did not get an opportunity to reload that. I'd like to actually trade the futures as well, maybe coming in, but it's already 325. JP Morgan, I kind of did look at that as well. Yeah, you know what? Let's go back over to Robinhood. Robinhood was a forgotten child today because it was on my sticky note as trade idea number 3, and it was to go long. And we actually had a bid at 1910, earlier this morning, and it went down into 1915. And we talked about this live on the air that we were bidding VWAP down here, and I just put 1910. Probably should have looked at that again because we had sort of put it in before the market had opened, so we could have reassessed that. But there's the dip down into Robinhood, and there it is right there. It is a sticky note idea. Travolta's like, hey, man, you just got to take it. But this is the thing I'm looking for right there. Sticky note. So grab that for now. Amat coming out after the close as well. We can see if there's anything happening right there. H&R Block as well coming in at the end of the day.
So this is so weird.
What is?
Someone in the chat just said you're missing the squeeze on Pacific Biosciences right now. Every now and then I'll dream of level 2s. You might see charts in your dreams. I specifically, the other day, it was a couple of days ago, for some reason I woke up with this stock on my mind. And I have no idea why. It must have been something someone had said during the day because I don't own it. I haven't traded it. I ain't looked at it. And then I saw someone say it. I'm like, yeah, you know what was weird? I woke up the other day thinking about this rando stock. But 30% to the upside. Caveat, when stocks get beaten up like this, percent moves, obviously, are off the bottoms. They're going to be ridiculously impressive. They're going to look so good, and they're going to be almost nothing in a greater sense. That's an opportunity, but you have to remember it's down here for a reason. So it's kind of squeezing. It's just gone from, this is the second time it's made this move, 135 into 175. What's the short float on PACB? I'm making a presumption it's a big short float. 21%. Okay, so that was a bit of a guess. It just happened to be right. So if it breaks out this 175, that looks good. I only like squeeze stocks if they actually break something. So it's just simply like a squeeze stock that's down 1,000,000% on the year, bouncing off of a bid is never really that exciting to me. It gets exciting for me when you break a top. That's what I like to see. When you break something out and then shorts are starting to cover because they're under pressure, not because they're getting it off of a bottom. So 175 tomorrow, I think you can get some continuation off of that one. Pacific Biosciences, another Kathy Wood name. Biogenomic name there. Probably mispronounced that, but it doesn't matter. You guys get the idea. She's been in that a long, long time. From the very beginning, I want to say for PACB.
Yeah, I do not follow Kathy Wood, but
cost base is probably 17 is my guess, something like that.
Yeah, I didn't mean to say anything bad about you and Kathy there. All right, so look, Nvidia just dripped. I don't know what happened. I mean, it just went right there to the downside. We're not that much happening in the market, so I think it just broke this level, and that's where we got out. I mean, we could have adjusted it for 45s. It would have looked a lot better, but we get out anyways at 35. That's why you got to have those outs scheduled so that if that does happen, you don't, get rinsed if there's any sort of a news story or anything like that coming through for Nvidia. I searched around, didn't really see anything, so we went long. A little bit of a execution there to the downside for Nvidia. Hey, happy as you know what. Nvidia is like, basically, I could just look and tell you, but it's about 10x the P&L of the next best stock. So, I mean, today Nvidia has been absolutely fantastic. Well, actually, my next best stock is Palantir. Actually, it's only 3x Palantir. But right now, Nvidia just buy. Let's take advantage of that and stick with the same thing again and rebuy this little dip. What am I doing right now? I'm waiting at 37s. Okay, you know what? Let's take a 34 fill. There it is, right there to get a piece out now. And then we can actually cancel our 37s. Maybe we'll go even higher. And that's trading right there. You got to be in front of your screen, of course, to see that. And we were in Nvidia, but to take advantage of that, a couple outs there right now for the high side. So now let's see if we can get this working out for us just a little bit more here. To the downside comes Nvidia. We buying some of these dips. It's just Nvidia related. So we can, unless it's AMD as well. Let's go double check AMD right now. Nice high side move, 147.60. So not much happening with AMD. It's actually holding the bid. The weaker name, and we don't say this that often, is going to be Nvidia right now as that's pulling back in. So potentially a story here on something, I don't know. But
Amat didn't move.
Is pulling.
ARM didn't move.
Yeah, no, that's why we're long.
Yeah, TSM.
So we got back into the long. We just took a little bit, 23s there. We got out 37s, 35s. Right here, it's now at 37. So it's just a small little 15 cents right now. Trying to top it up. Let's see if it gets going. My next offer is at 45. Actually, it's at 42. I'm going to change that a little bit. Go into 45 or so. There it is, 44s. Oh, we just offered. See, we just offered 44 there, and it stopped on a dime, but that's okay. Hopefully next time we don't pull it and it continues to go. So right now, that's what we're waiting for. Hopefully a big trade alert here. There it is. Yes, sir. Hot dog cannon again. Nice little move right there for Nvidia. As we'll just take 20 cents, just sort of sleeping here and being a little bit aggressive as it moves down. Market not doing much. Find a stock that just moved. It's Nvidia. We took advantage of it.
Yeah, it was a very, very weird move there, but it's paying dividends for sure. I wish we got out of Amazon and found our way back into it, but I thought the dip would be, maybe it's a bias, but I thought the dip would be a little bit bigger on Amazon. It just made another fresh high of the day. So next available pullback, we'll have to see if it does give you that 177 again. No, don't want to, we already mentioned Amazon in there. I do want to go over, I saw that move on Nvidia, and my first thought was, if it's going to flush, what was something that was on some support that might get taken with it or at a level which might start to go? So I saw AMD holding underneath those highs. If there is something to this, and I'm not saying there is, but if there was something to it, it's 3:30. We're about to get into those final trades into the imbalances. If we never break the high and the chips want to go, something consolidating here. I mean, I'm going to punch Intel if it breaks 50, but AMD looks pretty solid as well off of the high of the day, like a fail break of the high of the day. That's presuming that there's actually some smoke to go with that fire, which might not be true whatsoever. I know Sega and all that other small cap stuff, that's all moving. Mara just finally, so if it won't break 1550, it finally came into the top of the range. So just going to scalp it inside of the range. And if it never breaks 1550, maybe we get a shot at trading that level tomorrow. Although with the way Mara goes, there's no chance it's a flat bottom break that doesn't go. And you're going to get that break in the morning. It'll probably retest that level in the pre-market or a gap away from it in some fashion. So I'm short it off the high. If it breaks the low, that'll be a separate trade or maybe something we can play tomorrow for Mara. Weak name. In the afternoon, Mara up 3% today. We're actually only long this stock going into this trade, but weak name relatively speaking. Market at highs, Bitcoin, Mara, all looking relatively weak.
Let's go. Let's just do props.
Huh?
There it is. So 23s to 60s. It's 40-cent winner. It's Nvidia. We just got 40 cents in 4 minutes. So that's going to be a good trade. We also just took out some more Google right there. So that's going to be a winner. Oh, man. We really, really, really enjoy trading for sure. Thank you, Fabian. We will get to ADR in just a few seconds. Nice move down. Let's see what happens here with Google if it does pull back in. There goes Nvidia. I mean, that right there, I hope you guys had this. Look at this. Look at this, Neil. There it is, man. It's 50 cents. It is a props trade right there, no matter how you do that. Thank you, Coffee Trader. Thank you, Sean. Thank you to everybody there in the chat as well. Yeah, this is what it's about. That's another good trade there for Nvidia. And it just goes to show you, we talked about this with all of our viewers, all of our guests today as well. Trade the names and go for what's been hot. I just told you about sort of how much damage Nvidia has been putting on today for all the traders on the floor. By far, my number one name, like I said, it's about 4 times higher than Palantir, which is in second place. But Nvidia right now, nice moves to the upside. Let's just continue to go with all of that. There goes Nvidia. Huge move upside. Palantir is trying to go with it. It's 40 cents in the money on Palantir as well as that continues to climb higher into its afternoon highs. Look at the NASDAQ, man. Just go, go, go. This is why we're trying to think about this trade right now on Google, because as the NASDAQ makes these highs, Google just hanging around trying to figure itself out. Someone else is hanging around. It's ADR. She's over at the green screen.
Take a look at some of these S&P 500 names making outsized moves to the upside or the downside. And today's theme has to do with the 13F filings. We had Pershing Square here with this Nike position, adding 3.04 million shares, starting a position there, saying that they're set to discuss this investment at another date, but up 5% for NKE. Also, though, CMG on watch. Their position, actually, Pershing Square has quite the position. Average price of just under $9 a share, so great look there for CMG, though they did offload 23% of their position. Chipotle still to the upside here, though. Pershing Square issuing some positive compliments about the company, saying that Brian Nichols' work was, quote, superb, and that there should still be some strength here with this company, even after his departure. So nice bullish look there from Pershing Square. Last but not least, Super Micro here, up more than 8%. Not a huge position, though, but Soros Fund Management disclosing a 25,000 share stake, or they've added 25,000 shares here. So interesting look here for SMCI. This one's strong all day, guys.
Ooh, baby.
Yeah, and watch out. I saw someone put in the chat there, I just confirmed that Zoom story. It actually retested some of the lows. So it's starting to follow through a little bit into the downside. We just got in, play the range. So I wanted a breakdown in Mara. It decides that it does not want to break down. It just wants to go up. So we'll short the top end. Still going to take a break of this low. Been sitting here for 1 hour. In that time, Bitcoin flushed. In that time, you had Coinbase move down like a couple of bucks. So I still have a stop order. We're going to take a break of the 15.5. But if it wants to sit in here in this 10, 15 cent range, then we'll work off of that and just see what happens to come next. So it just made the first move. If it does a flat bottom break, is about 10 minutes change until we get the imbalances. After 350, I don't like those extremes of taking breakouts or breakdowns. I usually look for reversions at that time, but it's about to break this low here on Mara. Waited patiently for it. Let's see if it actually follows through. You got 48 as the local bottom here. Well, let's actually check that. It's like 49. 48 would be where we try to get short. 49 is the local low on MARA as it's starting to go. We got our reload on Intel. The last one was at 63. Looks like it's trying to break out that top. Remember, this is not a trade that I'm holding to here. The original entry was off the 80s. Then we shorted it off the lower high. Looks like it wants to break out the next even dollar level here on INTC. So it's like the fourth or fifth time we were shorted. The first time, no good. Second time, good. Third time, looking like it wants to break back out. But if the risk is going to be tiny, you want to make sure you adhere to your stop. So if it breaks that even dollar and we get a print above, once it actually prints the midpoint, then I'm just going to be out of INTC. So there it goes. It's now come out. You just saw it happen right there, 71s. I like to set mine to the midpoint order. Once you actually have a tick above, I want that printing one tick higher or the midpoint, and then you're good to go. That way you're not always hitting the offer. But Intel just came out there, and we'll see if we get that move down on Mara to be able to add to it.
All right, so Intel right there, good one there, or I guess came out. So yeah, we'll wait to see what happens there as the market is near the highs for Intel. Nvidia pulling, Google pulling. We just got a great fill there on Google as well. I don't know. People are asking me what is going on with crypto, and I mean, I don't know. So I still trying to listen in my ear. I have the Benzinga Pro platform. I don't see anything that's happening right now. ADR just ran over to the desk to find out if there is something else that she may be able to see. But there it is, man. It's still going to the downside. I would say you have to watch out for that 54 and change. If that comes through, something to look at for sure there with crypto and maybe 54,000 coming into play a little quicker than many expected here for that. So a nice push for BTC downside right now. So, okay, interesting look there. Not really sure why. But yeah, see Intel popping up there again.
CNBC might have said something about it, but I don't know.
That's what happens. But right now, you know, we just, as I said, man, we're trading the names that are moving around, and we talked about that again. Looking at Google, looking at Nvidia. Nvidia is now 30 cents in the money. We only have 40% left. We have actually a little bit less than that. Actually, no, 40% left. We have 3 outs up there. I thought that was 4 outs. That was not. That was us getting out of our long for 40, 50 cents right back in. I think we may put another out right now into this area. Let's just do that. Let's take a 61 if we can. There it is, blast through 61, and we get that fill. And again, this is what we're doing, man.
Another one.
We talk about this with Raider Trader. We talk about this with many of the traders that we have here all the time, and that is that you're nothing if you're not honest, right? And I mean, we just talking about that right there. This is the trade. We just put it out. We just got filled there on Nvidia right in front of everybody. So there's the offer. We showed you live level 2. We talked about the price we got. It went through us at 61, and there's the fill, and there's the out. So now we only have 20% left as it continues to fall back in. So I know it's going to be tough to make the same trades as I do. A little bit easier because we can hold them for longer, and these have been quite simple right now. And again, that's the feedback that I've gotten from all of you, right? And that is that try to make simple trades, easy to understand, easy to explain, possibly trades that are held for a little bit longer and things like that. And just, I'm doing that for myself as well, you know, trying to make sure that we trade the right names, hold out for the right moves, because in this market, this is what you can get every day. It's the bigger winners. And again, Adam, he's going to be visiting us, and we talked a lot about this. And that's the feedback that he gave me as well from an experienced trader. You know, right now, these markets are primed for being able to hold winners a little bit longer when you get the juice. And right now in the afternoon, there isn't too much juice right now. But you could see, though, you know, just being able to hold this as we get down and get some of these fills, you know, and then not taking them out as we get too nervous as they come back up. Making sure your levels are hit, taking them out, and reaping the benefits of those trades. So far, so good with all of that. And again, hit the like, hit the subscribe, and just keep on rocking with us every single day. Yeah, weak time of the year historically. Yeah, weaker for the markets. We did talk about that.
Generally, yeah.
I don't, for me, and I'll take a word that our friend used today, JC, that I've been using for a long time in these markets. All that stuff is fugazi. You know, the market will do whatever it wants to do right now, right? We have elections coming up. We have a lot of big interesting stories happening, including war possible, honestly. Stuff happening right now in the Middle East with oil as well. Lots of stuff happening. Gold breaking out right now. Rates, I mean, this could be a weak historical time. There's no doubt. You cannot deny the facts when you look at that. But I just want to make sure that, hey, there could be some big things that happen at any time, any month, any day, any week that can cause this market to turn on its head, including volatility like we saw last Monday when the VIX spiked up like 300% or whatever it was there, 15 up to $60.
It was the VIX move was completely
Yeah, and so you never know when that could spike either way, which does make trading options very interesting at this time of day. It's Adara. She's at the desk. Let's get
Reading some analysis here with regards to what's going on with Bitcoin and the USD here, as we do have Bitcoin continue to push the lows of days. What I'm seeing here from some Bitcoin-related analysts, I do have this analytic platform Look on Chain saying apparently this could be related to the CPI. Yesterday, we know we had the CPI, Bitcoin selling off on that. Again, I'm just seeing some analyst speculation, but not seeing any actual evidence or one story. Another thing as well that I'm seeing a little bit of, though again unconfirmed, is Look on Chain saying that apparently almost $1 billion worth of Bitcoin, so $966.4 million worth of Bitcoin, were transferred to Coinbase Prime from the U.S. government in 3 transactions this year. So some potential governmental selling of Bitcoin. Again, speculation, still looking into this, but some potential reasons we could have this move down in BTC, seeing as well that these events are being viewed by Bitcoin bears as reasons to sell. So again, lots of speculation, no hard evidence, guys.
I mean, look, obviously, technically, I think the fact that you fell at 60,000 matters and you lost a support level the last couple of sessions. You've been holding 58. That goes. Do we get back down in? I think look. It seems like we might be testing that 54 tomorrow, and that might just coincide with the biggest. This is not the biggest support, but it's a rather large support level on Mara, and it might not even be 15. It might just be the 14 level. I know a lot's been said about Mara at $15, but if you zoom it way out and just keep going left, $14 has been the actual bottom. Like underneath 15 without actually breaking 14 is the way to think about it. So I think this is a really good chance that you're going to get some kind of a test of that if we continue this pattern. I just tried to reload this at 60 and it went to 59. So it's going to sit there at 60. We have 5 minutes till the imbalances come out here. I'm not expecting anything, but you never really know. So the best guess, usually for me, when I'm looking for is there going to be some kind of big imbalance comes out that you'll trade, is what moved the most that day that sometimes has one. In that particular case, it's Tesla and Nvidia. Those are the two that have moved the most that might have big imbalances. Who knows? Maybe it'll be Amazon. I have no idea. But I'm going to be looking at those two for a bit of a reversion play, maybe a little AMD. But I'm going to stick with this Mara for the breakdown at least until 350. Then I cancel the order for the break of the low. If it's like 349.5, I'm going to cancel that order and just stick with what we have.
All right, yesterday we saw a big imbalance come from Nvidia, and we ripped that stock. We ripped it. We're ripping it today. Nvidia has been an absolute monster. Get the down, baby. Let's go Google, man. And again, apologize for the excitement. Not. Nice move down in again here as Google. There it is, man. We'll take another piece out on this drop in. Again, like this is the trading that we're doing, man. Good stuff right there. Trade the more aggressive, like we said, for me, trading a little bit of faster names, but we are going to get out right now of Palantir. We have a very, very small piece. We should have got out once it broke the 50 period. We're going to get out on a break of VWAP. So right now, my stop was breaking 30.70s on this trade, and we didn't even get our full fill anyway. So 31. Let's just go 31.14. We'll put the stop out. 100% of the trade will be coming out of the bank right there if that does happen. And then right here, we will wait to see what exactly is happening with Nvidia as well, as we still have that 20% of this stock. We'll try it against 122. Again, never a great situation to be doing stuff ahead of the imbalances, but let's just have a quick look. And again, there are no NASDAQ names on these imbalances right now. So if you do have a source that will have NASDAQ names, please let me know, and we'll be able to double check. Yeah, Google, bang to the downside. Right now, there's Nvidia coming in, but look at Google right now making this similar move, trying to break through 61. We're short 61.60, 60 cents in the money right now. Walmart with a sell. So we'll have to wait to see if that hits. Remember, at 350, you're going to get a much more updated version of all of this, and that's when they'll all be live, being able to trade against live in the market. So that's a difference. Right now, you give your orders into the system, and it just balances them out. So when you're seeing on Walmart right here, paired off already 1.21. So you kind of got to add those two together to say that there is a sell imbalance right now of 2.8 million or so, right? 1.6 and 1.2, 2.8 million, where it's already had a buy of 1.2 to pair it off. So BAC, Pfizer as well. Those are both buys. XOM's a buy right now. These are small amounts. I mean, when you're talking about less than 10% of the day's volume, not huge for that. We'll wait to see in a couple minutes. We had Nvidia come out. I think it was about like,
How big?
it was maybe like 2 million, something like that. But then it grew, and then that's when we
the kill
punched in.
spot
Wow.
right there.
All right, I say wow because Nvidia just went all the way back there to the upside again, and our net kind of just took off a little bit there again. So far so good here as the market's battling itself back. We'll be at the higher spot we were at all day as we end the show because we've only put on bangers since the morning, man. I mean, we had that Shopify trade that we did not win on, but Palantir, great trade there into the close and into the afternoon, buying that name at 11 o'clock. Nvidia just been honestly, such a great stock to trade since that split. Been really, really happy with that performance. And then being able to have made back on this short for Google, not what we lost here, but the fact that we sort of found our way again, went back into that short and really did well to cover all of that into the close. So right now it's 348.50 with just a minute left. We'll have Neil be on the report tonight with Daniel Shea, so that should be fun.
Little AMAT earnings.
A little bit of AMAT action coming through there, and I'm sure she'll have lots to say about any stocks.
Well, we'll probably talk some big cap tech. The way you can't have a market rally from what we did last Friday. And we didn't get a chance to talk to Danielle last week, so a lot has happened in the last 2 weeks.
Yeah.
But she's feeling better now, and I mean everyone's feeling better. In your long-term account, these are the kind of days where it's fun to check it. Although I still say left brain, right brain. If you check your long-term account too much, all you're going to do is you're going to get FOMO, or you're going to get you just convince yourself of reasons to sell. You should have good ones. With 30 seconds to go, maybe there's an imbalance on Nvidia, maybe not. So it's either Mara breaks, and we try to take it, although I'm probably going to cancel that. It looks like it's too late. But if Nvidia does come one way and we have an opportunity to grab an imbalance trade, we will go ahead and do that. 15 seconds to go. The only early look is Walmart. That's of any size. They reported earnings and then barely moved at all the entire day. So I'd be a little bit surprised if that wasn't paired off on Walmart because that's all they've been doing is pairing off any kind of move in either direction. Matt, we can answer some questions on stocks after the imbalances drop here. Intel, sell, no surprise, 2 million. Broadcom, 1.3 million to the sell side. Marvell, 1.1 million to the sell side. So sell imbalances on several tech names, although nothing on Nvidia. AVGO, Marvell, AMD, 1 million. It's like everyone but Nvidia, 2 million Intel, 1.2 Broadcom, 1 million Marvell, 1 million AMD, and no Nvidia. But it's all sell-side action here to the downside on most of the chip names, with the exception of Nvidia. Apple, 900,000 to sell. Snowflake as well, a sell of 900,000 shares.
We're doing it again, by the way. Huge move there on Google to the downside. We bought Nvidia on that dip. I mean, yeah. There it is, man. There's another move. We just bought 112.12s or 122.12 right there on Nvidia. So again, boom. All right. So what a great afternoon. Thank you everybody for watching again this afternoon. You know, if we don't talk about these trades, then we don't get to show them to you or anything like that. So Neil's has his today, and I just hope you see the different styles. You see the different trades, right? Like I'm trading very much more active names into the close, and then you can get names like Mara and Intel that are maybe 5 or 10 cent movers, but still can have moves. So, you got to definitely look out for all of those plays coming through. And then Palantir is still right here. I mean, I'll probably just offer out of Palantir. Well, actually, it's about to slip up anyways through 14s. So there it is. There's VWAP right now. We'll see if it comes out. I just put an offer at 19. Maybe we get that, maybe we don't. But we'll wait for that one to come through again. And Nvidia, that just ripped to the upside. We still have 30% of this. We put another offer right here at 37s. There we go. We get that fill as well. So just topping it up here into the end of the night. So, yeah, man. So far, so good as we go. But, Google making that downside move. I mean, 70 cents in the money for Google, 40 cents in the money for Nvidia, 30 cents in the money for Palantir is how we're trading. And it's been trading real well. So, yeah, congratulations to everybody out there today. I hope you enjoyed the show. There we go. We got a little bit. We got part filled there at 19. Let's see if we can get a little bit more out next time it pops back up there for Palantir. But yeah, good
Little
day.
acceleration here is Apple actually grew to the sell side here. So Apple accelerated, the market accelerated to the downside. It wasn't there before, but Apple is now leading the pack in terms of notional value for the imbalances at 1.5 million. If you're looking at that flash down in the futures, the last one was right when Apple ticked over 1 million shares on the imbalance. I think at 355, if there's a pairing event, you might catch a little bit of a bounce. So there's about 2 or 3 minutes to go until that happens. Want to be ready for it. And sometimes it's just the only trade is going to be the range trade. So Mara never broke the bottom. And if it breaks it, it's now too late. So if the trade is only between 1560 and 1548, then that's the trade. And you do what you can. And if it breaks tomorrow, then hopefully we can trade that one tomorrow. Mara looking like it wants to retest a monster level on the daily, and not in a good way because it's support at the bottoms while the market is at the tops. Be nice if it was breaking higher, but that's not what we're seeing with this stock tomorrow. If it breaks these bottoms, I'm probably going to be, we'll see. I mean, I'll say it and then we're going to gap underneath 15. Let's go to the desk.
Got one name here actually trying to make new day's highs as we head into the close. Decent volume pop slow day. That's going to be Hawaiian Holdings. HA trading higher after the company and Alaska Airlines have now gotten an agreement with the DOJ to further extend their review period until basically right after midnight there on August 20th. Initially, this was actually just extended as of yesterday to August 16th. So yet another extension of this DOJ review, sending HA to almost new highs of days as we head into the close, up almost 10%, guys.
Yeah, that's a dangerous, dangerous name. Hey, Zoom actually held the lows. Good for them. It was breaking the low last I mentioned it, but Zoom on potential issues looking like it's going to hold out for it. I see you in the chat there. Sea Battles, Disney. Disney is doing its absolute best to trap me into, I just want to buy it if it holds the week above 88. And then I can come in on Monday morning and it looks like it's making a curl off that level. But it's right there right now, testing what was previous support to resistance. 3% day for Meta. Coffee trader, you're right. Meta's almost at a 52-week high. One of the things we mentioned with Raider, I mean, it's got me at least a little bit nervous about these tops on Meta. Like you were just bouncing the 200-period moving average, and now we're one good day away from making a 52-week high. Just feels a little fast for me, that's all. So taking a little bit never hurts. You know, a small percentage of what will be like in a long-term position there. So with not much time, 355 just hit. There was a bit of a bounce in the market there. Not much, but most of the names did pair off there, except for Nvidia flipped to a buy of 1.5 million. It was not there before, so everything paired off, and then that one flipped to a buy. I'm just going to jump out of this trade, and again, if you can just try to rinse and repeat something that works, the $15 stocks move 10 cents. I'll take it if that's what it wants to do. No breakdown for me. If it breaks here on Mara, I'm not taking that trade. I said in the last 5 minutes, it's going to be a no-go. Got to get up to the desk, but we're going to have ADR, Amat earnings, myself, and the return of Danielle Shea. We'll have a lot to cover in quite a short amount of time. 2 weeks worth of movement we're going to get to cover.
All right, good. Yeah, lots of opportunities there as we go. Thank you to Erie and everybody in the chat there, for noticing and recognizing and talking about some of these trades that we've just had on sort of silently here into the end of the day. I mean, just putting up big wins again. Google we covered down here in the 90s, so that was a really good trade to go. Only 3 minutes left this morning. A little bit of a cooler number on the jobs. Really started to get this market going. And there it goes, just straight to the upside on that report. Never even traced back, never really traced back. This is a 50-period moving average. Basically rode it all day before we finally get that dip that we're part of. So that was really good move there all day, keeps on going. We had a better number for PPI, a better number than for CPI, and today a better number on the jobless claims. So we'll have to wait to see. I don't know if there's any numbers tomorrow. We'll definitely check those out as well. But yeah, man, into the close, we did it, man. We did it again. And we put on for you and been talking about the number one P&L stock for the floor today, Nvidia. And it's not even close. And this is why. Super strong name, super strong trend, market trending higher. I lose when stuff like this happens. And then we win when stuff like this happens. So I feel like every day we need to be really, really patient and waiting for our best opportunities. And we haven't been doing a great job of that, to be honest with you. Google today. This is the number one losing stock on the floor today because of myself, of course. Like, what am I even thinking? Breaking that 161 right there, that did not work, man. And again, the same fate, basically the same fate again. We lost about 30 or 40 cents there on a decent sized position and wasn't really able to recover all day from that play on Google alone. But then we went back, we started shorting it. We made money on this short right there. We made money on these shorts. And then this last one that we've had today has been a money maker, but we got to get out of some of these shares. We held into the aftermarket a couple days ago and got to fill afterwards. I'm not really getting the same vibes right now. We're already in the money now, 40 cents on this trade as we bounce around 50 cents. We're long at 122.12. So let's give this a shot at it. There it is. Yeah, see what's up, Skips. Again, best day in 2 weeks. I mean, yeah, that's the thing. If you're trading the right names, hopefully the best day will be tomorrow as well. Just keep it going with only a minute 30 left. Just keep on going, right? I mean, keep on pushing that envelope. You know, you'll never get better as a trader until you push the envelope. There's nothing else. You could sit there in sim mode, trade small shares, whatever. It's all great. But until you're actually in the fire, it's a completely different story. So that's why we always say, once you feel like it's time to light that fire, then please go over there and start doing it, because there are lots of opportunities in this market for everybody. And regardless of your style or not, you can make whatever trades you want happen. And that's just some positive talk there. Keep going with what you're doing. And you will be fine. Trust on that one. And stick with us, man. It's Trader TV Live. All right, Google right now. I'm probably just going to get out. It was a good day, good afternoon. We only have a minute left. Let's just bid 20s there. Oh, we bid 19s. We'll see about that. It's Nvidia right now, man. It is your trade of the day, as talked many times on Trader TV Live. It's Nvidia, and there it goes, man. It's a banger of a trade right there, NVDA. It's been so good that we've been able to up our shares because it's only a $122 name, being a lot more confident. I mean, I kind of was using similar shares, honestly, when it was $1,000, $1,200, but was pretty dangerous. Thing is, it's always had great liquidity. You just got to watch out for the spreads. When it moves, it's a lot easier when we do have this. There it is. It's a 70-cent winner. It's an 80-cent winner to close the day again on Nvidia. The same thing we did yesterday. 3, 2, 1, kill him with kindness. It's ADR, and we are now closed out. And let's just offer out on Nvidia upside, see if we get some of these prints. What a great move into the end of the day. Wowzers. I hope you guys appreciate some of the trading that's been on today. Thank you to ADR. Thank you to Neil. Thank you to Sharif, Fabian as well, Brendo there. We want to thank all of our guests today, including Mr. JC Peretz. We'll see you soon, my guy. And then we will also say thank you to Raider Trader right there. So yeah, if you see Sharif and myself running around the streets tonight, you may see us with JC. So we'll see about that, if that can happen or not. Nice move there for Nvidia at the end of the day. All right, we're ready to rock and roll. It's the recap show now. It's 4 o'clock. It's Amat. It's H&R Block. And here we go. Thank you. I'm back tomorrow. It's Trader TV Live. Like and subscribe. Ciao.
Yes, sir, and welcome to the Aftermarket Show. We've got Amat, which we're expecting at 4 o'clock. There's really not much in the way of earnings, but Amat is the only one that is a big name, and unfortunately, the first look is to the downside here for Applied Materials. It just pushed 207 on the bid here, down about $5, so a couple of points to the downside here on Amat. Must have the numbers already right back to even, so it looks like we're about to break out the bottoms back into the tops. Oh, did they rinse people again? If this breaks out the highs here, those fat fingers, those early traders that don't wait for the numbers to fully digest might be in a little bit of trouble. So Amat is out, slightly down, now coming back. What are the numbers, Adara? They beat here for sales. Q3 sales, $6.778 billion versus the estimate of $6.673 billion. That's a beat. We also had a beat here for their fiscal Q3 adjusted earnings per share, $2.12 per share versus estimates of $2.02 per share. They also provided their Q4 adjusted EPS outlook. They're seeing earnings of $2 to $2.36 per share. Not seeing how that compares to estimates. When I see any other numbers, I will let you all know. But just to clarify, top and bottom line beat, EPS and sales beat, guys. Yeah, and remember, this is a name that was expected 5% move, that was up 5% with the markets here for Applied Materials. definitely a little bit of selling coming in there, regardless of the numbers. No such thing as good or bad earnings. There's just the numbers that get reported and what the market decides to do with it afterwards. Very important to remember that. On the daily chart here, you do have to respect that we had a pretty sizable bounce, and we mentioned this umpteen times in the afternoon and throughout the day, how big some of the bounces were since last Friday. This was like a 175 into like a 210 move. So it's a big move already going into earnings. I think regardless, you see a little bit taking off the top here on Applied Materials as, now it's trading right back underneath 210. It's not flushing by any stretch of the imagination, but certainly a beat, which has been response selling on the stock. At times, it just matters where it came from. Like, you're flying into highs and you don't have an absolute blowout, and then you're going to get a situation like this where they're selling it off. I don't really see anything all that bad when it comes to Amat here.
I see.
Is there a guidance issue here?
There might be a guidance issue. It's not massive, but it just came in right as you said that, so I thought I'd address that. So as I said here, they saw Q4 non-GAAP EPS $2 to $2.36. That was their guidance. Analysts were looking for $2.14, so within their range. Fiscal revenue. So here's their Q4 revenue here, where they're seeing $6.53 billion to $7.33 billion. So it's a pretty wide range. It's almost $1 billion range. Analysts, though, were looking for $6.91 billion. So that's a little bit removed from the lower end of their forecast. That could be what the issue is. They're a bit in between their forecast, both these estimates.
Yeah, you throw that in with the move that we had to the upside, and now you can start to see, move going into earnings to the upside, and now you can start to see why you might have a little bit of pressure on Amat. It's still, as I see in the chat, the Piper just said, it's still okay, it's up 3% on the day. It's actually still up 4% from prior close. If you check those bottoms, that would only be about 3%, but hey, it's holding on to some of this bid here. If you look at it, from the standpoint of is anything else moving, everything seems to be holding some gains there. Nvidia is holding its gains in the aftermarket. If you look overall, Amat's not usually going to be the type of earnings play that's going to move the Qs. You're still up 2.5 points there, so there's not exactly a big follow through anywhere else here. And let's be real for a second. This is the kind of day, you guys can all take a look at all these ETFs on the right-hand side, and or you could have just been following the market in even any kind of a general sense today, and you know what kind of a day it was. Very few things were weak, and one of the more, I don't want to say bizarre, but one of the things that stood out this afternoon was the fact that Bitcoin had pulled back because it failed at 60,000 and was a bit of a pullback, and that's where the weakness was. Coinbase was down at the end of the day. Bitcoin was down at the end of the day. But you got Qs 2.5% to the upside. Yeah, the SPY absolutely busting out. SMH was flying up 4.2%. A little bit of pressure in the aftermarket. When Amat came down, it's going to pull back a little bit. And only because someone's like, why are you guys talking about Cathie Wood so much? Well, someone asked me about Pacific Biosciences. And so we talked about the stock, and it just so happens that it's one of hers. So was a day like today, is ARK going to be up? Yeah, it's up. But that's not the reason. It ain't Pacific Biosciences why the big mover is ARK today. An unbelievable day for Tesla, up 6.5%. Absolutely flying. Tesla was the one that got away. There was no particular catalyst for Tesla. So I think a lot of people might not have come in thinking, hey, this is going to be the one to go. Certainly understandable Nvidia. Certainly understanding some of the Chinese ADRs that moved early in the day. But this one, Tesla, 6.5 points, and that's pulling back off of some of those highs. So unbelievable day that we've had in this market so far, Dara. I have to ask you, because I know this is the first day in a bit that I don't think I heard you say once Eli Lilly in the Midday show.
I know.
So, and then you know what? My first thing first is, I don't think there's anything wrong with that. The chips were flying around. The Qs were strong. And I don't remember anybody being excited at any point during today about some of those, like the Mercks and the Pfizers and some of the pharma companies, which there was a news story this morning. The story was the pricing came in, the Biden administration came in with the pricing where they're capping prices on certain drugs. So like, if you had a big drug, like the Big 10, they all had like one thing which they got to put a cap on. So that was seen as a bit of an issue for them. So I say kudos to you for not I don't want to say wasting time with the Eli Lilly today, but recognizing the juice was going to be somewhere else today.
Yeah, so that was my thing too. Is I also wanted to be really careful. I wasn't overly relying on trading Lilly. I'm happy that I traded it live. I honestly, none of the trades I've taken live on Lilly I have any regrets about. I managed them all appropriately. One of them was profitable, but I did not want to be over reliant of it. I was very cognizant of that when I started trading it again. However, today was not my day. I was profitable on one name by a hair. It was a Palantir short. I took right at the end of the midday. To be clear, I had levels on it. It came into my level, took it short, got out at the end of the midday. The position size was decent, so it was like I took it with some size, really small risk, ended up making some money on that. But other than that, other than a couple SPY scalps, it was not my day. I was not giving anything enough risk, so that's what I need to learn from. Because if I got out of my Microsoft long at the bottom wick and it just kept going higher. So that's one thing you need to be like, hey, could I be risking more? Could I be managing that more appropriately? Time to aggressively journal. Again, not necessarily actively disappointed in any of the trades, but just there's a lot of reflecting that could and will be done.
You know what? And undefeated is the early move being a shakeout on earnings the last couple of weeks here because Amat right back into the green. We've said it before and we will say it again. I'm going to say it until I'm like, well, probably as long as we're here. So until I'm dead. At the end of the day, sometimes that initial move is going to be the right way and you can just trade it and you're good to go. But be very careful with that initial move on earnings. Make sure they digest the whole report. Now, obviously, if you just scalped out of some kind of a short on a breakdown, congratulations, that actually wasn't that bad. But Amat went green up to 215 and now right back into evens here on Applied Materials. Any new numbers here that just came out that might have caused that move, Adara?
I was seeing anything on Amat, but I'm seeing some mention here of H&R Block. Amat, we had the same numbers there. It's still the guidance that we had that was a little bit mid to in line, and then our earnings beat. But H&R Block, wow. So H&R Block here, they did announce their adjusted earnings per share for continuing operations, $4.41. Analysts were looking for $4.30. That would be a beat here. They also here, what other numbers do we have? They did announce a 17% dividend increase and a $1.5 billion share repurchase authorization. So $1.5 billion buyback program there for H&R Block. Let me see. I'm trying to see if we have any kind of revenue here. So the way they report things are different. I'm not really seeing compared to estimates. Revenue, we did get $3.6 billion in revenue. Pre-tax profit, $762.3 million. Operating expenses here, $2.8 billion. So some of the numbers, not seeing any of those compared to the estimates beyond their earnings per share beat, guys.
Yeah, sometimes all you got to do is sprinkle a little buyback action on it, and everything is going to be just fine for H&R Block. And you might consider it a boring stock, but that doesn't look boring. That looks to me on this daily chart like you have been trending and trending and trending and trending higher, almost back into some fresh, well, I mean, it was almost back into some fresh highs. Now it's breaking out some 52-week highs here on H&R Block. There's nothing bad about a stock getting into fresh territory to the upside. Blue sky setup, it looks like tomorrow morning on H&R Block, up 6 points right now. There was not really much of anything in terms of a pullback just here. I can throw a 1 minute so you can get a quick look at it. These are bad. It didn't really trade down here. I was watching it. You've been holding above 60, now $61. So 52-week high in here for H&R Block. Just double checking back in here on Amat. It's still lollygagging around the same mid-level. Saad Mohammed, H&R Block, seems like a stock Brian Shannon would be playing. Maybe. You might be right. We don't have Brian today. We've got someone coming back who was unable, and what a crazy week last week was. With doom and gloom on Monday, so everyone thought, then a rip-your-face-off rally, which is still continuing today, and we didn't get to talk to one of our favorite guests, Daniel Shea. Day and Shea, that actually rhymed, and that wasn't even intentional. So, look, there's going to be a heck of a lot to look at. When we talk about 52-week highs, you're going to be right about that, General, in the chat. Meta, very likely to test a new one here. So it was a monster green day. Just to finish off, I didn't really go through every single sector in there, but when we say it was a broad move here today, Jets up, FXI up, Silver was up, K-Web was up. And I think you just had so many things that were strong in a day like today. XBI, I mean, the biotechs were actually pretty strong, although I still say the biotechs are channeling their inner, I don't know, it's like a Can we do it? Can we do it? Are we going? I throw up the daily chart. It's like, well, are we going to test the high? Are we going to test the high XPI? Are we going to test the high? Are we going to break it out? And the answer has just been a no. This double top seems like it's been threatened often, but no actual punch through on the XPI, which I know some people have been dip buying in there. I own individual names that happen to make up a lot of this, but yeah, no real follow through just yet. Strong bounces on this. Love to see that one actually take out the top. I know we are going to have Danielle Shea on in just, I don't know if we get the okay in it, but she is ready. Okay, well, I'm excited. It's not often that we have moves like this in the market, and a lot of you in the chat, you're options traders. You're interested. And this kind of volatility is exactly why we want to have Trader Talk with Ms. Shea. Danielle Shea, Trader Danielle, welcome back. Glad that you're feeling better with a smile on your face. It's great to see you. We missed you last week with all these market shenanigans.
I missed you guys too. I was laying on my deathbed so sick, and it was very sad I couldn't be here, but I'm so sad to be back.
That's what it's all about. And like I was saying, and by the way, I'm gonna out how nice and gracious Danielle was. She apologized for not coming on when she was sick. And I'm like, are you kidding me? Family and health come first. We all understand. Our community loves you. And there's no way we want you to do anything but get better. Because, hey, in these markets, you want to be on your A game, right? And I think that's important. And nobody ever wants to put money to work or make important decisions when you're under the weather. And I appreciate you wanted to always give us your best, Danielle. But how do we even summarize what happened in the last couple of weeks? Because on Monday morning, I'm going to rewind to last week, Monday. On Monday morning, I pull up the chat. Now, Sean's gone in London. I'm there with Obi, and we're getting questions. What is the limit down levels on the S&P 500 futures? What are the chances, or what is the history for surprise rate cuts in between meetings from the Fed? You went from that to the greatest rip-your-face-off rally we've seen in at least a few years for the last 2 weeks. What was your impression of last Monday, just as a starter?
So when you look at that, I mean, that's the number one reason why I will tell people that trade stocks, you have to at least pay attention to the put-call ratio in the options market, because that was the number one signal that it was time to buy last week. When you look at the way that things sold off really hard, right? And so when that happens, what occurs is people start to panic and they start to buy a lot of puts. And so, we got to this situation where we were down at the 200 simple on the daily chart and the QQQs, which, by the way, I mean, that's typically a pretty good bounce point just by itself. But the thing that occurred with that at the same time was you had a put call ratio that was extremely elevated. So there was just a lot of fear in the market. So, the put call ratio doesn't tell you exactly when to buy, but it tells you that a short squeeze is coming, and all you need is a little bit of good news. And you just need the market to gap up overnight. When the market gaps up overnight, typically on good news, that's when people start buying to cover. And then it can start a move like this. And so, I mean, I just think this has been a phenomenal short squeeze rally. At this point, people are just continuing to get into it because you have people that are saying, oh man, I missed the bottom. Now I want to buy. So when you have people buying to cover, plus people coming in, making buys, the news continuing to get better, you just get a phenomenal ripping rally after a fantastic buying opportunity.
What an unbelievable what it was. I got lucky myself. I'm going to ask you about two things, but you've made me think about Tesla. I was going to ask Meta, and I got lucky to have bought some Meta by almost near fluke, because I just happened to have a bid that got filled lower on Meta, and that's getting to some highs. But you just mentioned, so a bit of a short squeeze rally in terms of maybe some people got caught offside with some bets southbound. Well, Tesla hasn't really had much of a catalyst, and it hasn't had the best time. So when I look at this, and maybe this is a reason why a lot of us traders this morning could have been maybe looking at Tesla more closely. Nothing wrong with Nvidia, that was fantastic. Nothing wrong with Apple and some of the other things that were trending to the upside. But Tesla was very explosive today without a particular reason to be in it. Now, do you think that plays into the fact that it is the options darling, and maybe when we have this kind of a rally, throw out what the stock has been doing, just be in that type of a name, regardless of what you might think should be moving the market? Would that be fair?
Oh, yeah. I mean, it's definitely fair. I mean, when you look at the long-term macro take versus what you can do, especially on a day trading basis, I mean, sometimes it doesn't really matter what the earnings picture looks like if it's rallying on an intraday basis, right? So, it just depends on your time frame and what you're trying to do with the stock. With Tesla in particular, I am still holding it in my long-term stock accounts. And yeah, I mean, it's been a little bit of a dud for me, but, Tesla's had couple quarters, well, more than a couple quarters in a row of not so promising earnings news. But what it needs is it just needs a catalyst, So we had positive macroeconomic catalysts over the course of the last week with the rate cut situation. Tesla, I think it still has a long way to go on the longer term time frame. But for us as short term traders, I mean, look at this. All you need is for it to break up above all of these moving averages right here. And that's what it was doing today. It was up 6%. It's up above the 200 simple. It broke up above the 50 simple, broke up above the 21 EMA, the 34 EMA. That's what it needs for recovery. So if it could just have a follow through day tomorrow, I need it to break up above today's high, close up above today's high tomorrow. Then I would be pretty comfortable trading it up into 230. But after a day like today, 6% day, if there's not follow through, it's just going to be stuck at this resistance zone at 215. So that's what you have to watch out for tomorrow.
Yeah, of course, it being a Friday, options expiration, a big level like that, 215. Great move, but we've already had. That leads me to Meta. I know we have a question. We're going to get to Nvidia, obviously, at some point. A lot of people interested in that, and ADR, I think, has some questions for you there. But I'm a little bit, when I get a move like this, or when we get a move like this, I should say, because I'm not at the market, it's anybody that participates in it. I look at, say, Meta. You mentioned 215 there on Tesla. Meta we're almost at the 200 period moving average. I feel like I blink my eyes and you're right back to 52-week highs. I feel like there's some alarm bells going off in my head right now for this. And should I even feel that way when a stock is at a high like this? Meta, obviously they print money long term. I don't really have any issues with it. But it is very tempting to take something off of the table when you get such free money rally like this right back into those highs. Is that crazy? Most people would tell you never sell at all-time highs or adjacent to them. It's generally speaking kind of a ridiculous thing to do in a very long-term sense. But what are your thoughts on something like this? We're not talking lower highs here. We're talking 52-week highs, and we're one day away from, or one good move away from it with Meta.
I think that it just depends on your time frame because, I have Meta in my long-term stock account, and I'm definitely not going to sell it. It has a lot of relative strength right now. Look at what the rest of the Magnificent Seven stocks are doing. You still have Google and Amazon that are pretty significantly below those previous highs. Microsoft even has been a little bit lackluster lately. And then you have Meta here up at the new all-time high pretty much. So, yes, you do have to take into consideration the whole potential triple top. Yes, there is resistance at that 545 level. If you're in a short-term trade, that's always going to be my first target. The return to the previous high, that's going to be my first target. That's what I call the easy target because it's a lot easier for a stock to hit a previous high than it is for it to go to a new high. But the key is what kind of volume and what kind of momentum does it have when it hits that level? If you hit that level and you get greater than average volume and you get a break through that zone, and then specifically you have more volume buying after it breaks that zone, it's going to the next target. So at this point, the next target, let me throw a fib level on here. My targets are going to be 570 and then 600 after that. So you just want to watch for the break of 542. And if you can get that with some continuation onwards and upwards to 570.
And there it is. That's why we like those sobering words, because I'd said it a couple times on the show. Meta, the last time it was like Meta, Microsoft, and a few names had dropped into the 200 or close to it. I didn't quite pick them up. And I was like, I'm not going to make that same mistake the second time through with Meta. I'm going to try to buy it out in front of the 200 period on the next dip. So I just happened to get filled at 460 on that Monday. I didn't actively put an order in on my personal account. I just happened to get the fill. Now 15% in the money. I'm like, what are we doing here? But thank you for those sobering words. I think there's a lot of room to rally here. And one name that I think a lot of people are involved with, we haven't even gotten the report yet with Nvidia. Dara, you have a question about that?
Yeah, I was really wondering what your thoughts are on Nvidia. I know you've talked about the pre-earnings period being 21 days ahead of earnings. We are into that. It's just 13 days now until, and not even trading days, just days until we get that report. I know this was one as well you said you were interested in talking about on Twitter. Do you have any thoughts or levels right now on NVDA as we get into that very exciting report?
Well, this is one that I have been waiting for because, whenever you have a strong ticker like this and you have earnings coming up and you have the statistical probability of it trading higher, and then on top of that, you get this just gorgeous move lower. This move has been nothing short of fantastic. So when you look at the move down into support, I thought it could have gone as low as 83. It didn't quite get there. It got down into 90, and that was a pretty good zone of support. And we started to see a reversal, a lot of volume buying. So I think that, obviously that reversal there was a great entry for a run into this earnings report. But at this point in time, what I'm so excited about today is that it's broken through resistance, because when it rallies off of these lows, it's always one of those things where, you can target the overhead resistance, but you don't know if it's going to keep going, just like we just talked about with Meta. And you've broken through this $100 price point. You've broken through the 100 simple. You broke through the 21 EMA, the 34 EMA, and today we broke through the 50 simple. So up above 120. 120 was my price target for Friday, and we've already surpassed that. So I don't think it could look any better, honestly. And now that it's broken through all this resistance, you're at this spot where people are like, oh my gosh, I missed the buy on it. Now I have to buy it. And then you can make it keep going higher. So I think it looks great. I think it's going to return to the 140 price point. I don't know that it'll go directly there, but I think that we just need a follow-through day tomorrow, and we need this stock to stay up above the 120 price point for it to be a continuation long.
Love that 50 period. And Nvidia, come on. Nvidia, that's never been a stock that people have gotten FOMO on, that they missed the dip on and then chased it all the way to the fresh highs. That never happens on Nvidia. But yeah, I think it looks fantastic. And again, big difference. It doesn't look that big of a deal on the chart between Nvidia and Tesla when you zoom it in, but it does matter that Tesla got huge day today. Tesla got there and didn't break. Nvidia got there, did break, and now holding above. And obviously we need to we want to, and we need to close that week out and above as well. So that'd be a good thing for us. But we have all day tomorrow to sort of figure out where the next step is going to be. Look, it's not. It's a couple of weeks till we have that earnings on Nvidia. You always talk about that 3-week rule or going into it. Is there anything in particular that would set up on Monday for you? Let me just presume something. Let's just make the assumption that we hold the 50-period moving average. It's a little more fun that way. So we hold that 50, but we don't necessarily break 125. We have a consolidated day where we're holding $121 within maybe a $2 range. If that's the case on Monday morning, you've still got a couple of weeks to earnings. Do you like a long back into that 50 is the simple question to play into that high? Would you want to put that on? Would you wait a couple of days to see what happens at that 50 period? Would you just say, hey, we're going?
So for me, with the 3-week time frame, it really comes down to when the technical setup sets up. So, a break through the 50 simple, whether it's today or Monday or whatever day it is, that's usually the trigger. So the breakthrough occurred today. So you just need a hold up above that zone and another bounce. So, if you held up above 120, there's a variety of things that you could do with it, especially in the options market. You could sell the 120 puts. You could sell a 120 put credit spread. You could buy a bullish butterfly. That's typically what I do. You could pair the put credit spread with a bullish butterfly. I think that the, quote unquote, easy target would be 130, 135 if you were going to target the upside, just because that's where you have all of this resistance. I know that I quoted 140, but that's more of the reach, right? Because that's, another $18 higher or so, and it would be a lot easier to hit the 130, 135 price target. So with my upside targets, I usually put the easy ones on, and then I put a stretch trade on, basically, because it's a lot easier to hit the lower ones than the higher ones, right? But you just trade it on the way up. So there's a lot of different things that you could do with it. I see consolidation here that looks like it's going to break out, but I think more than anything, everybody's just looking at this stock, and after the short squeeze plus having, FOMO induced buying rally. I mean, look at the indexes today. That's a FOMO induced buying rally. So it can keep going as long as the volume's there.
Hi, Danielle. I just wanted to come in, say hi quickly. I haven't seen you in a long time. You look fantastic. Just want to say congratulations and hi again from here at Trader TV. And hopefully we'll be able to connect soon. So, hi, Ms. Shea. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling so much better. It's good to hear you, and it's good to be back and see all of you again. And, I'm going to be here with you until I have my baby in November. So hopefully we have 3 more months to go.
And then I know you were going to come to Toronto, but maybe we'll have to come visit you at some point in the near future. So again, did you get, Sharif wants to know if you got a Cybertruck yet. I think the answer is probably no on that one.
No, we had to cancel the Cybertruck order.
Right.
It's, one of those things where you have to have one gasoline powered vehicle if you're going to have an EV, because you never know. There might be some crazy electric problem where you don't have power for 2 weeks, especially when you live in Washington State and there's lots of windy storms. So I'm going to stick with one Tesla and one Ford F-150 for now.
Yeah, there was that. I don't know if you saw that video that some guy got his hands chopped off or something in the trunk fell on the Cybertruck or something crazy like that. But anyways, all right, that was a little cameo. Take it easy, Danielle. Nice to see you again. Ciao.
Good to see you, brother.
Nice to see you, Sean.
Thank you so much, Danielle. The Ford F-150. I 100% agree with your sentiment. My dad lived in Florida for a little bit, and I know it's like when hurricanes coming and they're West Indian, certainly you just do not want to ever be in a situation where you have the ability to get yourself and your family safe, and for one small decision, you feel like you can't. And there's something to be said about having a couple of gas cans around and something reliable. So I'm with you on that one, Danielle. Thank you so much for stopping through. I can't wait to talk to you next week as we're getting into the thick of things. Market right back into those highs. It's an exciting time to trade. So happy to have you here, Danielle Shea, and best of luck with your trading going forward.
Thank you. I'll look forward to seeing you next week.
See you next week.
Danielle.
Always fun to have Danielle Shea on, and I love all the knowledge. And I wanted to acknowledge we did get a super chat in there, and I thank you, GZ or GZ, I should say, because you guys are American, so most of you. Ask her about puts on Starbucks. What I'm going to do, I don't know if she can still hear me, but the next time we talk to Danielle, we'll ask about Starbucks. And you can always follow her on X. So you can always follow Trader Danielle on X and just ask her there. She's very gracious, always with her time and giving stuff. And she's in the chat right now, apparently, because she's amazing. Thank you so much, Danielle. I appreciate the super chat. We have the greatest community out there. And speaking of that community and the chat, it happens to be roll call time. So you know what the drill is. You got to make sure your name gets in there. Adair is locked and loaded. She had the ginger tea, which smelled delicious, by the way, to get herself prepared vocally for the roll call where you get your name read out in rapid fashion. Best and fastest and only roll call you're going to find on YouTube. Let's kick it on over to Adair. Get your names in there, everybody.
Okay, so first of all, I want to shout out Bears vs. Bulls. Thank you so much for everything you do every single day, helping with the voting for that segment. Shout out to everybody as well. We have Fabian. We have Ramin, who was not here today, but shout out to her. Shout out to Neil. Shout out to Sean Sharif, everyone you don't see. Also, again, Danielle Shea, JC Peretz, Raider Trader. What a series of guests we've had here. Let's start with a roll call, though. We got Adrian. We have Neil Roberts in the chat. We have Bob Dubb. We've got Ron Miller, Dwayne, Terrence, CompuCare team, Mahishu. We've got Eli, Neil Roberts, not to be confused with Neil Roberts, Yander Alvarez, we got Michael P, we got Brandon Townsend, Sebastian, Hurry, Kanye East, I love that name. Trader Leah, we've got Dollar Bill, Enchantress, Wonderland, Sister Girl from Another World, 509 Blackjack, Isaac, Bakar City, we got Stu, we've got Raul, we got Jeff, Calicat. We have Wealthy G Money, Mark Ari Pages, Alfredo, Marlon B. We have V Whopper Trader. We've got Douglas Hardy. We've got J Boss, Cerise, TH, Sebastian, The Piper, Marie L. We've got UV the Great. We have RB Sniper, Sod, Forex AU. We have Richard Fan. We've got Will Status in the Kingdom with the $2 super chat looking for these $28 puts on ASTS. Hold up, September 6th. Best of luck to you there. Astis said quite the move up in space there, but hopefully. Best of luck with those puts there. Shout out to you. Smooth 1J, we have Reese Full, we have Eurofilms, Douglas Hardy, Ari Pages again, Stu Ganu, Jai, Bala. What a day, guys. Thank you so much for being here with us. Can't wait to be back tomorrow.
Thank you so much, Adara. Thank you, everybody in the chat. Thank you, everybody at Trader TV Live and in our community. Shout out to, as you already mentioned, to Fabian on the ones and twos on his Lonesome today, doing a fantastic job, making us look and sound as good as possible. But you know what? We get to do it all over again. All this volatility the last 2 weeks, and we get to wrap it up on Friday. We had the Amat earnings come out there. You had H&R block into the upside. You had all those moves, whether it's Tesla, whether it's Nvidia. As long as there's opportunity in the market, heck, that's just when the market's open. We're going to be there every day. So right back, bright and early, 8:30 tomorrow morning. Let's wrap it up and do it right. We're Trader TV Live, and we'll see you tomorrow.
See you guys.